Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets die in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets die in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Okay, hey everyone, welcome to the live stream. Sorry, racing around at the last second, gaming and sleuthing. I still haven't forgot about you. I haven't. Charmaine, I still haven't forgot about you. I haven't. Everything's with it was between Sebastian and Riley Strain. And just trying to get the information and record a bunch of stuff. It's like most of my time is trying to record things that especially on the Sebastian Rogers side of what Christopher is saying and Katie's saying and what Seth Rogers is saying, and stuff like that. And usually like on the thumbnail here, you guys, that's you're looking at, you have, of course, Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, you have Robin Rogers, Seth Rogers, and of course you have Sebastian Rogers. But anyway, thank you. Okay, just know, okay, it's there. I'm not always the most organized person in the world, and I admit to that. Okay, I'm not. Hi, Miss Dog Lover. How are you? Hi, Ben. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining the live. Charmaine, thank you for joining the live from up over there in, I don't know if you want to say, but up over there.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
Slave Lake.
Yeah, she's on an adventure, so she's using her phone because her laptop wasn't hooking up to the sound and that. But anyway, she's in this big, beautiful house over there. Be jealous. I am. The lake's right there. By the way, we're from Vancouver, Canada, for anyone that I'm from Vancouver, Canada. She's from Alberta, up over there. And as for Aspen Connor, he's from North Carolina, of course. I honestly get jealous with this whole boots on the ground stuff. I really do. Hi, Ken. How are you? Because I am totally that person that would do boots on the ground. I would sit there and freaking travel and do all that stuff too. Because
me too.
Yeah, I want to say this right from the start. I was never at first a fan of JLRs. Okay, now I know that Christopher Proudfoot, on the Smiley World, it just takes he's a Google away, right, to know if JLR's passed. So it's not a past that I've never lived a life, okay, ever set foot in a prison or anything like that, or jail, let alone been arrested. Okay, so yes, does JLR have a pass? Yes, he's talked about it. Usually I judge people right away based on stuff like that, because I don't like it when people do things to other people, right? And not to say that there was any violence. I'm not talking about any violence, but he has a history and he knows it and he shared it, and then I remember during the Calvaconte case, and JLR, he was, he has no problem letting people use his footage as long as it becomes, nothing. Actually, what was I going to say there? He has no problem with people using his footage. Simple as that. And so that's kind of when You know, I thought to myself, maybe I need to change a bit here because lots of people have a past. You know, certain people have different levels of a past. And I think that JLR has found his niche in the true crime community. And he does well at it. Okay. So he's one of those person that to me, he just has that knack to talk to people, to do boots on the ground. Um, and my opinion of JLR changed over time because I was kind of like on my high horse a little bit because usually anyone that has a past, you know, like that, I would not want anything to do with that person whatsoever.
Hmm.
But, you know, like I said, I think I needed to change my attitude a bit because there's a lot of people that have a past that's not so savory. But I always respect people if they're changing things about their past to their future. Um, and so I appreciate his work that he does for boots on the ground. You might like him, you might not like him. Hi, husband. Husband's bringing me back a Timmy's here.
no.
You're not? He did.
Diet muffin.
It's a diet muffin, yeah, to go with my Timmy's. But so um I appreciate JLR's coverage. I appreciate the fact that he's putting awareness out there, that he's down there. Like we all know that he's traveling between the borders, you know, the Calvaconte cases. Like he just travels like between Murdoch case, okay? So love him or hate him, I love boots on the ground. And I appreciate the coverage and I appreciate the work for anyone that does boots on the ground. It makes me jealous that I'm not there because I would be like, Jailer, come on, move over, get him away, come through. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, so he's there today, covering the Sebastian Rogers. And we all know, let's say this one more time, um, prayers to the family of Riley Strain, who unfortunately lost his life and his body was recovered yesterday. So prayers to the parents, prayers to everyone as well, and thank you to everyone that has been following the case, that has been sharing and bringing awareness to any of these cases because there's a lot of them going on.
Hmm. Now,
Now this one is 20 minutes from where Riley Strain's case was, and again, so uh, Cajun Navy, United Cajun Army is there as well, helping. Again, you know, thank
they're
you.
the ones that found Riley, right?
Pardon? No,
They're the ones that found. No.
no, a person that was working at an oil plant found Riley.
Oh, right, right, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, he surfaced. And that's typically what happens, right? A lot of the times that's typically what happens because it's such a vast amount of water. He was 8 miles down
Mhm.
where he was found. So that's usually what happens. And I remember that from the Nicola Bully case when the water search team was like talking about stuff like that. Um, you know, yeah. So at the end of the day, I want to say anyone that does boots on the ground, you know, and especially the ones that do boots on the ground and allow us to use their coverage, because to me, this is always about people first,
Mhm.
helping, caring, sharing, right? It's just like this channel. You can use whatever coverage you want on it, you know, as long as it's not used with bad intent to it, right?
Right.
And other than that, I do not care because this isn't about monetary value. This isn't about, I'll never put money, anything over
Mhm.
people, right? This is always done from the heart first. And then whatever comes with that, like YouTube, of course, paying for, you know, commercials and stuff like that, or if people donate to the channel and stuff like that, again, that's secondary to always people for me. And Charmaine, I know that you feel the same way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So before we get started, Charmaine, um, just anything going on in your head that you want to say?
No, I'm really curious. I haven't had a lot of time the last couple of days to catch up on. Well, I knew Riley was found, obviously, but this Sebastian stuff today is a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to because I didn't read or hear anything. I just read. I guess, clickbaity stuff. So I don't know how much of it's true. So I want to get into it and figure out what was said. And then maybe
Yeah.
after we can talk a little bit about Chris Proudfoot and Katie's interview with Smiley, whatever.
Yes, I was going to say let's get into. We'll go over to JLR's coverage in a second here. That he did. I was watching him, and then So I was watching JLR. I didn't see the whole thing, but I seen a good hour or so of it because I was sleeping. I woke up this morning with a really sore throat. Me and my husband went to the casino last night. You guys ever want to see someone tank $100 really quick? Me. No, there was not one game
Oh man,
that
that's
was
funny.
loving me. But the fish and chips at the casino, mwah, mwah, spot on,
Casinos have the best food, don't they?
don't they? Yeah.
They really do.
Anyways, I hadn't been to a casino in about since before COVID.
Well,
Um,
with that kind of luck, it's probably a good thing.
yeah, honestly. So, well, usually my luck's pretty good, but yesterday, me and my husband, actually, my husband was doing better than I was. But anyway, he was like, "You want to go to the casino?" And I was like, "Actually, I got stuff to do." But yeah, okay, fine. Twist my arm. Anyways, it's the bells and lights and whistles for me. I like that
Oh, for
stuff. It's
sure.
like squirrel, squirrel. Anyways, that was a good fight. $100. Like I said, it just tanked pretty much. You know, no matter what I was hitting, it was like, yeah. Even when I got the bonus, it was a joke.
Aw, that sucks.
Nah, you know what? It was like my husband says, it was timeout. We don't usually do it so often anymore lately. And sorry, I need to go find JLR's channel. There it is. Okay. So it was a good night out with my husband anyway for a couple hours. And the fish and chips was really good. And then yeah, my husband wanted me to play blackjack. I'm a blackjack girl. I'll tell you, my dad taught me cards from when I was a kid. I'm kind of one of those Texas Hold'em ones as well. It's like, yeah,
Really?
coming
That's
in here,
interesting.
getting out. Yeah, I have my like I said, backgammon, blackjack. Oh, every card game you can think of, cribbage, you name it. I love it. I love games.
Really?
Not so
That's
much mind games though. Not so much a big fan of
no,
mind games.
that's a different kind of game, and
Yeah.
those aren't fun at all.
Has anyone heard more about the dogs? Well, that's just it. Okay.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, so
That's
that's
what I
the
know.
part that we're gonna play. And as of this moment, and I seen Chronicles of Olivia is there as well. Penny slots. Yeah, right. Um, so Chronicles of Olivia is there. I guess Terry Lynn is there. Well, people that are covering the Sebastian case, helping in the search. Now, was Christopher Proudfoot or Katie Proudfoot there in this search? No. Seth Rogers? Yes. Like I said, JLR. So I'm going to go back to the 132 mark here. And because that's kind of when it starts. And yeah, so basically, as the dogs were that took that hit, we'll start right here. Hold on a second. As the dogs took that hit, I was like, and JLR has panned this thing around, and then Seth's vehicle starts coming up. So like I was tweeting out, then at JLR, I was tweeting out about it right away because it was just happening. So I was like, tweet, 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 twiddle,
Hmm.
twiddle. There's only one can't. Anyways, but I'm not going to call it X. Don't make me call it X. Okay, Twitter. Twitter has just a nicer flow off the tongue.
I
X is
agree.
just so like stop. X full stop. Dead.
That's right.
Yeah. But anyways, you guys, obviously he's out in Rocklands recreation area there in Hendersonville. So the quality isn't like the best, but it's not horrible either. So let's just put it up on screen. I'll take the branding off just so you guys can, not be distracted by that. And let's just hit play and then we'll come back and talk about it. Turn up the volume in case. And welcome to the live, everybody. Please hit that like button and the share just for awareness on Sebastian Rogers' case as well, please. Thank you,
They
guys.
they're going to go down all this area here. And I'm doing it myself. My eyes, as I'm filming, folks, my eyes is peeled all over the ground too. Just so you know. We're out here. Come on out. Come help, please. All right, I said walk. I'm gonna go over here and kind of intercept this group over here. But look out for poison ivy.
Green hearts for Sebastian, guys, in the chat whenever you have time or can. That would be great. There was a tip. There was a tip.
A lot of thorns too.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Do we know how far away from Riley's house this is? Or
I'm
sorry,
not sure how
Sebastian?
far. Sebastian, yeah, I'm not sure how far. It's not that far. It's
Okay.
in the Rockland recreation area.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll take a look in a minute here.
Okay.
So I got people scattered out all over the place, and they're just holding the line and waiting. Let's see what's going on. Let me see what's going on back here.
Blood.
Huh?
It is blood. It is some tape material. It is a deep, like thing here. They no longer want us to step in that area, and they call law enforcement.
Law enforcement. Oh no. All right, they're calling law enforcement, folks. That's what I'm told. I don't know what's going on here, folks, but they're calling law enforcement. Something's going on. Tell me what's going on. What do they see?
No, we just stepped on a big soft spot, like where stuff's been recently packed.
Really?
In a big spot.
Yikes. So they just stepped on a soft spot. Oh, man. You heard that, folks. Something's going on here.
Yes, sir. No problem. No problem. Yes, sir. We will.
Charmaine, it's about
All right.
15 minutes.
You're going to stay right there. The rest of us are going to keep moving forward, okay?
How the heck would he have gotten all that way? And nobody's
What
seen
happened?
him?
What's going on?
So
Since the 26th.
it's a fresh mound, but we don't know what's underneath it, of course, because there's no lease on it. until somebody checks it out and there's any blood. We don't know. You know, so that's just weird and it's odd.
Yeah. Tape over there.
It's a
Piece of tape
some kind of tape or something with blood
with
and
blood.
insulation or something. It's been moved that way.
All right, folks.
Is it that roof there, maybe?
So
Oh, there was some.
searchers are claiming they found maybe some tape, blood, maybe. Just precautionary, just to check it out. I think we told everyone to kind of back off this area here, and seeing what's up. I think Ellie's gonna come here.
Like, who's close to the road?
Yes, they said blood.
Nobody.
Is walking in through the woods right now. What do you guys go find here? Because my team location is not working.
Sorry, guys, just for 1 second. Okay, so for anyone coming into the live stream right now, we're watching JLR. I'm showing you the exact part of it where when I was watching him live is when they basically found this soft spot in the ground with some blood on this on some plastic or something like, or tape, sorry. And so basically then the police were called because obviously it's soft ground. They had a cadaver dog, apparently 6 cadaver dogs, but the one in here you'll see is one as you're watching it, and you'll see the dog alert to something. Now, apparently 6 cadaver dogs all alerted to the same thing. That area is now blocked off, like there's a police car at the beginning of this Rockland search area. Anyways, I'm going to continue playing it. So I just wanted anyone that's coming in right now, that's kind of like the gist of what's going on. Do we know what's going on as at this moment after the fact? Not as of yet. If we did, trust me, GLR would be live. Chronicles of Olivia would be live. But anyway, so I'll continue playing it for you guys. I just wanted to get people up to speed, okay? And sorry, let me just take us back off screen.
Son, we need you to someone closest to the road. Find Brandon.
Which road?
I'll go. This road out here.
I'm gonna go that way. Did somebody call this one?
Exactly, Kim French.
Seth is not here, but down here in this particular location, he's here and on scene somewhere.
I think you
Hey guys.
He's with the canines.
Over this way.
There.
We got a dog.
We got a dog, folks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got a dog here.
Back towards here. Maybe come this way.
All right, something's going on. They're bringing in the dog just to see.
You're gonna, he's gonna show me the bloody. Yeah, it's over in his brush.
All right, they got the dog. Got the canine dog.
Yes, Cat. That's correct, Ava. Again, this is the best quality. This is showing it from JLR as he's there. And then you guys will see the dog come in a moment as well. But again, thank you guys all for being here. you know, and I want to say again, thanks to JLR and everyone that's boots on the ground, because we would not be seeing this stuff if it wasn't for people that do this, which is amazing and awesome. Like I said, I
Waiting to
love
see
boots
what's
on the
going on,
ground.
folks. They got a dog back there.
So, amen to JLR for giving us or doing this coverage, and to anyone else that's out there doing the coverage. Because it sure ain't Christopher Proudfoot.
There's a bone.
We have a bone over here, sir. We have a bone. Right here.
Got the canine dog out here.
I will drop the full link to this entire video from JLR just in the chat here if anyone doesn't happen to know who JLR is. This is the video for it, for his channel. Yes, I heard that. Thank you for subscribing, Sherry Rollins. I'll take that down for a sec so you guys can keep watching the dog. Whisper, whisper. Thousand and 80 people watching. Please give the video or the live a like and a share from Twitter or YouTube, whichever. Green hearts for Sebastian. So again, apparently 6 cadaver dogs total hit on the same spot. That's what we're hearing from Chronicles of Olivia. Look at the doggy.
Now, am I mistaken? But cadaver dogs are trained to hit on human decomposition, and it's not just animals, or is it?
No, on
Could it be
human.
just an animal?
Cadaver dogs are trained. I think they can go about, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say about 30 feet, if not, that they can smell like human remains.
But it's just human remains, or are they? Could he be hitting on an animal?
Oh, I'm not exactly sure about that part of it. I've never looked. If somebody does know in chat, just put in there about if they know more about cadaver
She's on the
dogs.
phone, folks.
Because this
So,
is absolutely heartbreaking.
they
Because
know the behavior of the dog.
it's human
What's going
and
on?
somebody was there.
Right. So that's what we're waiting to hear. We're still waiting to hear about, like, if it was, like, what kind of hit it was. Apparently there's blood on tape. Again, the dog alerted something. Apparently 6 dogs
Okay, they're
alerted.
kicking us out. All right, everyone, follow out. They're kicking us out, so they might have something here, folks.
Thanks, Ken.
This is a professional dog handler here that knows a lot about dogs and has told us to leave, so we're backing out. We're going back to the parking lot, folks. Something's going on here, possibly.
Thank you for subscribing, Rebecca.
Rockland Recreation Center. JLR investigates.
Sorry. Okay.
There's something going on. Also, another searcher claims that they saw some tape with blood on it back here. So I don't know what's going on, folks. But the lady made a phone call and they are bringing us out. I don't know what this means. Stand by. We'll find out.
He's on.
Yeah. Appreciate his coverage for sure. Appreciate anyone that goes
Everyone's
boots
leaving
on
out.
the ground.
Kicking everyone out. Securing the area.
You're welcome.
Hey, buddy.
What's your
Hey.
thoughts, folks? Share.
Again, 1,238 people watching from Twitter and YouTube. Green hearts for
I suspect
Sebastian.
possibly law enforcement might come, maybe. I don't know if they're gonna. What's going on here?
Not sure what kind of tape. They just said tape. In a few moments here, we'll see when Seth Rogers comes up in his truck.
They hit on something.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
Okay, they hit on something, folks. Possibly hit on something. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, folks. JLR investigates. So I am at Rockland Recreation Center, Hendersonville. This is the main parking lot here, and they have now kicked all the volunteers out of the area. The dog came in, and apparently the dog might have hit on something. It did. So people were saying to me that it did.
From boots on the ground,
Kicked us all out. Now,
Ashley.
what happens at this point? Possibly law enforcement might arrive, or they bring the next chain of command to evaluate the situation. But we are out here. What's going on here?
Ashley from Boots on the Ground, Chronicles of Olivia. Seth was with where all the dogs were, and they brought the dogs up. That's where that would be coming from people that are actually there.
I think that we're in search right
So
now.
for anyone
I
watching
think
right
law
now,
enforcement's coming.
Because of
see, we only seen
I
this
think
part,
they're
and then they
telling the
had to
volunteers
leave.
that's it, right? Folks, we might have something here. Really?
Well, we're not there, so again, all I know is Seth Rogers was with the dogs. So we'll get some accurate information later. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But Seth was with the Cadaver dogs. So after this part, who knows exactly if more dogs were sent up, and if it was wrong, then
Okay,
we'll
so I don't know what's
report
going
that.
on here. We'll see if authorities arrive.
I'll look
They
at
might be kicking us out,
JLR's
even
tweet
out of
in a
the
minute.
park at this point. It's like telling everyone to leave.
We'll get into that in a minute, Kim.
I think in the area, actually, there was only one that hit first on
Right.
his
Who
life.
said that?
No, just no, but she's
I'm
like, get the
just
fuck
kidding.
out. No, she didn't.
I'm being facetious.
No, but I know what she's saying. You gotta get the fuck out of here. Yeah. But I know why. Something about game and life and rescue and something.
Okay, so they don't. There's something going on over here, folks. We'll wait to be seen. I'm gonna go up to the road, kind of walk up here and see what's going on. I think they're about to secure the scene. We're gonna see if law enforcement comes, then there could be something really big. We're not just gonna come out for nothing. I think
Welcome,
there's
Sarah.
something
Thank
going
you.
on in the moment, in real time here. And we're about to find out. We're about to find out. So stick with me. JLR investigates. The gates are closed up there, and they're only letting. I don't know who they're letting in and who they're not letting in. Let me spin the camera around. Okay, so that's Seth Rogers right there. That's Seth Rogers. That's
Yeah, there's
Sebastian's father.
Oh my God,
So we'll see
our
exactly
hearts
what's
break
going
for
on.
him, right? And the family.
The organizer there kind of told me to step away with the camera, so they're discussing things. I don't know what's going on, but they're discussing. I'll find out who exactly found this mound. She's on the phone at the end. Seth Rogers has arrived again. He's been here I've seen him here all day. He was the first person here. What's the next step? What's going on? They contacted LA?
Well, honestly, this is private property, which I knew that. I thought everybody did. And it is locked. But I don't think that we can go to jail for this. But,
Yeah.
the dog's over there now, and what they hit on,
Thank you, Crystal,
So
for
they're going to bring law
subscribing.
enforcement?
we're waiting. But apparently somebody's already called them. I guess on us. Wonder who did that. Okay, so we're going to the next one.
Where was that on the other side there? What's that?
Anchor, brother.
River Road. Where's
I'm
that?
not sure the exact time. I'd have to go back and look when he streamed this.
So what's the point of going over the staging ground?
That's where our center is, like where our meat center is. Because we
Gotcha.
got another better place that we need to go to. Oh God, did I just go
Thank
Gotcha.
you for subscribing, Miss Clem.
there?
There's a part here that I want you guys to listen to in a second.
Sir,
Yes.
did you get in your car and go, please? No, we're done.
I'm
No.
walking.
No, get in with her.
I'm carsick. I can't walk right now.
Well, then go now, please.
What's going on?
Nothing. We're on a federal property.
Oh, they're
We
telling
didn't have
everyone.
permission. Fish and Wildlife,
Gotcha.
and I'm the PD warden. Where you going?
Going up to the end of the
Be
road.
any
They want
ruder?
everybody off the road. So, yeah, they're telling everybody to get off the road now. They're telling everybody, get in your cars now. Get off the road. Get off the road. So I'm going to walk up to the front of the road. And we'll see what happens here. We'll see if someone arrives. We'll see, we'll see what's going on. They don't want anyone
Yeah,
on
I
the
know. Just the lady was rude. I can take a chill pill, lady.
Something's going on,
So
folks.
rude.
They're kicking everyone off. Or maybe they just want everybody off.
Who is the Karen?
Telling all vehicles to leave. All the vehicles are leaving. I'm going to walk to the front of the gate.
Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Subscribing, watching, doesn't matter. Just try to hit that like and the share if you can. Bring awareness. That would be great if you guys could do that. 1,565 people watching, 962 from Twitter, 4 in the channel. Remember, green hearts for Sebastian. Again, I just want to say thank you so much to JLR, who has no problem sharing his content. It brings awareness.
I think they're going over to right over there, Rudder and River. No, I'm gonna just walk a minute because it's not that far. I think it's right down there where they're all gonna go back over. I don't know what's going on here. Apparently they're kicked everyone off. Possibly law enforcement might be arrived. I don't know. Or they just don't want people here.
Thank you, Ben.
What do you think, folks?
No, she was rude,
Something
and
to something or nothing to nothing.
you can say something and get your point across nicer than that. I agree to disagree. Thank you for subscribing, Lori JC.
My vehicle's taken care of right now.
Thank you, guys. Aspen Connor, of course, joined us during this live with Charmaine as well. Yeah, that right. That's where, like I said, my respect for JLR and letting people use his content, because like this channel, right? It's not about copyright striking people. It's about bringing awareness. And boots on the ground is
Right.
we would not be seeing this if it wasn't for those boots on the ground people. So good fight, media. Good fight. You guys had your spot too, but True Crime Sleuths have their spot too.
Right. And I did just look. JLR did post. He actually posted the live, and he said it was 1 dog, not 6.
Okay, so 1 second. I'll show you that in a second.
Right.
Can you send me that tweet, Adam?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Where's everyone going?
He hitches a ride in a second.
Everyone's leaving? Gotcha.
Hi, Callie girl. Love ya. Hey, Jason. Thank you for subscribing.
Have a good day. You run the show?
What?
You run?
I'm not running. I'm just here to help out with anything.
Gotcha.
We're just gonna watch it a little bit more here, and then I'll go to something else, and then I'll go
Yeah,
to something else.
I have not seen this yet, so it's interesting to me.
Yeah. No, it's great. We wouldn't have this if it wasn't for boots on the ground. I hope everyone appreciates that, because, like I said, if media has their spot, everyone has their place.
Oh my.
The rudder.
Let me hop in with you.
I was waiting for them to say no.
All right, so this was about they just didn't want people on there or something?
That's private property, but you know what? They should be asking about that. God. I mean, really, it's that big of a deal. But
So they were just told not to go on there.
But they were unlocking the door. So why would somebody call, basically, and she's over there saying all this crap and yelling and got to get us out of here. So she's like, everybody off the property because we're about to go to jail. I'm not going to jail. I mean, I've never been arrested.
So what about tell me the situation about what was found. What was that?
The dog, it did hit on something. I mean, it could be something that was blown over that looked like
Are they bringing LE?
Apparently they were, because somebody called. They were going to have us put out.
Yeah.
And we had to get out now. I mean, I was like, okay, we got to go.
Gotcha.
But no, there was something. There's a fresh mound of something. I don't know what it could be, but the dog did hit it. It alerted. I've seen the alert. You seen the alert. And there was something that had some.
But what brought them to that location?
A tip.
A tip.
Yes.
A tip from.
That was called in. I just knew a tip was called in on that one. And then there's.
Yeah, I'll change it if I need to. I'll show you something in a second. I'll change it if I need to.
A few more places that we're going to go.
Okay, so there's multiple searches.
There's another one that was never searched that should have been searched
Gotcha.
to begin with, and it never was.
Gotcha.
When the initial searching this went on the 5-mile radius. Come on, Clark. So the 5-mile radius search I searched. The 5-mile radius search, it was just a little bit out of that grid part, which I did see it was shown to me earlier this morning. Um,
We'll end this
that
one in a
was
second.
that was a big screw up. Like,
Gotcha.
but they never searched. There's a cave, I think.
A cave.
There's a cave and some other things. But we were initially going to be.
Thank you for subscribing.
Thank you for the ride.
Julia.
You're welcome. I hope you
Julie, thank you.
All right, we're gonna go down into the water here and see what's going
So-
on. Apparently, they're just telling everyone to get
Cumberland
off the
River.
property. We weren't supposed to be there. They told somebody eventually said to leave there or something's going on with what was found. Either or, everyone left. Even Cajun Navy, Seth's father, they all left. Everybody left. So they're out there. Everyone's out there searching volunteers, and it was that general area up there, looking around for Sebastian.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop this one here. Okay, guys, I'm gonna bring this down for. Oh, hi everyone. We're up close and personal. Yeah, hey girl, hey. So this is okay. So if I need to change the title, I absolutely will. I don't want to put out false facts. So
Of course not.
I was so I'm gonna go to this right here for a second. Okay, Chronicles of Olivia. Okay,
Yeah, I think this is where that originated.
this is.
Back here, and 6 cadaver dogs picked up and hit a certain area by these train tracks. I'm going to show you the footage right here that I took of one of the cadaver dogs
Okay, so
they had. Pretty weird stuff.
Okay, so that's where that I heard this from, because she's boots on the ground, she's there, and so she said, and Chronicles of Olivia, like I said, she's got good coverage of stuff like that, and it is where it originated, and it is incorrect. And again, if it is incorrect, I am gladly going to change the title. So
Did she just say one dog?
who?
Olivia.
Okay, I'll play that part again.
Sorry.
Just so yes, no. We'll just go right to here.
Footage right here by these train tracks. Cadaver dogs picked up and hit a certain area.
Did I miss it?
And myself were in the woods back here, and 6 cadaver dogs picked up and hit a certain area by these train tracks. I'm going to show you the footage right here that I took of one of the cadaver dogs that they had.
Okay. So she only got footage of
Weird
one.
stuff. 6.
Correct. So what I heard was that Seth was with the cadaver dogs. Okay, cadaver dogs. So she's saying, so yes, we saw one. She was right beside it, and she never saw us. Okay, Amy, I know you want to keep being persistent about this, and I'm going to show you a tweet. So we saw one cadaver dog in footage. Okay, now what happened after that point, and if more dogs were brought up, that's a different story. Okay, right. But what we saw was one cadaver dog, but Seth was with the group that had the cadaver dogs. So so to me, again, the information could be the
Confusing.
fact of that there was actually 6 dogs. I mean, 6 does seem like an awful lot, not gonna lie.
Well, Mrs. Clem says the searchers only saw one dog. Then we were all kicked out. Then we all met up at the rudder. One of the search and rescue men in a vest told us 5 more dogs hit once we left. So that might be where the confusion's coming from.
That 5 more dogs hit on
one.
Was that on JLR's post, or is that on somebody else's?
No, I missed Miss Clem is in our chat.
Oh, I see. Thank you. So, so if you want to be persistent on the one, Amy, feel free. It's your right. If there was 6, who knows? But we saw 1 in that video footage. Again, how many dogs went there after the fact is a whole different story.
Oh yeah, no, and Amy, we're not reporting. We're just reporting what people were saying. We're not there,
Yeah, no, we're not. Oh no, I live in Vancouver, Canada. Trust me, I'd like to be there.
I know.
Sebastian, okay, wasn't 6 cadaver dogs. It was 1 dog, and it happened during my live stream. Yeah, Okay, so actually JLR put that up there. Okay, so again, you know what? If it will make people happy, anyone happy, until we find out the actual, again, we're just reporting what people are saying. Chronicles of Olivia had said 6. Again, we saw 1 during JLR stream, and other than that, again, so you know what? I'll go change that right now just to put.
Well, I said while you're doing that, I want to allegedly innocent. I really like your screen name.
Allegedly innocent. Nice. Okay, so I'll be right back, guys. Let me go let me go just for the sake of it, right? We don't want to ever misrepresent something, but if it comes out 6 later, I'm changing it back, Amy. No, just
It's better to be safe than sorry. So allegedly innocent says greetings. There were 2 I'm gonna butcher that name. Malinese, each hit on the same square of land. I have video that shows the 2 given water afterward.
Yeah, it's Belgian Malinois.
Thank you.
Beautiful dogs.
Yeah. Charmaine, you look nice today.
Thank you. So do you. Your avatar is smashing. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah. It's like every day I feel a little different. It's like yesterday I felt bad. Today I feel a little better, but
tomorrow could be worse.
No big deal.
I get it.
I'll survive.
You'll be fine.
Wanda Life says 6 dogs were there on the search. Several areas of the park were searched. When they made the find, they called 2 dogs over and 2 dogs hit. Ann Broom says, have law enforcement arrived on that scene where everybody vacated? I would assume so, Ann. Maybe if anyone's in the chat that was on scene today, maybe they can elaborate on what happened after JLR's filming left the area. If anyone knows any either. Allegedly innocent says these are the dogs and the SEAL team 6. They are a matched pair, looking nearly identical.
Yeah, absolutely.
A just okay gamer, a good screen name again, says, I'm confused about the kicking out. Was this search being done on private property without consent? Do you know the answer to that, Charmaine?
From what I gathered from JLR's live, that it was federal, maybe like a I don't know what they're called in the States, but like federal land or whatever. But somebody in the background did say it's private property. I don't know if we should be here. But then, like I said, there was not private property, it is federal land.
Okay.
So to me, you should be able to, you can go on federal land, can you not? You can here.
Right. Well, allegedly innocent says no search yet. However, the city police have the area blocked off. My guess is they are attaining proper search warrants because it is federal land. That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anyone that's followed, anyone that's ever followed the Delphi case, part of the confusion with the search that evening was that the girls, in Delphi that were found, they were found on private property. Mm-hmm. And so there's been speculation as to why searchers didn't find them that night. And by the time they obtained permission to go onto that private land, whether they had or not already is debatable, but they finally got permission to go on that private property around 6 p.m. that night, which at that point in February was dark. And again, this is a different case, but like allegedly innocent says, not private property, it's federal land. So of course that's a little different.
At the end of the day, I think the dog, a minimum of 1 dog that we saw on camera hit on that area. So whatever it is, it's
whether it's 1 or 6, it's hopefully promising. As devastating as it could be, it's hopefully the first lead that the first real concrete lead they've had since the 26th of February that the public knows about.
And if even connected to Sebastian, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And
chin up,
look how many bodies they found in the river when they were looking for Riley.
Crazy.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Charmaine. I apologize.
Well, do you know what happened to the homeless guy that tumbled down the embankment? Was he okay? Do you know?
I know that he
Remember
was
that?
taken to the hospital. I heard he had significant injuries, but I didn't hear anything further after that.
Oh, okay. That's crazy.
Mrs. Clemson says the park is closed due to tornado damage, and I'd heard that as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I had heard that as
okay.
well. I'm gonna put us over here. Um, put our thing back up for a second. I was feeling naked. Okay, so I changed it. You know what? I just left it as Cadaver Dogs hit. I messaged JLR on Twitter. Said that Chronicles of Libya had reported 6. Do you know if there was? Because we know again that there was one that I saw, but even though someone made a comment about 2, I remember
Right.
during the thing, like during the thing, it was like, well, 2 dogs hit. Either way, I saw 1. I was like, is there 2? But again, Chronicles of Olivia reported 6. So did more go after the fact? So that's why I said on JLR to a tweet, because 1 was saw on the live stream. That's what we watched. That's what we know. But again, maybe the facts will come out properly later. So anyways, I changed the title for now, and we'll see what happens. Like I said, we don't want to put any falsities out there by no means whatsoever. So we'll wait to see if that is confirmed later. And okay, let's see here. So for,
Sherry, just to answer your question really quickly. Yeah, Riley was found yesterday.
this was his right here, I think. Okay. Yeah, Riley was found yesterday. Yeah, at about 8 miles down on the Cumberland River there in front of what's it was called? Marathon Oil. He was found by someone that worked at the plant there. And so yeah, so they held the vigil last night at 7:30 Central Time, of course, in honor of Riley. And again, just, you know what, guys, thanks for everyone that was following it, covered it, whether you're a creator or just someone that's watching, that you follow the cases, sharing it out there and stuff like that. That's what makes a difference, you know, and that's what makes me feel happy, is because I care a lot about people. And I would assume that everyone that's kind of in here watching has a very caring heart as well, or else you wouldn't be in the true crime space. But anyway, so thanks to everyone. And again, prayers to Riley's family. I had a very somber day about that yesterday, because it's one thing to cover it, and then all of a sudden when the person is found, you know, there's that little bit of hope out there. And then all of a sudden the reality of the situation comes in, right? Of course, it's about the family and the loss and the friends that now have to grieve Riley Strain. Very sad. Obviously accident is what it's going to be determined as. And then, of course, a toxicology report will be done. Either way, a very sad accident to Riley Strain. And we're not going to add no twist and spin to that one at all. Just rest in peace for Riley Strain. And thank you guys again, and bless to everyone that, like I said, followed the case, and prayers to the family. Okay, and so today's coverage, we were showing JLR's. So I had been watching the live stream when JLR was doing this. Not exactly sure how long the live stream was. I caught about an hour of it, maybe longer, you know. And at first it was like I said, there's some grid searching there. And apparently they had a tip is what led them there. That's what someone had said when JLR was streaming. Oh my God, Skinny. I had to take a look at what you said there. I thought it said something else. I mean, the word cunning and stunt in one word, all of a sudden my mind kind of flowed to one thing. Anyways, so for anyone that's new to this channel or just watching now, we've been following the Sebastian Rogers case since the beginning of this case. And again, bless everyone that is sharing it, creators and that are bringing awareness to this case. We're going to be talking soon about Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot, Seth Rogers, and perhaps, again, thoughts. This is a very perplexing case to me, and I'm sure to all of you guys on there. But anyways, so kudos to JLR for his coverage and boots on the ground, and bless anyone else like Chronicles of Olivia, that is covering it as well, or helping in the search down there. So like JLR says, for anyone that, wants to help out in the search for Sebastian Rogers or put out flyers and stuff like that. I know that the family would be happy if others could help join in. So, with that being said, yeah, we'll figure out the whole dog thing later. Either way, there was a hit of something. We don't know what that is at the moment. We showed you that in that whole clip part. Again, thanks to JLR's coverage of there. So can't knock boots on the ground, people. I remember when he did Idaho, and this is probably when I first, like, JLR was a smaller channel at first, and he grew rapidly, especially during the Cavalcante case. But I remember when I did kind of, I believe, notice him, he was covering Idaho, the Coburger, and he was down there doing boots on the ground, and I'm like, sweet. Somebody's like taking us basically on a tour of everything, and I just can't say it enough. I love boots on the ground. We would not be able to see this stuff if it wasn't for those people. So I want to give kudos to everyone that does boots on the ground coverage. Charmaine or Adam, Aspen is Adam, by the way, if you hear me calling him. It's Aspen Connor, but I always call him by his real name, even though he uses his nickname all the time. So if you hear me say Adam, it's because that's Aspen. So do you guys have anything else to say on this part?
No, not really.
No, good job, JLR. And
Yeah.
either way, it's
Yeah.
dogs plural. So I think problem and mystery solved. And either way, they've hit on something for a reason. So hopefully it's, I mean, I don't even know how to say it, but hopefully it's good news, but it's not good news. No matter what,
Right.
somebody was there. So that's,
Well, we'll see. We'll see what becomes of that, eh?
it
Yeah.
may or may not be connected to Sebastian is my point. If they're hitting on,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? It's
Or-
somebody, and it could be tragic. So
It could be somebody, right? We just don't know what exactly it is yet.
yeah.
We don't know if it's it could turn out to be a nothing burger, to be honest, but it could also turn out to be, who knows? Like they said, there's blood or something on some tape. So who knows if somebody just hurt themselves? Who knows? I
You
mean,
never know.
tape, soft area, do.
And
Right?
there was a tornado apparently, so any debris, anything could have been blown in there. So, but back in December, I think I read. So
Lone Pony. So I just happened to cross the Caleb Harris one today as I was looking at YouTube. So
Yeah.
chances are I'm going to be covering that one as well, the Caleb Harris.
It's a sad case.
It is. I think I might have seen it, and I just like, when you're a creator, you're looking at tons of stuff, and then onto the right hand side of like YouTube, all these different things pop up. And so sometimes, like for me, it's like you get so focused on doing all those things, and it's like, oh right, I think I remember this.
Yeah.
This face. And so I listened to News Nation, and yeah, the very mysterious one for Caleb Harris there as well.
Very mysterious.
Very, like the dog returns home and he's nowhere to be found.
Right.
Crazy.
Barefoot.
Yeah. Okay. So
And Kathy, thank you very much. We always try to. We always give credit where credit's due. So
absolutely.
JLR's down there. He's doing boots on the ground. He deserves credit.
Yeah. Yeah. You always give credit where it's due. For sure. Absolutely. No matter what you feel about somebody, like I said, boots on the ground. Like I said, we wouldn't be able to be seeing any of this stuff transpire today if it wasn't for, JLR being there. And like I said, I don't watch typically, like I know of Chronicles of Olivia. I've watched a little bit of her. Other than that, I've never heard of Terry Lynn before up until recently because of this, I think Sebastian Rogers coverage and stuff like that. Anyways, for this channel, we just want to say, because there is a lot of people watching right now, as long as you're courteous and kind in your comments, right? Meaning you can have whatever opinion you want, right? If the sky is green, yellow, orange, it doesn't really matter. If you want to live on the planet Mars and still have an opinion, feel free. This is a safe space for that. And anyone that starts going on the attack to others will instantly be booted from this channel. This channel is about caring and trying to help and bring awareness to cases. It's not about bickering and arguing. Whatever your thoughts are, everyone has the right to their own opinion, but it can be said. Unlike that rude lady that was talking to JLR, you can say something in a nice way and get your point across. You don't have to agree with everyone. You don't have to like everyone. You don't have to like me, but you watch me. Especially don't have to like Charmaine down there, right? Who lives in the colder part of Canada, and Aspen Connor. You have to like him just because everybody does typically. But
Why
anyway,
is that? Why does nobody want to like me and everybody has to like him?
I don't know.
Get it.
It was the first thought that came to my mind, to be honest with you. So no, we love each other. We can joke around, but we always take the cases very seriously because it's about being kind, right? Caring, sharing, and pushing out the information and trying to bring you guys as much as the factual, but still have our opinions and our thoughts, which we will be giving you on, say, Sebastian, Christopher Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Seth Rogers, and stuff like that. Okay, so just keep it nice. If you're not nice, you'll find your way to the door very fast in this channel. Okay, so it's not about clicks and views. It's not about how many subs this channel can have. You have to be at least a kind, caring person, individual first. Okay.
Speaking of Katie and Chris, what did you think of Katie's post on Facebook? I think it was basically saying they helped organize the Cajun Navy coming in, and the Cajun Navy was like, "Nope."
Oh, I didn't see that.
I sent you the post.
Did you?
And then JLR even clarified it too in a tweet.
Let's see it. Okay, here it is. Oh, I seen that yesterday on our thing. I want to say this about Christopher Proudfoot. So he keeps saying how just message him and he'll answer. Over the course of the month, I've messaged him 3 times. He hasn't answered shit. I've messaged Katie 2 times. Now, she was not using her Facebook. So granted on this one. Now I've messaged her twice, right? First of all, I asked if they wanted to join the live. And then I said, and if you don't, which is fine, maybe you can clear up some questions that I have, because there's still questions out there, that you're listening to some of these. I think Smiley's World probably did the best coverage for questions, in my opinion, when she had Katie and Christopher on there. We're going to go over that, but I think we got the most information from that part now so far. Because there was questions in there that I heard, and I'm like, okay, we got some answers finally, to it. But let me pull up that post, you guys, that, the thing was, I actually seen this post last night. Where did it go? Come on. Where did you go? I screenshotted you. I saved you. Where did you go? Maybe I didn't.
I like you too, SP. Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for everyone that's watching and subscribing. Again, please hit the share, the like button, get it out there. Again, not only does it bring awareness to the other channels as well, then, it also, again, my thing's blurry. It also brings awareness. The more people that follow you, obviously, the more awareness you can bring when it comes to cases of the missing and, of course, the murdered. Sorry, let me try that again, Aspen. I say, oh.
Yeah. And so I guess in the dialogue that was said in the presser with the Cajun Navy, the reporter said, "You were contacted by Sebastian's father, correct?" The Cajun Navy said, "Correct." The reporter said, "Have you spoken with the stepdad and mother?" The Cajun Navy said, "We have not, no."
Okay.
And that was after he posted about having to organize.
So basically they're trying to take credit where credit isn't due?
I'm not sure, I mean, I don't know their motivation. I don't know, maybe once they heard they were getting involved, maybe I don't know. All I know is that she posted that, and then the Cajun Navy later said they had not spoken to her.
Okay.
So maybe it's a mix up. Maybe someone just didn't know that someone else had spoken to her. Who knows? But they weren't out there. They definitely weren't out there today, I don't believe.
So let's get this point across first. We don't care what you feel about, say, Christopher Proudfoot or whatever. Everyone can think whatever they want, have their own opinions. If you guys think he's guilty, not guilty, you can have your opinions about Katie. You can have your opinions about Saf. I think everyone believe we are all in Seth's corner for sure. Not so sure about the other two. Robin Rogers has been very vocal about her distaste for Chris Proudfoot. She was in our chat the one night watching, and then I confirmed that it was her. Like I went to her Facebook over there, and that's her in the thumbnail right there, who has Sebastian on her Facebook. So and she has her opinion. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Well, you know what? Let's talk about Seth Rogers first before we talk about the other ones. Seth Rogers, heart breaks for this man completely. Every time he speaks and you hear his voice, it cracks up. He's just desperate to find his son. He's doing exactly what a parent should be doing. He's out there. He's trying to find his son, his only son, right? And again, everyone we know is in his corner. Like, if you're not in his corner, you probably don't have a heart, to be honest with you, because whenever that guy speaks, I get teary-eyed and cry. And like, I have reached out to him as well, but it's one of those things. Is it because I'm Canadian? I think that's the problem. Maybe you should be reaching out, Aspen, since you're the American here. But no, but so bless and prayers to Seth Rogers, Robin Rogers, that side of the family we'll talk about for a moment, and just their, his fight to finding his son and trying to get awareness and, just as much as he can, and getting people to help search, so just heartbreaking. Listening to him is heartbreaking. I don't know what else to say. Everyone said that Seth had blisters on his feet from being out searching. Yeah. There's some YouTubers that have come across him. And of course, once they have talked to him, their hearts are just, he's genuine, right? He's genuine. You can feel it in your heart. Your heart aches every time he talks. And this is devastating. We're talking about a 15-year-old boy that just seemed to, as if he went poof like magic, just right.
Yeah.
And people have their thoughts. Now, I want
You got a response.
Pardon? Did I get a response?
Magnolia says, "Hi, Sonny. This is JLR's producer, and I wanted to let you know that we double-checked and confirmed our reporting with another source who was there with Seth after everyone got kicked out. There were 2 dogs in total, but only one actually deployed with the search team and hit on the spot."
Okay. Perfect. So, perfect. So thank you, Magnolia. That's Magnolia Sims from JLR. That's the moderator in that channel. Can you just say thank you from It's a Crime and Shame, Adam?
Yeah.
Can you reply to that? Appreciate that. Okay. Because again, we want to keep things accurate. Yeah, he is so genuine. It is heartbreaking. Like I said, I mean, for people that don't know me, I'm like a huge deep empath. I really take people's pain as if it was my own. I could never imagine this type of pain. But bottom line is, I care a lot about people. We care a lot about people. That's why value of any dollars or subs or this or that. Obviously, it's always about caring about people first and foremost. And when you hear genuineness, you know it. Okay. When I listen to Christopher Proudfoot, which we'll be talking about in a minute, it's a huge difference. Let me put it that way. He did himself no favors by that last interview he did on Smiley World. I can see why Robin Rogers thinks that he's basically an a-hole, because he comes across like an a-hole, to be honest with you. Katie Proudfoot, she lets Christopher talk. Somebody called, asked that question, and she says, well, like, I don't have a problem with it. Why should you, basically, in the gist of it. After listening to that one on Smiley World, I understand somebody's frustration, but you know what? This is when I want to say something to that, to be honest. So prayers to Seth Rogers and everyone that's helping in the search. And I'm going to play some of the audio from Smiley World where they're talking about the front door and stuff like that. But this is what I want to say to Christopher Proudfoot. And again, have no desire to try to implicate Christopher Proudfoot in the disappearance of Sebastian or Katie Proudfoot or Seth Rogers, none of the family, okay? This is just about my own personal stance and viewpoint. You guys can, like I said, think that he's guilty, think that he's not guilty. It's truly up to you, whatever your thoughts are. So for me, we'll wait for answers for that. But has there been definitely some oddities to their interviews? Obviously, they really suck at doing interviews because they keep taking away, giving less information, adding more information. And then, of course, Christopher Proudfoot, you know, he says, I'm brash. Basically, respect it, and I'll respect you in a sense like I'm brash and I'm basically brash and honest and whatever. And, you know, I almost like I demand respect. And basically, if you want to talk to me, then, you know, type of thing, then accept my personality because that's who he is. But anyways, I'm just going to give my personal thoughts on just the gist of what I listened to. Basically, Smiley World. He's like, why should I do an interview with JLR? Why should I do an interview with this JLR character? Like the stuff that he's saying about me, blah, blah, blah. And then she's trying to say, well, look, he's a bigger channel. You know, he does basically boots on the ground. He can be helpful, you know, type of thing. I mean, it's not like there's not oddities to, you know, what's going on here. There are definitely oddities. So he's basically like, I've looked up JLR, you know, type of thing. All you have to do is put it into Google and, you know, because of course he vets his people before he talks to them or whatever. My thing is this. Then he was like, well, even if I basically go on JLR, like let's just say I do, I want first of all a public apology from him, and also I want that if there's any donations, because you're now making money off of me being on your live. I'm just giving you the gist of it. It's not word for word verbatim, but the gist of it. And like, so yeah, so any money that's made, then it needs to go to help to aid the search for, you know, Sebastian. Okay, well, not a bad thing, right? Obviously, if somebody chooses to donate. But let me tell you this, Christopher. You're not doing yourself any favors by having people in your corner when you talk that way. First of all, people are covering your case because they care to help the family and to help find Sebastian. So for someone to say that is like a double, like it's like being very hypocritical. First of all, you're bringing money into it when it's not about the value of money. It's about Sebastian. Imagine if no media or no YouTubers covered your stepson's case, right? So when he says something like that, well, I'll do this, and you can tell it was more directed against even Nick Perez. Like he basically has an issue with Nick Perez as well, basically. But to me, it's like, again, if it wasn't for true crime and the media, your stepson would have no coverage whatsoever. So be grateful. Who is he to sit there and say, well, if you're not making money off me for me coming off you on your channel so that you can get clicks and subs, talking about making it about himself. Anyways, that's my first take on it. Go ahead, Charmaine.
I think I talked about it the other night when I first watched it, and my big takeaway from it is that he's never home. So he hadn't been home since the 1st of February. So he doesn't have, my big thing was he seems very disconnected and very non-emotional about it. And we always said he was kind of a take charge and whatever. But that to me comes from, he doesn't have a relationship. Go ahead. He doesn't have a relationship with Sebastian. So he's able to be that disconnected, but it shocked me a little bit that he was already back at work and talking on his radio. It was a very nonchalant kind of way to get the information out. So it just, it came across as kind of, it was almost like he was a family spokesperson with no emotional attachment to the case whatsoever. And he would do himself a world of good to stop talking altogether.
He would,
Let
what?
mom do the talking, let Seth do the talking. These people want to find their son, and it just doesn't seem like, I'm not saying anything negative about the guy, but it doesn't seem like he's got the emotional connection that most step parents would. But if he's never around, if he's always away working, they've got this long distance marriage where they spend most of their time together over the phone, I can understand it. So no judgment. But at the same time, then stop being the spokesperson for the family, because you're presenting yourself as a father figure, and you're just
Yes.
not doing yourself
Oh,
any favors.
he's doing himself a shitty job. I'm sorry. So no place on him. Now he said that from February 1st and that, I should say, Katie said, that from the 1st, till basically he arrived back home at about 1 p.m. because he said, look, he almost actually got fired from his job or let go.
Yeah. Which blows my mind, because what company would do that? So I don't know if I completely believe that.
Well, you know what? I would believe it because a company doesn't usually want to have bad publicity around them. So but we don't know it. He didn't say why, but he just said that he almost lost his job, but he still has, and everything's good. So I don't know if people were all around the area, and the company was like, whoa, 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 or the bat, because he's not looking good. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether people think he had something to do with it or not, dude, don't put a cork on your mouth. Come on the live, talk about it. I got some questions for you. You said you answer Messenger, but yet you haven't answered me once in the month, that the 3 times that I've messaged you.
And I have too. And Ken, that's true. And I believe mom is probably, she's got some kind of anxiety medication going on, but we're talking about a man who went back to work. And if you're medicated, you're not going to go back and operate a crane. So I don't think that's the case with him.
Yeah.
He's back at his regular job.
I know. And I guess he can sit on the live for 3 hours while he's doing it too.
And talking on his radio, you have a 2-way radio when you're working, and I can't read your name. I'm sorry, but somebody mentioned that the kid was to call him Mr. Chris. Like, what the hell is that?
Oh, that's what he called him. Yeah, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, Mr. Chris.
I'm sorry, but if I had this is my own 2 cents, it might be only worth a penny or half a cent to some people, but I feel thank you, Alf.
Thank you. And that name was Cunning Stunt.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alf, for that. Appreciate. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Adam, what did you just say? That was that word that I thought was a different word.
Yeah, I was reading the screen name that Charmaine said she couldn't read. It was Cunning Stunt.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay. Yeah. I saw it before, but
just have to make sure you really enunciate with that one.
Cunning Stunt.
Yeah. Well, all I know is my thoughts went right down south when I looked at that originally. That's all I'm going to say about that. Again, hey, if you say you're going to answer messages, why? And this was another question too that she posed. Why does he keep going on these, and including say this channel, but why does he keep going on the smaller channels?
And you know what, Pat Brown, the profiler, she brought this very point up. Like, if you really want publicity for your son, she understands mainstream media, but why aren't you agreeing to go on the bigger channels like Nancy Grace?
They said they were supposed to go on Nancy Grace.
Yeah, which I don't.
But they haven't.
I'm
sure she would take them.
Absolutely, they would have.
I'm going to message her myself. Hey, Nancy.
Yeah.
Kind of like they said about Cajun Army. Hey, Nancy, you want to have Christopher Proudfoot, on your thing? I'm sure she would love to have him. Nancy Grace. They're probably more afraid of her, to be honest. They seem to be Christopher is like, yeah, you know what? Throw any question at me. Okay, so he was very brass during that live. I like honesty and I like straightforwardness to a point but when you're wanting the people's help to look for your stepson, which is, and Mom Katie, you know what? You better tone down that attitude, mister.
Mhm.
And what was it? Was that the which interview was it that he referred to Sebastian in the past tense and said how he wanted to be a Houdini?
Oh,
Oh, really? That would be one of the only times they did, though, because that was something that I noticed, that they're always talking about him in the present tense, or even some of the interviewers, the questions
That was the
are
only
in
time I'd
past
heard of
tense.
him.
Yeah. I mean, I must have missed that one because I was trying to pay attention to that just to see if there was a slip, and I didn't catch one. If you did, then I
Well,
mean,
I
I
did.
don't, and those
I saw it
scratches
on.
on his arms and stuff, I
Yeah.
just,
he
I don't
explained
think,
those too.
yeah, I don't think they've got anything to do with it, but at the same time, to me, he needs to step back and let mom and
Talk.
biological dad do the talking, do the pleading, and we don't know what he has told law enforcement. We have no idea if he's being shady about his timeline or anything like that. All
Right.
we know is he keeps talking to these smaller channels, and he's just not helping himself. His attitude comes off really
Oh,
poor. He's so
yeah.
disconnected. It's almost like just another day, and do you have any questions for me? Because I got to get back to work. And that just, it blows my mind. Even
Well,
as a supportive step parent, you wouldn't do that.
you know, and exactly. So again, regardless of the fact if someone feels like he's innocent or guilty and all this, Robin Rogers, I think you're spot on with this dude. Yeah, honestly, if he talks like that, and he can try to, you know, of course, misdirect it back towards, well, these people like JLR and, you know, Nick Barris and these other channels, they're saying this crap and this crap and this crap. And why do you think? No, dude, I think that Robin Rogers has your number and has you pegged for your attitude, because again, you're sitting there asking for people's help, you know, and yet you're putting conditions on it about the monetization or about that, you know, you vet people, but yet you can't seem to find your, you know, butt on a bigger channel. You're always accepting, and no offense to the smaller channels, by the way, right?
No.
Dude, I'll have you any day sit up here and, you know, talk with us, because we know that we're really blunt here. And I'm not, no, I don't like to pussyfoot around, you know, or mince words. Again, if you're wanting people to understand from start to kind of like finish in a sense and answer any of those questions, you know, but he's trying to say that, well, there's certain ones we can't answer because they asked us not to, you know, talk about certain things. He's like, I wish I could tell you about it. Well, you're, you know, when you do open up your mouth, it does do pretty well. So,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's like he says things when he wants to. Anyways, hey, if you happen to see this video there, Mr. Christopher Proudfoot, you never did answer one of my messages. We would gladly have
Or
you on
mine.
answer any answers or answer hard questions, because I have questions for you that still have not been asked. But regardless, appreciate all the interviews people are doing. You know, hey, when you're trying to find your own child, right? And this is not his child, but when you're trying to find your child and stuff like that, or that you're the step parent, you know what? There's nothing that's going to hold me back from giving you that info so that people can have that knowledge, you know. But they've been very dicey in their interviews. They go from being on a small channel YouTube right away, Duchess, no offense to Duchess whatsoever. Then they go to WSMRV, whatever it is, WSMR, and then they go to holding hands because they're too emotional. Then they go on this one on Smiley World. And it's just kind of like I said, I'm going to play this in just a moment, the clip. But he's, you know
Hey,
what?
Sunny. And Aspen, before you play your clip and go on, now that Aspen's here, I'm going to have to go. My phone will not stay charged. It's just
Okay.
because I'm
Okay.
using data. There's no internet out
Are you
here, but
using data?
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's not a big deal, but it just won't stay charged. So there's no internet out here. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have to
No
go.
problem. Love you.
Love you too.
Love you too. Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, Charmaine. Whew, we got rid of her, didn't
Thought
we?
she'd
There.
never leave.
I thought that's what I was thinking too. Now it's just us. Look at, we can become the bigger and better all of a sudden. Okay. So you know what? Let's I'm going to play a portion of the audio along
Yeah.
with the house so that some of the things, again, it was a 3 hour live. I'm just going to give you a few things that people were wanting to know. So if you didn't catch it or didn't listen to it with Sebastian Rogers, like I said, then maybe a few of these answers will apply here. So I'm going to do that for you guys. Go ahead.
And I sent you I assume it's new. I just saw it.
What is it?
Another post by Robin Rogers
Okay.
about her interaction with Katie. So if you want to look at that while you're playing the video.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. We'll play the video out first. Okay, guys, and then we'll come back and look at that post. So we'll make this bigger, and I'm just gonna, like I said, here, play it out.
And check as well the 11 times, or like did they do forensics like luminol or anything like
Oh, so sorry, guys. Remember, this lady that's talking right now is from the channel, the Smiley's World, and of course, so Katie and Christopher are on this from a couple of days ago.
that?
No.
Just asking.
No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything.
My bad. One more thing. Sorry, guys. Remember, this is the inside of that home. This is not their furniture. This is from when they put it up in a listing to previous owners. I think they were called the Lintons or something like that. Anyway, so just know that this is not their furniture. This is so that you guys can have an understanding of inside the home as we're listening to them talk as well.
Conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out. I was like, "What about fingerprints?
Mhm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that?" And they said no, because, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Now, and he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering. So, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been.
not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back
Because
door, so that the back door would not lock.
from the outside, like the front, no. You'd have to have the key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house to
No, I
y'all
understand
personally. That's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own or from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it
Yeah,
would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that that y'all can tell or
Okay, so just quickly again, Gary, this is because the people that owned it before. This is the listing, right? So obviously it's staged to look like like it's all staged, right? This isn't the inside. This is the inside of the interior of the house where Sebastian lives, but it's not the furniture. This is the previous owners, and of course it's staged to so that they can make that video.
could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yeah,
screens intact and things like that.
yeah. Nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have
well,
landed in the flower bed and barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard
That's fine.
questions. And I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, um, like what he had on, that day, like when he went out to eat.
His
And
tennis,
let's go ahead.
his his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black T-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt,
Okay. And that, I think,
which was
what got,
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was
Yep.
because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
mhm. And I, because, and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did
Mm-hmm.
not say the white stripes on it. So that was a big one for me. For me, that was a huge,
And then
Mm-hmm.
another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But
Why
us
call
older
them
folks,
sweatpants?
go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had
mhm.
the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah,
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions and then I'll ask you a really hard, I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
Nah, you're fine.
okay. All right, let's ask theirs first because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here. So,
No, no. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll
well,
stick to my word.
can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. Um, and I think it was the right, I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow.
Or
If I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got two spots on one on my hand, and I got
Uh-huh.
one on my closer to my elbow. They're two spots.
Uh-huh.
We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble, and I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
they got their
So,
claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month or, all month. I thought it looked like fresh scratch.
Okay, I guess that's where it ends. I only recorded, like I said, a portion of that, you guys. Let's see here. So we'll leave it there on Sebastian there. So, again, because a lot of us kept saying, like, why do you keep saying the front door? Why do you keep saying the
Right,
front door? And then now I have to go back and look at, like, this is a video again of when it was put up for a listing. Okay. So I need to go back and look because he does say that if Sebastian were to go out the window, he would land in like, what was it? Like garden bushes or something like that.
flower
So,
bed.
like a flower bed. Thank you. So, the rooms, let me just actually go, if we can go back outside here. Uh, sorry, guys, just gotta try to find the spot here where we're outside. So, there's the back of the house, and so there's two doors in the back of this house. There's the one in the living room with the big kind of like Frenchy door things, and then it leads out to this back screen door, and which is the one that would make noise, right? um, and then to your right of this is the room where there's another door that comes out into that area where the screen door is. So there's two doors. So that's what they were saying about a furniture, that it's like there's basically a piece of furniture at one of the doors, but there's not at the other one. So you can come out two ways into the back, but they both lead to that screen door area. Um, so let me just go back to the rooms are on the right hand. So this is the loft, right? So thank you, Alice. Alf, I'd probably still desert you, but thank you for becoming a new member. So, anyways, when someone becomes a member,
Thank
the
you,
Rick
Alf.
roll, yeah, Rick roll goes off. Thank you, Alf. But so yeah, so this is a loft area. The other rooms, right, are on the main floor of the house on the outside. So again, this is a mind meld. This case. Let me just go back to the front. So there's the back. Oops, here. Actually, let's go back there. Where was I? Right there. Okay. So you see exactly how we're facing that you're looking at it. And it says like the Lintons. So again, that was Lintons. So there's the one door but that would make noise if you went out that screen door. And, to me, from everything that was said, this is what I want to ask. Katie, because it was talked about that she was in the living room, because she was tired. She was in the living room, and close to 12 o'clock. Chris says, like let the dogs out, go to bed type of thing, because she was like in the living room. So I want to know exactly where Katie was, if she was in the living room, because Katie was in the living room and she was talking to Christopher from 9:45. He said 9:30, 9:43 to 9:46, somewhere in there. So we'll just call it 9:45 to pretty much midnight, right? Now she says that she hears a noise about, and this is later in like another interview, right? She hears a noise about an hour later. So that would make it about 10 o'clock. But anyways, the way that we're facing now, you guys, that is another door that comes out to this. So they could very well have that piece of furniture in front of the bigger doors there and then not in front of the other one. Either way, that's the layout of the place. I just remember, I don't know why, but it sticks in my head. Like, I know to some people it would mean nothing, but why is it you can't remember what shirt? They literally listed 3 shirts of the possibilities, and I would just think that that they would be able to at least eliminate one of them to make it one of the other, because they would find the other shirts in his clothes, right? I still want to know if his bed was typically made. Did he typically sleep in his clothes? Because obviously, after coming back home from dinner, that they, he changed. He was wearing sneakers, jeans, and a black shirt, and then he changed. And he was wearing like the Adidas style, which I said before, like Adidas style pants with the white stripe going down the side, and the black long sleeve shirt. But they had said, like, is it Minecraft, Star Wars, or is it the Halloween shirt? I don't know. All I know is they found money. They found money in Sebastian's room because, like Seth was talking about, he had saved monies from birthday and all that stuff, and that he had basically, I guess, apparently made an ATM type of machine that Katie had found or whatever in their bedroom, in Sebastian's bedroom, tucked away, I think, in the closet. So if Sebastian ran away, and I think that he feared Chris. That's going to be my own personal observation. I don't think that Chris is his number one fan to Sebastian, because when I listen to how Chris talks about his discipline and how he's like one. It's like coming out of the caveman days, which reminds me of back like when my stepdad would talk about how he would get the belt in school and stuff like that. Like he seems like he takes away his snake. If you don't take carry your snake, then then you're gonna lose it. Like it's like poor Sebastian is in the army or something. That's how it feels like. Like, command hut, is your room clean? If it's not, I'm coming in there with the garbage bag and I'm going to disperse of everything that's in there that you didn't put out. Are you going to learn your lesson? That's how he comes across. Okay, comes across very intimidating to any child that would have that type of personality, let alone, so you have Katie, who's more of this coming across like she's more soft spoken, because she's very hard to hear. So I always have to up the volume on her. But he comes across very strict, very like, this needs to be done. Is your underwear folded? Did you fold your diapers up just right? If not, you're going to lose those too. That type of thing. Yeah. And then of course, but anyways, so he said something about if Sebastian were to go to his window, he would land in a floral bed bush. But then he said bush too. Like basically he would like maybe flower bush, like probably because he just kind of made that comment like flower bed, and then I think he said like he probably get poked by the bushes or whatever it was. So I want to go back because I want to look at this is older footage. I want to go back to look at Cluminati when she was there and was driving by the home, because I want to kind of see, because it's one of those two bedrooms, right, on the main floor. It's one of those two bedrooms. So you know what? Let me pull up that post. Sorry. Again, thank you, Alf. Thank you, anyone that's been watching, subscribing.
And wait, JLR is on the mom and stepdad. I sent you a tweet he just put out of them out having a barbecue dinner tonight. I don't think JLR is a big fan of Chris and Katie.
You know why? Right, and I get it, because they have done very odd things. So either they really suck ass at interviewing. Well, Christopher, dude, hey, like I said, you know what? Like I said, I just like to call it as I see it. I'm not being accusatory of him towards the missing of Sebastian, but I like to call a spade, and somebody wants to call me a spade and spade too. But I don't, I don't sit there and try to mince my words, Again, sir, if he's so brazen and willing to ask questions, I'd love to have you on here. I got some questions for you, so if you're willing to answer questions, well, I'm willing to let you on the live. And hey, if you want all my, we don't usually get a ton of donations on here, type of thing. So, hey, but if you want them all to go towards Sebastian, of course, absolutely. But no way is somebody going to command that, like, why is somebody bringing money into it? Like, seriously, this is about awareness for Sebastian. There's like, it was so funny because he was questioning, why are you asking me this question? Is it because somebody else wants it? He's very defensive now. But you know what? If you're going to sit there all day and look at freaking posts and stuff and people shitting on you, maybe you should look in the mirror and wonder why people are shitting on you, because you have not represented, yourself in a very well-mannered way. You've been very abrasive. You have taken control over the conversations, and even if Katie is happy with that, still, it's how he comes across. It's how it's coming across to the media. Everyone is in sus corner, and there's not as many people definitely that are backing in their backing. But anyway, so let's take a look at that, you guys. What I'll put up the first one that Aspen sent me from Robin Rogers. So let's do that. Anyways, okay. So again, the Smiley's World. I should, let's see here. Where is that? I probably got to go find it again. I think, do I have it up still? I think I might have taken it down. Anyways, I'll put the Smiley's World in here if you guys want to go listen to that 3-hour conversation as well. I have it all, but I just wanted to share a piece of that with you guys.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, it looks like I'll have to go find it here. Okay, so do you still want to read this, Adam?
Sure. This is by Robin Rogers, which is Sebastian's paternal grandmother. And it says, yet another lie exposed. Chris Proudfoot has said on multiple interviews that he left the door open for me to contact them. I will admit that I left a very emotional message on 316, her Facebook Messenger, and tell her to tell the truth for the first time in her life. I did tell her that if anything has happened to my grandson, I would push for DP penalty. Yesterday, I received the following from Katie Proudfoot. Robin, please do not contact us again. Your messages have all been forwarded to law enforcement, as well as this request for you to no longer contact us. Forward whatever you like, Katie Proudfoot. I am one angry grandmother, and you are not out looking for my grandson. I am not afraid of the Proudfoot family or the little man you are married to. This country has something called freedom of speech. Look it.
Okay, so let me just go. Let me go get the other one that you shared with me as well. So again, Robin Rogers, she had been in our chat. That's a picture on the thumbnail that you guys see. And again, I mean, for her opinion of Christopher Proudfoot, I don't really feel like she's off base on that one. So DP hits me funny too on there. The little man.
Yeah.
Hi, Ivy Rose. How are you? Love you, girl.
And Sonny, just I need to go in about 10 minutes, but
Yeah, no problem. I'll just show this one as well here. So, are you saying that you're going to leave me all by myself?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can handle myself.
I know you can.
I can handle myself with 2,082 people watching. Aspen Connor.
87.
87. Okay, let me just sorry, I just gotta grab the screenshot. I need another computer beside me so I can just drag it over. Okay, come on, it's coming. I swear. It's just my computer. It's saying close all your tabs. Here it is. That's what my husband always makes fun of me for how many tabs I have open. Okay, so this is it here. JLR investigates. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. As the search for Sebastian Rogers continues, Chris and Katie Proudfoot are seen out enjoying a barbecue dinner. I wonder if they realize they're being watched 24/7. Okay, so, yeah. I don't know. What do you guys all think about this, eh? What do you guys all think about this? What do you guys think about their lack of, Seth Rogers is out there, boots on the ground, kicking rocks, turning over leaves, going through the brush, all that stuff, trying to find his son. Now, granted, Chris is the stepfather. It's not going to have that same impact. His concern, obviously, first and foremost, is going to be his wife, Katie, and protecting her, because that's what he basically said, look, it's my job to protect and, all this stuff. I think that he tries to make the relationship between himself and Sebastian more than what it is. Maybe because he's delusional. In that case, how somebody, their own perception can be totally perceived as a different perception than the child or other people onlooking. Holy moly. Holy moly. Never let you down.
Hey, holy moly.
Yeah. Holy moly. Yeah. Thank
I
you
know
for
for me
becoming a mother.
personally, I'm not gonna ever criticize. Like, I'm not gonna criticize them for them going out and having dinner. Like, people have to eat, but it's the totality of their action that
Yes.
clearly have raised suspicion. The fact that they're not out there doing the search, and maybe there's a reason for it, but all we know is that is what we're seeing. I personally would, I would appreciate some sort of status update by law enforcement. Not that they owe it to anyone, just that, when you have this many people out there looking for someone, give everyone an update.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like however you guys want to judge that picture, I mean, feel free, judge all you want, non-judgmental all you want. All we know is, well, Seth Rogers and the other searchers are out there looking. I mean, they're holding down the chair rather well there, but it's the totality, like you're saying. It's how they're being perceived, and it's honestly not in a good light. And you can see the tides turning a bit, even on Katie, because she constantly, sorry, Katie, but you're constantly letting Christopher speak for you. This is your son. You should be being more vocal as well. Like, meaning it's just my 2 cents. It might be worth nothing to you, Katie. But honestly, like, you would not get me to stop my mouth from running to media and stuff like that. I would be, like said, I don't care if I'm being judged by anybody. My focus would be on my son, and that's it. I could give two shits about what anybody's thinking if I'm this person or that person, because obviously who you are. There's always going to be the criticism, with the positivity, but in this case, there's a lot of negativity revolving around them. And there was a comment that he made a comment or said something like, where did I see that? About the fact that the police, are like that they constantly ask him like, are we doing the right thing? Should we be saying this or that? And he's like, yeah, like they're saying that we're good to go, good to say whatever, like certain things, but don't say this. I'm pretty sure he said it on this the Smiley's World one. And I'm just like, yeah, but even they're not dumb. Even they can tell that you're not doing yourself any favors, dude. I mean,
When this case first happened, when we first started talking about it,
I think so.
and I don't like to, we don't know, but I said right from the beginning that if I had suspicions, it would actually have been with Katie. And I still feel that way. I mean, I don't know that anything, I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but I still believe that if something happened in that house, that it most likely happened with Katie.
Well, right. And I know you have said that. Now, like I said, I am not taking any sides.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not thinking anything about that part. I'm looking at all the facts, and I'm just trying to determine myself what seems plausible, right? So as we get into that again, okay, we only see what the LE or neighbors and stuff want to share. That's as much as information as we have. If there was a vehicle in the area that they wanted us to look for, they would put that out there to us. If there was a sign of Sebastian, they would have shown us in that he left the front door or which direction if he was found on camera. The LE and that, they are stumped. I can tell they are still stumped with where the heck Sebastian is. Now, there was money. He had a bunch of money in his little ATM machine in his closet. That was not taken. If he's running away, he would be taking that money with him. That's a guarantee. No kid is going to leave their phone and their money, and head on out with a little hobo stick, and then just leave all that behind. So when you look at that there's no footage. Like we don't know. We've heard from a neighbor that they see Katie arriving with Sebastian. After that, the same neighbor that has taken that footage says that there's no sign of Riley leaving this front door.
You mean Sebastian?
What did I say? Riley, didn't I?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Between the two cases, yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
My
And
bad,
the,
Sebastian.
Chris did say early on that he didn't feel like that Riley would have. He knew what money was, but he wouldn't have any concept of what $20 actually meant or what it would get. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but
Yeah, yeah.
but they did address that that Sebastian really didn't have a grasp on what money meant and how it how much money actually got you something.
Yep, but he knows that money buys things
Right.
regardless.
But
But he
yeah,
didn't.
I guess his point was he wouldn't know
Yes.
that whether $5 got you.
Yeah, like 20 miles down the road or 5 miles down the road type of thing. Right. Hobo stick. Thank you for subscribing, loyalty, Florida girl. Thank you again for anyone that's watching this live stream. Please give a like and a share. Of course, bring awareness to Sebastian Rogers' case. Again, let's go over this. Thank JLR for the footage that he put out because, like I said, I was watching him live as he was putting it out. Now, apparently, according to Chronicles of Olivia, there was 6 search dogs. Magnolia Sims, which is the moderator, because JLR did a posting saying that there was only 1 dog. And yes, that's all we did see when we were watching JLR. Again, so it seems like that was over exaggerated, that there was a couple of dogs, but only 1 dog was actually, which is the dog that we saw on JLR's live. Okay, so I corrected that because after JLR's thing ended, then I had seen Olivia put out Chronicles of Olivia about the 6 cadaver dogs, and she's there as well, boots on the ground. Anyways, so regardless, there was a dog that hit on this area. So basically, this area was soft, and there was perhaps a piece of tape with perhaps some blood on it. They were called. A dog came in. The dog barked, hit on a spot, and so the police had come there and blocked off that road. So we don't know at this moment if this is anything to do with Sebastian or if it's something to do with somebody else that's missing, or perhaps it's nothing and it's just something from, again, this tornado area where all the trees are down and stuff like that. So we'll be waiting upon hopefully an update to, from the boots on the ground, like JLR and, well, we'll just say JLR in this case. Again, and thanks to the Smiley's World, I dropped that link in the description. So if anyone wants to go listen to that 3-hour live with Christopher Proudfoot, I'll say Katie Proudfoot, but she barely says a peep 3/4 of that 3 hours. Like, it's like very nominal and whatever. I mean, whatever, like, again, how we do things and how they're doing things. I'm just going to say, it doesn't matter like what about that part, right? Like, this is the stepson, her son, Seth Rogers' son, right? It's their child. We're just trying to bring awareness to the case. And if, say, Christopher Proudfoot or Katie or anyone had anything to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, that will come to fruition through, obviously, evidence. But I honestly believe that they are freaking stumped. I'm stumped. You guys are stumped, right? Yeah. Great minds think alike. So at the end of the day, like I said, we'll wait on that information, but want to thank people like JLR that allows people to use this coverage to bring awareness. I didn't ask for permission to use Smiley Worlds, but then again, I can't get a copyright strike because I'm just using the audio and I'm not using the actual like video. But I think she would be okay with it as well. I would hope, just to show some piece of the audio there. Either way, to me, again, things from this channel, people can use whatever content they want. Don't care. It's about bringing awareness to cases, the missing and the murdered. And I don't feel like that needs to be, obscured by the greediness. I'm sorry, I hate to say greediness, but that's how I think of it. When people want to copyright stuff, like, I get it for music and stuff like that, like, but when it comes to like YouTube creators and stuff like that, like, it's like, that they just want to hone into everything, every click and view to be theirs or this. Each to their own. Each to their own. I'm not a
Right.
fan of people that copyright strike stuff when you're trying to bring awareness to cases out there and stuff like that.
To me, it just depends on the intent behind why they're playing it.
Correct. Yeah. Why did CP claim those were not flashlights? Okay. Okay. So let's talk about those flashlights that aren't flashlights. And this would have to be going towards what TBI said. And I think what Christopher Proudfoot said about that they had seen the footage. Christopher Proudfoot said that they had seen the footage, that they were shown the footage of these so-called flashlights, and that they are not indeed flashlights. Now, the TBI had already came out, and you could tell that they were making reference that they had seen a lot of videos. In particular, they were referencing the flashlight video where they said it was not shown in its entirety, in a sense, and they said that there's of no evidentiary value. So that means ixnay. Don't waste your time, okay? If people are still focused on that flashlight, I would suggest to not waste your time, because if TBI is telling you that it has no evidentiary value and Christopher Proudfoot is saying that they had seen the video and that they aren't flashlights, so those two in conjunction would tell me that you're barking up the wrong tree. But continue however you want. I'm just saying we're not going to sit there and talk about that video anymore because it has no value. That would be me just trying to ride off of something that obviously isn't have evidentiary value to the case, and they're not flashlights. So, and something about the timing of it was all wrong as well. So we'll leave that one alone on this channel because there's no point. I'm not here to waste people's time, and I'm definitely not here to waste my time. Sunny, well, you know how I feel about copyright issues. I'm going to copyright you for saying that. No, just kidding. Anyways, let's see. I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts? Aspen, give me 2 seconds. Can you just look at a couple questions, and then I know you got to go, but just give me a moment, please, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Anne Vroom says the Proudfoots are coming across totally like Somerville's parents. Oh well, he's just gone. Yeah. And I agree, Robin. I hope they had nothing to do with that. So many times people jump the gun, so to speak. People act weird or say the wrong words. It doesn't always mean guilt. And absolutely. Diana, does anyone think Sebastian was aware where the cameras were located outside and that he avoided a certain exit based on camera locations? Could that be parental guilt or knowledge? I mean, he absolutely could have. I mean,
yes. It's like, you know what was funny about that? When someone asked him a question about the cameras, if he had any, his answer was actually no. And then he said that they did. And then later he said they did have cameras and that he would have been seen on camera. That confused me because when someone in another interview said, do you have cameras? He said no. And I was like, oh, okay. But then later, they do have cameras.
Right.
Apparently. So I was confused by that.
Right.
So again, the bedrooms are to the right-hand side of this house. And this is 1008 Stratford Crescent. And it's about a 15-minute drive to the Rockland. It's about 15 minutes. Oh, should I show Google Maps? Maybe I should show Google Maps. Well, I'm showing myself here. Let's share screen window. Let me go over to Google Maps for a second.
And Sunny, I am going to go.
Okay, you ditching me now?
I am. I'm sorry.
Whoops. That's not what I want.
My throat has given out.
Yeah, I woke up with a really sore throat this morning. For like really sore. So I said to my husband, Um, I was like, husband, you know the tea that you love to make yourself? Can you make me a tea, please? And so I drank
Right.
it. And then when I was done it and I showered and got ready so I can do a live, I was like, husband, you know that first tea that you made me this morning? That was so good. You think my husband's British, by the way? You think you could make me another one? So,
Right.
anyways, it's helped soothe my throat plus medicine. Anyways, I love you, buddy. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
I will see you. Thank you guys. There are 2,225 people watching, so everyone show
That's
Sunny some love. Hit the thumbs up, and I will
2,000
see you guys.
or
Yeah, and I will see you guys on Monday, if not before then.
yeah, well, first of all we got rid of Charmaine. Now we get rid of Aspen. Shoo mooch.
Right.
Love you, buddy.
I'm
Take
just going
care.
to warn everyone. I'm going to warn everyone though. It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, it's all yeah. Without Aspen. Yeah. Oh, that's very kind of you again. Why? Okay, so why do you think when they were interviewed, possibility of a predator taking him? Well, that okay, and we'll talk about that. But I wish I was drunk. I should be drunk.
Elf Super Chat.
Thank you, Al.
$5. Thank you.
Appreciate
Why
that.
do you think when they were interviewed possibility of a predator taking him?
Well, like I said, like for me, like let's take a look at those different options. But before we do that, I'm just going to quickly show you here on Google Maps. So if this is where Sebastian's home is right here, and this is Rockland Recreation right here. So it's about 6.9 miles, 15 minutes away. Okay. So that's the distance right here. So that's the area that GLR was at. That's the area where they were searching. And again, thank you to everyone that is bringing awareness to the case, whether you're boots on the ground, whether you're in this channel watching and you're sharing it to your social media. This is a very perplexing case. It has my brain hurting so bad. And so you try to look at the different scenarios, correct? Right? All of us, we're trying to look at, okay, well, what do we have for information with video footage? Well, we have a claim that a neighbor across the street has a camera and obviously some other video, but the TBI had said that none of the videos have evidentiary value. None of the videos have evidentiary value. Okay. So basically, it's like Houdini, like he's a ninja, that now you see him, now you don't. So we don't have any to our knowledge. Okay. Chris takes a fifth wheel down when he goes to go work in Memphis. Okay. It is being said by Katie and Chris that the last time he was back home was February 1st and that he returned at 1 p.m. on the Monday. Okay. That there was a 3-way phone call to police. He couldn't leave work right away because of what his job entails, that he had to, whatever it was, get whatever done. And then he arrived, he said, guesstimated at around 1. So if we don't know of any footage of a predator in the area, right? So if none of the videos have any evidentiary value, you have to look, hey, was there a predator? Rap on the window. Hey, Sebastian, get out here. Let's go. They have his cell phone. So if he had planned this at school, that he was going to run away, like let's just say he was going to run away with a friend, because I'm just going to hypothetically say, I'm just using thoughts, that he didn't like the strictness of living at home and hence why he was going to go live with his dad. Who knows what the actual reason for that is, but he's supposed to go live with Seth at the end of the school year. And Seth said that, although Katie might not have been fully for it, that, it was decided that, okay, Sebastian will be going to live with Seth at the end of the school year. So come summertime. So there's no video footage. There's no video footage given to us of looking for a vehicle, but supposedly, according to Trev Time, sometime around 3 was an Uber. But again, if the video surveillance, again, let's exclude the flashlight video now, okay? Because that just becomes non-subsequential, I guess, to the investigation. Really, if TBI is saying that, it's because it's of no use to them, okay, and that they're not flashlights. Whatever they are, they're not flashlights. So Sebastian's bedroom, from the sounds of it, is that if he went out his window, that it would be, he would be hitting a garden bush or whatever, a floral bed or something like that. And then he laughs, Chris, kind of, because he's talking about the bush there and probably get, poked in the butt by the thing. We know he hates to be dirty. He like that he swims like a fish in water type of thing. So there's nothing showing Sebastian that we know of leaving that home that we know of, you know. So everything is just based on the information that's out there to the public and then trying to make sense of what it is. So if they have his phone, they would know if there was a message from another kid saying, hey, let's run away together, or, that there would have been something there. So we know from Seth Rogers that Sebastian was talking to this girl. And so Seth had said to his son, like, well, did you give her your phone number? And he's like, no. So he actually turns around and goes back and to give this girl a phone number. So we know that there's, obviously where he can have friends on his phone, but they would have deemed some evidence from that if somebody had plans, or Sebastian said that he was going to take off. He was going to leave. And if he was going to leave, you would think it would be towards his dad's home. Yeah, I know. Got to run. Thanks, Charmaine. Love you. Thank you so much. On there. So pedo, I've showed you guys the pedos in the area. There's 42 within that area, and there's a couple within, about a 5-minute drive, 20-minute, 35-minute walk type thing. And again, put your thoughts in there, and I'll pull them up as you're doing that. Thank you for subscribing, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Butch 1 PPO. Katie and Chris' marriage was on the rocks. That's why Sebastian was going to move with his dad. Was that at a Sesmos though, or is that just your intuition on that one? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I could never be. Well, he comes at no man could control me. Let me put it that way. I'm not, I've been controlled enough throughout my life in my relationships. No man could control me anymore. I don't put up with that crap stuff anymore. I never put up with it in the first place, but I guess I did, because I allowed myself to be abused and stuff like that and be controlled, in a sense. So I did allow it, but I've learned over the years as I've gotten older, no one can control me. In a sense, I control my thoughts and my actions, but so he comes off like a control freak. He comes off very, almost to the word of arroganty, almost to this arrogant, a little bit narcissistic side. He comes off as very military like about, when I say clean up your room, I mean, you see that dust in the corner over there? If that's not gone, I'm going to remove that and your bed for you not removing that dust spot, pretty much. He comes off very controlling. And I don't think Katie is as passive as what she's coming across either. Especially if what Seth said, that she had hit him a couple of times or whatever, but that every relationship. So she probably has a good vocal cords on her too, to be honest with you. And maybe that's what makes for either a toxic relationship or not. I have no clue, like most of you guys are, okay, so let's just say hypothetically, right? And this is, like I said, I'm not taking sides here. I'm not, but you have to think of all the options, right? You wouldn't be doing any justice to yourself if you didn't look at all the options and then kind of try to come up with a conclusion. So if there's no footage of Sebastian leaving the home, where did he go? Is he, like, where did he go? They would have footage. So unless there's footage of, say, Katie leaving the home after that time that we don't know about it, because, but then there's part of me going, I don't know, wouldn't she be under arrest? Wouldn't either of them be under arrest by now? Right? If there was some sort of, I don't know, if there was something that showed that they had anything to do with it. They took polygraph tests. According to Christopher, they passed. According to Christopher, and I liked how when he was talking on the Smiley World, that he wasn't necessarily so willing to say that they were cleared. I noticed he caught himself. He goes, yeah, like we were vetted. And then he was about to say cleared, but I noticed he pulled himself back from saying that. Okay, let's see. Stepdad didn't want wife to have a reason to see Sebastian's real dad anymore. Seems very controlling. Maybe getting rid of Sebastian was his way of controlling the situation. Okay, thank you for your comment. Did I see something about a house alarm? My alarm keeps track of the time. Well, I was wondering about that too, if they had like motion. If you did, I'm not sure of that yet. I still have to go back. I fell asleep during the 3-hour live and listened to about an hour and a half of it. So there's things that I missed. So I'm not sure if that was said. My alarm keeps. You would think that they would have an alarm, like most people. It's, I mean, nice area, nice. I mean, my system is more than 10 years old. I guess, like a motion detector. I guess they don't have that. There's usually a motion detector goes off. So to me, where's Katie? If she's in the living room, she would have seen Sebastian. That's what gets me, right? So that's why I want to know, Katie, where were you? Because according to what we're hearing, she was in the living room. Well, I've shown you guys the living room. And she would be seeing the back door. She would be seeing the front door. So I'm confused where Katie was. That's what I want to know. Does anyone know the question to that? Because I wanted to ask that question, to Christopher or to Katie. Because again, if you deem that he didn't go out the back door and he went out the front door, and something about the lock, and the one that he wouldn't go out would make noise, which to me would be the screen door, right? Because if you went out that door, which for me, you have to open the screen, which would make creaking sounds. So that's why it's hence, like, according to them, the police in that determined it must be then the front door and not the window and not this, because nothing's out of place and nothing's this. And so the front door is still very seeable from that space in the living room, or at least to see Sebastian coming out. So I want to know that, because again, in order to even try to think of these things, you have to have the full information about, okay, so you're saying at 9:45 to 12 that you're talking to Christopher. Where were you exactly? You said at 10 o'clock you heard noise coming from Christopher's room. And you said, like, whatever you're doing, you better get yourself to bed or something like that. But she didn't go look at him, right? And of course, she's saying it's to her, now basically when you, take advantage of a situation of your child and you look at them when they're younger, but as they get older, it's like, you just feel like they're okay. All right. The dogs I've talked about, right? Why, like, wouldn't we hear dogs barking? These are little yappy Yorkies, right? These things you think would be yapping if Sebastian had left or something. You know how dogs are. They hear, like, I mean, shit, my cats know when we're coming back home from when we get off that elevator. And then we have to come down, which is about, I'd say about 20 feet. The cats are right there at the door going, I know you're coming, I know you're home. So what about the dogs? So we have either Sebastian himself went out the door, hence the flashlight, but no shoes. Okay, I can accept the no shoes thing. I'm just going to accept that one. I still think he had something on his feet, but let's just accept it, because at the end of the day, is that going to find Sebastian if he had shoes on or not? No. But a flashlight could make sense because a flashlight, if you took it, and it's true what Katie says, obviously it's dark outside, and you're going to want a flashlight. Of course, I would just use my phone for my flashlight, but he likes flashlights. Seth talked about flashlights and how, Sebastian had his flashlights that go underneath the bed. You got your little flashlight, like your camping type of thing. We were all kids when I went out my window once. I heard, yeah, I went out my window once too, literally. Once I heard was he was low and high functioning. I don't know, right? The pull-ups, the proud fits. Yeah, the pull-ups was a little bit weird, like alarming as well. I'm like, wait, 15? Does he got like peeing his pants issue? Like when I was in school, there was this kid. He was known to be called Derek Pee Pants because he would always come to school with a big pee ring on his pants, and of course it stunk, right? And you always felt bad because as kids, everyone's judgmental, and they would call him Darren Pee Pants, and obviously to a child that suffers from that, it's embarrassing. But anyway, so I was shocked to learn when it was like, wait, really, pull-ups? And of course Seth is saying like, you get those nasty diapers off there, and then Katie's saying, well, it's not quite how Seth had projected it, type of idea. Wait, Sonny, you could take that little Google man on all the roads that lead away from the home and search for CCTV cameras en route to see when Chris's car last left the area. No, I don't think that's true, Patricia, because Google Earth is this is like 2003 imagery. I'd have to have live feed of when his car left. People would have literally had to been doing boots on the ground to know where his vehicle was. Because hey, if we could have Google Live that we could go back to each day, that would be sweet. If we could do that ourselves and go back to each day and look at a home and look at what vehicles were there. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we need that. I would love to do that. Like that should be an option, don't you guys think? Right. But sadly, this is the best we have is the Google imagery besides boots on the ground people that can show that. Because trust me, I'd be doing that in a New York second, So I'm sorry, just seeing what you guys are saying. Again, thank you guys all for watching, caring about Sebastian Rogers' case that are watching right now from Twitter and from YouTube. Again, just ask that you use green hearts, of course, for Sebastian Rogers. Say prayers, of course, to the family. Regardless how you feel, it's about Sebastian Rogers. So say prayers for him that he's found. There still is a likelihood that he is out there. There is a likelihood. Like this is a case where you're like, side-eyeing, of course, Christopher and Katie going, wait, what? Like you got cameras, but your cameras don't see him? Wait, what? There's cameras from across the way, but they don't see anyone leaving? Wait, what? Just look for the cameras on buildings. Yeah, even though I'm not going to lie, it's not the best imagery. But, I mean, well, at the end of the day, like, he wasn't, according to him, he wasn't there from February 1st, right, to the 26th. And there could be very much the likelihood that that's true, even though 3 weeks. Okay, so she has to go up there and visit him. That just seemed kind of odd, that whole thing, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, I'll take a look at that. Not right now. Thank you for subscribing, Lily Polly. Doorbell cameras and that can't really. I don't know. We'll see. Guys, I just like my idea there that when you go to Google Earth Live or something, that you can literally go to each day and look at everything. That would be so sweet. Ben, if you could just package that up and produce that for us by tomorrow, that would be awesome. Yeah, green hearts, you guys. So like I said, so you look at pedos, you look at if Sebastian ran away. They're saying that he would have to pretty much go out the front door. Like I said, Katie, where were you? If you're in the living room, you would see this. Were you in the kitchen? Because he could have very well left before then if he did leave, right? If she heard noise at 10 o'clock, like she's saying, maybe that was Sebastian leaving, but yet he's not caught on anything, you know? No searchers have found him, but that's okay because he can be overlooked. He could be overlooked if he was hurt and somewhere, you guys. If he did sneak out, because you're just looking at every scenario possible. Cameras along Hendersonville Street are reading license plates to notify police of stolen vehicles and criminals on the road. 15-year-old can very easily sneak out with the wrong person. Correct. So that's what I'm saying. You're trying to go, okay, so were you talking with someone at school that you were going to run away, But why wouldn't you take your money? Even if you don't have any idea how far $20 gets you, you still would, his mom said he was pretty much bright, that he might not know the value of that $20 in a sense, but, he would know that probably if you're going to run away that you should take some money with you, or at least maybe your phone. But apparently he didn't like to take his phone, his mom said something like it was always a hassle, like to take his phone. But anyway, so money's not taken. I'm still curious if he went to bed, was there signs that he took off his clothes and put on pajamas? Does he not wear pajamas? Does he just sleep in his clothes the night before? Where's the black pants that he had on deemed as his pajamas for the night, considering he changed clothes when he got home? Is that what would have slept in? Was the black Adidas like pants and the long sleeve T-shirt on there? Then you have, like I said, pedos in the area, but we don't know of any suspicious activity from any pedo in the area. Obviously someone could be having their eye on Sebastian. It's not like that's how, you never know, those people that get preyed upon. Someone could have their eye on Sebastian, but it just seems so strange that you put that one in your head. So Sebastian's in his room. Someone would have had to go to the window, be like, hey, Sebastian, I'm coming to take you. Just go out your front door. Don't let your mom see you, but go out your front door. So unless there was just talk of meeting up with somebody at school, unless there was talk about something where Sebastian wanted to leave for whatever reason. I'm just looking at options, okay, guys? Just putting everything out there that I can personally think of. So he's not talking on the phone, he's not texting. Maybe he makes plans with someone from school or somebody that he's going to leave the home at a certain time and already has thought this out. Maybe he just didn't like living there. Where's the footage of, if there's any, of, say, if Katie left the place, so let's say that Christopher Proudfoot is away. Well, if the person across the street doesn't have camera footage, beyond seeing that, and there's nothing else, there's no Sebastian leaving the house, does that lady have footage of Katie leaving the house at any point between this time and this time? Because according to Katie's story, there's nothing there, right? They come home after dinner, he's playing around like with the pups type of thing. Then he goes to bed at 9 o'clock, says, love you, Mom, night to the dogs, heads to his room on the main floor. And then 10 o'clock, she hears noise, but there's nothing. Like, how do you make sense of any of this? Because there's not, like, normally there would be a piece of something, so I'm not willing to place blame on the parents, again, of Katie and Christopher, we'll put out what we know. If things to people seem stinky eyed with him and stuff like that, so be it. Eh? I mean, so be it. I mean, it comes with the territory. It just does. Some people take it too far, but whatever. I mean, it kind of comes with the territory nowadays. There's good, there's bad out there, but everything has to be looked at. You wouldn't be doing your job properly if you didn't look at every scenario that was plausible. And if one of them is thinking that Katie had something to do with it or Christopher had something to do with it, well, we know that Seth Rogers didn't have nothing to do with it. He has an alibi. He was at work, and he works for the Davidson County. Not to say because of that, but he has an alibi of where he was, right? But you have to look at every angle, And like I said, it's just trying to be non-biased about it all, just looking at the facts and what seems plausible. And if what's plausible to you is that Christopher Proudfoot had something to do with it because of his actions and how he's coming across, so be it. That's your own personal prerogative. But it's just a matter, like I said, if there is, the police will take care of that eventually if that comes to fruition. I am just beyond stumped with this case. Like Riley's case was more practical of solving because there was a pinpoint of time and you could sit there and surmise that he went into the water based on that small footage where he wasn't shown because he didn't come out this way of the bridge and he we've seen going into this side. So that that one was a lot more less of a brain ache. This one, like parents are like saying like, no, even Smiley's World asked like, hey, is there something that you can think of now that perhaps, from 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago that you have thought of? And no. And, anything else missing from the room? Stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, no, can't think of a reason, why he would have left. Because it doesn't make sense. You think if he would have left and was running away, he'd just be like, hey, Dad, I don't want to, like type of thing. It doesn't make sense. So option one is he did go out with the flashlight, avoided every camera possible, everything possible. He avoided obviously every car possible as well because it was maybe perhaps late at night, even though if she heard a noise at 10 o'clock, right? I mean, there is the possibility that he did. So where is he then? If he is, if he left on his own, where is he? Right? They haven't found anything. They're doing searches. I'm still curious. Has anyone heard about the update from today, by the way, with the cadaver dog on that thing? Has there been any update from that from JLR or anybody else? Do we know? Sebastian's more skilled than Richard Kimball in The Fugitive. Just doesn't make sense, right? It's like I said, it's weird how they have nothing. You can tell the police are stumped. Like they're stumped. Like trust me, they're looking at everything. The parents once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 11 times. Going back over the stuff, looking at the parents. They went to the landfill, right? Looking for something. Who knows? Are we being deceived by the parents and the stepdad? Not the parents meaning Seth. When I say parents, I'm just talking about Christopher and Katie. Are they being truthful? But where the hell is Sebastian Rogers? This hurts the brain so bad. Yeah, I heard definitely 10 times. I had heard, but like I said, like he went somewhere, something happened to Sebastian, right? That's just exactly it. How else can you say it? A person just doesn't up and vanish. They can, people can try to plan it and, and disappear and stuff like that. Sure. Sebastian, getting away with it all, not seeing on cameras, not seeing by that we know of, like that we know of. Like we don't even know that someone didn't see him walking down the street at that time of night. I don't think we they have that, or else I'm pretty sure that they would have given us that information that he was last seen on this road. No. No, sorry. I'm just gonna use my little ink pen. Remember when you're a kid or whatever, even when you're adult, those pens where you had to, the invisible pen, where you had to use it in order to see like the pictures, stuff like that. Trying to locate Chris's location from midnight to 1 p.m. the following day is the key to everything. Hopefully, there will be some highway cam or something to break this open. I know, we're only privy to so much information. I know that when thousands of people put their head together, they could come up with an answer. But when we keep having missing pieces that we don't know for sure, then there's a lot of speculation because, we can be told 100 times that Christopher Proudfoot was at work and was gone for the month and came back home. Neighbors could verify that. His fifth wheel would have, because he went back up to get his fifth wheel, because he came down, but he went back up to get the fifth wheel and stayed the night and then came back down with it. No, he didn't have no learner's permit that I know of. Sonny, did you play this video? Which one's that, Ben? Let me take a look. One second here. I just gotta wait for it to catch up. What's that video of, Ben? Sorry, guys. I'm just letting YouTube Studio catch up. Well, oops. Right? If he is out there. I don't know. It's so confusing. It really is. It's like you keep listening to the information and you're trying to make sense of it. Sorry, Ben. Let me just... where's that? Oh, it's still... Oh, I don't know why Streamlabs is so slow. I have to wait for Streamlabs to come down, Ben, before I can click on that link. It's not like I can just click on it here. Oh, Cajun Navy update. Ooh. Okay, 1 second. Give me a sec. Hide this. Cajun Navy update. Okay, let's... Come on. What's taking you so long? It's usually not this laggy for it to go down to the bottom. I guess it depends on how much chat is going on. Yeah. My goodness. Here, I'm going to hit refresh on my YouTube Studio. Ben, will you drop that link for me one more time? Oh, wait, I think I see it. Okay. Let's do that. Thank you so much, Ben. Let's watch this.
Cajun Navy. And I just wanted to take a few minutes and thank a whole bunch of local people, local businesses, and some out-of-town people and organizations that were so instrumental in helping with this Riley Strain missing persons investigation. And these are some folks some who have been recognized and some who haven't, but I think that they all need to have some recognition. Dina Ivey from the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation, who helped us with some accommodations. The Town Place Suites in downtown Nashville. The Sonesta Nashville Airport. There's a Chick-fil-A who fed a whole bunch of our volunteers. I don't know which one it was, so I'm sorry. O'Reilly's Auto Parts also helped us out with getting some boat supplies that we needed. One of our dog teams was Jackson County, Mississippi Canines. They were very instrumental in helping with this. There was another out-of-state canine organization that also helped us, who prefers to just remain anonymous. But really, any search and rescue organization anywhere, they very, very rarely get the recognition that they deserve, and they surely do deserve it. There have been many, many lives saved and changed because of dedication of these organizations. Adam Botilla from Environmental Works Incorporated out of Dupont, Illinois. He brought his own boat down here on his own nickel and assisted in the search. Skip Butler, who is our airboat pilot from Charleston, South Carolina, came down once again on his own nickel and helped us in the search. We had Alex and Jennifer Ward, who are local residents, and they were the ones that were just saturating the area with the missing Riley flyers. And they also were the ones that hosted the vigil last night, and just could not have been more helpful. There's a lady in Pennsylvania, and I apologize to you in advance, ma'am. I don't remember your name, but she printed up on her own nickel again 1,200 flyers and sent them down here so that we could distribute them. A young man by the name of Brandon Lawrence, he's a local boy, and he just showed up one day and said, "I want to help," and he was out with us pretty much every minute of every day and night that we were out here. So big thanks to him. A couple young folks by the name of Seth and Brandy and Anna, again, remain a little bit more anonymous. They were with us dusk to dawn as well. And then there's 4 local guys who just came out with their own bow fishing boats and helped us the night before last and spent pretty much all night on the river. Their names are Ryan Cheatham, Shane Webster, Jonathan Bain, and a guy named Possum. That's the only name I have for him. And, you know, certainly last but not least, all the local and national media, including y'all, who just helped to keep this in the front of the public and keep it in the spotlight as long as you did. A lot of times that's not the case. After 2 days, it falls right off. But y'all were wonderful, and y'all were also very gracious to us and to the family, and we appreciate that. And finally, the Metro Nashville Police Department and their dedication and their graciousness to us as well. It's not always the case. You know, sometimes we show up to help in an investigation and we're kind of like the redheaded stepchild. And that certainly was not the case in this investigation. So big thank you to everybody. Thank you to the public. Thank you to the online community, everybody who tried to help. Could not be more grateful to you.
Ask, you know, this case really did capture the attention of the nation. What stood out to you about this case?
Well, I'm a father, first of all, and I know if my child went missing, my oldest one is now, she'll be 40 this year, 42 this year, and she's still my daughter. If she went missing, I'd want everybody to do what everybody did here, you know, to help her. Beyond my personal perspective, though, the United Cajun Navy, that's our mission. We all feel that we're called by God to do what we do. And, you know, when God calls you to do something, you just better do it. So we're nobody special. We're just people trying to help people who need help. And that's what we do, whether it's a missing persons investigation or a disaster response or whatever the case is. Sometimes it's just taking supplies to folks who don't have it, whether it's clothes or food or medical needs or whatever the case might be. And, you know, the biggest point is that Riley's family reached out to us and asked for help. And when people do that, we're not going to tell them no if we can't.
Let me ask you, unfortunately, this wasn't the outcome that we wanted, but how
This is for Riley Strain, guys.
You know, it's funny. I posted a little meme today on Facebook. It was a picture of a little panda bear trying to crawl up on this beam that was this direction, and he was kind of got himself up on it, and then he just fell like this and hung over it and just laid there. That's kind of how I feel, you know, right now. We're grateful that we were able to find Riley for his family. But I guess on the whole, my overall description would be that I am just absolutely so honored and humbled and grateful to have been able to help Riley's family this way. Wonderful bunch of folks. We've adopted each other. We're all family now. But it certainly is disappointing. It shatters your heart. You know, I've lost a daughter myself several years ago, and it shatters your heart, especially when you can feel what that family is feeling. But you know, we keep on keeping on. That's what we do.
Poor mom, I'm wrapping things up on my end, but can I ask, how is the family doing?
As well as can be expected. You know, they had some folks over to where they were staying here after their presser last night. There was myself and Skip, the airboat pilot, and a bunch of their family and friends came over, and it was cathartic. You know, we were able to just kind of fellowship together, and there was some laughter and things like that. It's going to be a long road for them, very long road for them. Again, speaking from experience, but fortunately, they have a large family and they have an extensive support system, which is critical, obviously, in a situation like this. Mama was pretty tore up when she first got the news. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was able to be there with them when that happened. So, you know, when you hear a mama just wailing at the top of her lungs because she just lost her baby, it just crushes you. But I think they'll be fine. They are very, very strong in their Christian faith. And they know that they know where Riley is, and they know that they'll see him again someday in glory. You know, that's what I hung my hat on when I lost my daughter, and that's what they have to hang their hat on as well.
You guys aren't leaving the area, though, is that right? Tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, I personally am going to be leaving to head back home tomorrow morning, where I still have a home to head to. And we do have some assets on the ground here locally. There's a missing child case, Sebastian Rogers, which I'm sure pretty much everybody is aware of right now. I can say very, very little about that because it is an active situation right now, but we do have some assets on the ground there. Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked for help. And so we're going to try to help up there as much as we can.
Sebastian's
if there's more information that can come out later on, I certainly will let you all know, but that's kind of all I can speak to at this point.
Are you able to say, like, how many people, assets, or kind of what types of assets at least are out there?
No, sorry.
One request that I asked kind of before, but, you know, what do you guys think you can bring to this investigation?
Well, you know, once again, like I said, we're nobody special. You know, we're just people helping people. We have a lot of different skill sets and a lot of different areas. And I think our biggest thing is our dedication.
What a nice guy.
You know, we don't have any
Great guy.
ulterior motive or any agenda of our own. We're not out there for self-glorification. We're not out there to make money on any of this stuff. We're just out there to help people. And, you know, whether that's going to be something that we can add to the mix that somebody else can't, I can't really say. You know, we just want to help whatever way we can. Mm-hmm.
So Sebastian's father contacting you, is that how the Cajun Navy got involved? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And have you spoken with the mother and stepfather?
I have not, no.
They ask you, you know, you're wrapping up here, you've solved one missing person or helped aid in that, and now you're leaving behind kind of another case. What would you like to see in the Sebastian Rogers case? And I guess going back to your point about the importance of not forgetting about these missing people.
Right. Well, obviously, you know, we'd like to see, first and foremost, we'd like to see Sebastian found safe and sound. You know, that's, I think everybody's hoping, that's always our hope, is to find, you know, regardless of what the evidence and circumstances might point to the contrary, our hope, and we always hold on to that hope until we find out we can't anymore, that person will be found safe and sound, returned to their family. So that's always our hope.
And are you asking for more volunteers here with this on the
Sebastian case? Not at this time. No. If it comes to a point where we think we will need some additional volunteers, we certainly will reach out to media. We'll put it on social media. Usually, the best source of information for anything that we're involved in is our Facebook page. Yep.
Can you say anything about maybe what areas are being searched for Sebastian?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
Okay. How long will the Cajun Navy resources be in town for Sebastian, or can you?
I can't speak to that right now either. It's going to be largely dependent on the direction that the investigation takes.
Okay. Can't say what the search entailed today, or if you'll be searching tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I've said all I can.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be,
Okay.
rude to you, but I've said all I can at this point. Yes.
Anything else we should have asked, or anything else you'd like to add?
Well, and this is all I can say about it at this point. We are about to get involved in another missing person case. That's all I can tell you right now. I have not spoken with the family yet, and so unless and until I do, that's all I can say. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have some more information about that.
Is that here locally?
I can't say.
Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you. And once again, thank you to everybody.
Sorry, one sec, guys. Let me go back to that.
I feel.
I want to say, because I can come on screen by myself here. Okay, what a great human. You can tell, like you guys said, very humble. Ben, thank you so much. You rock that wrench, by the way, Ben. You do. Ben's always great at providing me with links, looking around, searching as I'm live streaming here. Thank you to all the mods, of course, for, keeping hopefully the chat from trolls or anything like that as well. But thank you for sharing that so much, Ben. It was nice to hear about Riley and again, Sebastian Rogers. Very, I can't say it enough. Yeah. His words a lot epitomize how I feel, right? About the fact of, you're doing things because you truly care about helping people or bringing awareness to cases. And again, thanks to JLR for his coverage of his law of boots on the ground, and anyone else that does boots on the ground as well. But in this particular case, shout out to JLR. We wouldn't be seeing any of that footage if it wasn't for people like JLR who go around and provide this type of coverage. I personally love it. And I respect the fact when people do have the ability to do that, for sure. This guy, again, he's so humble. He's so nice. You can just tell. Again, the same with EquiSearch, right? Just very caring individuals that help out so much. So I can't say that enough about the people that are in this world that make it a better place to be in. So if you're not a good person in general, maybe you should look in the mirror and start becoming one, eh? Yeah. But I would think, again, like people that are in true crime, like I said, anyone can talk behind a keyboard and throw insults, and stuff like that, or anyone can use their space if they want and throw insults and stuff like that. But honestly, the kind, caring human beings of this world are the ones that I personally surround myself with in real life, and as well to the base followers of this channel. Totally appreciate the kind, caring hearts. Like, honestly, I'm not the type of person to sit there and I just speak from my heart. Simple as that. Like it or not, that's how I speak from my heart, and I'll just say things as they come out of my mouth, pretty much, with all due respect to the families and cases that we follow, of course. JLR is great. Yeah, like I said, we talked about this at the beginning of the thing. Two different lifestyles here in the sense of past, and that I did come to appreciate JLR, whether you like him or not. Again, that's totally up to you. But what he's doing now, and I like to think that people, like I said, maybe their past is their past. But when people make changes to try to do better things, and I think that this is a really good place for JLR. I think this stuff is like right up his alley, and that's why he's very good at what he's doing, so like I said, people can change, and that I respect in somebody. I respect the coverage that he's doing. I respect the fact that, like myself, hey, if you want to use my coverage and it helps people get to know his channel and go subscribe to him because of his coverage and bringing awareness to a case, I respect that because that's how I do things as well. So regardless, like I said, if it wasn't for people like JLR, and doing boots on the ground, we wouldn't have this type of coverage. So everyone has their places, and stuff like that. Um, and how they want to cover a story. And if Christopher Proudfoot is pissed off at him, be pissed off at him. But he's covering your stepson's case. He's bringing a lot of awareness to it. So that's kind of like celebrities, good or bad media. They're getting press coverage, in a sense. I don't really know GR. Well, like I said, I mean, everyone's usually a Google search away if they want to. He's talked about his past and stuff like that, but we're not here though right now to talk about his past because anyone can go figure that out. For the work that he's doing, I've been, it's JLR was one of those people that I was like, I love to hate and hate to love because again, I don't have no past. I got nothing in my past. Go find my skeletons. Anyone out there, go ahead, find skeletons. I don't have any skeletons that I know about. And if I did, I'd probably tell you about them anyway. But anyways, so it was one of those things is that when you watch GLR too, you can watch some channels and they make you want to nod off just by watching them. Maybe it's their voice. Maybe they're just very boring. JLR always has given me a giggle watching him, to be honest with you, and so sometimes, we use some of his lines like anyone that knows JLR knows Richard Allen, shame on you, Richard Allen, shame on you, Alex Murdoch, he basically calls it out. He knows what he's doing. Media's right there as well. And so anytime they play that clip on the media, you'll hear shame on you, Richard Allen on there. But anyways, JLR's lives are by no means boring. In fact, a lot of times, like I said, I giggle from the stuff that he does. I was always taught that you don't eat food and that type of thing, right? So for me, it's hard. And watching JLR, it's like it's like come on, you guys, come on in, come have a breakfast with me, come have lunch with me, come have dinner. You know what, bedtime snack, let's go, come on in, everybody. And at first I was like, oh, cringe, man. He's eating while he's doing his lives, and I get a look at like a da. Or then Iqmel does the same thing too. Like I'm sure lots of people do it. They just sit there and munch away as the live's going on. In my head, I was always told that you don't do stuff like that. So sometimes it's like my camera will go off. I'll be sitting there wolfing down some chips. I'll be like, okay, I'm back. But you didn't know whether that I was eating or not. So anyways, so it's become kind of his tradition, like, come on in, just having some breakfast here at the hotel. Cause he's, like I said, always traveling. Anyways, he's definitely an entertaining channel to watch. And again, he does boots on the ground and is providing information. So my attitude had changed for him from when I initially, had learned about his past and stuff like that. But again, always in hopes, and he could give two shits, I'm sure, any opinion that I have of him. But my opinion did change because I had to change maybe how I thought of things, because people are not perfect. I'm not perfect, and everyone has a past to them. And it's about if they're being better, if they're becoming. And this is a good niche for JLR, true crime community. He can earn money from it, from YouTube, from donations and whatever. He travels a lot. That stuff costs money, people, right? That costs a lot of money to be staying in a hotels. Okay, granted, he made it into the Guinness Book of World Records for the most lawsuits. That was funny in itself, too. In fact, he even put a lawsuit against them. Anyways, our initial beef with JLR was his incorrect reporting on who was arrested for Delphi, since he has proven his value in the true crime community. Thanks, Sidebar, for that, by the way. and we all make little blunders and errors. So, hey, if um, Chronicles of Olivia got it wrong with the whole 6 dogs thing, 6 cadaver dogs, like I said, uh, uh, JLR reposted, and then Magnolia Sims reposted after that to correct, because I'm like, as I did state, it was 1 dog we seen, but it was a matter of what happened after that. So if 6 dogs was incorrect and she reported it wrong, then yeah, absolutely. All I want to put out there is the facts, right? For that stuff, when it comes to the factual stuff. So if it's wrong, correct it, move on, and give you guys the correct. But it is. I have drinks in the fridge. I should go
Sidebar
get one.
super chat, $4.99. Thank you. Our initial beef with JLR was his incorrect reporting on and was arrested for Delphi. He since has proven his value to TC community.
Yeah. And thanks to Sidebar again for joining us on the live the other night with regards to Delphi. She did go to the courtroom that day. If anyone knows that case, they know that Rick Snay and Noah, or Noe, or whatever his freaking name is, they got into almost an altercation there. They are now banned from any hearings to do with Delphi. So, when you're a child and you act like a child, then you got to keep playing in the sandbox till you grow up. And, so good on that order that they can't go to the hearings, because you reap what you sow. If you can't act like a decent human, and that's what happens sometimes with the creator thing. People want to, like, I'm not into that stuff whatsoever. It's like, hey, you want to cause drama, stuff like that? Go ahead. Better you than me, because I'm not into that stuff. Like they want to get into. It's supposed to be about cases and the girls. But anyways, barring that, thank you, Sidebar, for joining on that live, and thank you for the super chat, by the way. Let's see here. What did you say on really go? Yeah, I remember when JLR a while back. He has changed a lot. I love when he does those when he's eating breakfast and he's reporting. I appreciate it. One of the things, like, because I am who I am. I'm not going to change for anybody. I'll change if I think that there's something that I need to change in myself. But I'm not going to change ever because somebody tells me I should change. I always love people who are their true selves, that they don't try to pretend to be something that they're not. That's always how I've been. It's my way of always how I've looked at people. If you're full of crap and you're trying to feed it to me, I'll see right through you. I'm not dumb when it comes to people. I'm very wise when it comes to people, and for me to have someone try to pull the wool over my eyes, some people might have gotten away with it here and there, but for the most part, they don't, because it's like that freaking aura just oozes out, like a negativity, or they're a bullshitter and shit like that. So for me, I totally respect people. Just be yourself in this world, eh? You're not here to impress anybody. And the people that love and surround you are there because they like you for who you are, not for who you're pretending to be and stuff like that. Anyways, I've always lived that way. My twin, different story. She always cares what people think. I don't. I just am who I am. Like it or lump it. I am who I am. Not here to kiss anybody's ass and stuff like that. I appreciate people beyond belief. I do, but I'm not going to sit here and try to suck up to anybody either, because of who they are. We're all the same. And either you prove that you're a decent person or prove that you're not a decent person. That's how I grade you, pretty much. And I think that's how much most people grade each other. If you're a decent, kind human being, you get a lot more respect than being shady, shady as fuck type of thing. Anyways, and it's very kind of you to acknowledge him on your site, because there are other sites that don't want us to mention other. Oh, I have no problem people mentioning other YouTubers' names. Again, this channel is not about restrictions. Sure, we restrict trolls coming in, or people that are just lashing out, with negativity and in a disrespectful way. Again, anyone can come in here and have an opinion, and they can say it in a manner that is not trying to offend other people's. But when people come in here and they just start trash talking, again, I don't care. I got 1,000 subs blocked or for a reason. You guys from Delphi, most of them are all from Delphi, because I don't care about the sub count that way. I don't let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come in here just because they think that they're doing me a favor. In a sense, it's like, no. When people come in here, You know, they want to give their opinions, their thoughts, read other people's thoughts. And if you like drama, this is not the channel for it. Simple as that. There's plenty of other channels that like that stuff. I don't feed off of that. This comes about people. So anyways, thank you guys for whoever wants to keep watching this channel or not. It's about awareness to these cases that are going on and being respectful. And so, yeah, if somebody wants to talk about another channel and just say like, like try to do it in a good way though. Like somebody wants to say like, hey, yeah, like this person did a good live on Sebastian Rogers and it was, Cluminati or Terry Lynn or Trev or CJ Evil, feel free to say that. I don't have an issue with that. I don't restrict people from that stuff. Why would I? Like this channel is not egotistical and selfish to limit stuff like that. Well, why? Yes, and I don't understand that in other channels. It's like if you don't agree with their opinions, you'll get booted. And I don't agree with that. In this chat, I don't agree with that. People can have a totally different opinion than mine and be able to say it and not feel like they're going to get a boot if they say something different to this opinion or opinions. Sorry, I should probably scroll down. I was preaching a bit there, people. Take you to church, and it's not even Sunday, it's Saturday. Dang, landowner had their, panties in and out, little suspicious. Nobody on your land. All right, wait. And no stranger's going to be on that unnoticed. Oh, that was a whole lot of slang there. Hi, Lisa. I came for community, not drama. Absolutely. I think of this channel as a family. You come in here, you're allowed to have your opinions. We can agree to disagree, and you're not going to get booted for that reason. You only get booted if you literally, and I expect the mods know, right? Like, unless you're kind of like being ignorant towards other people or to the people like myself or Aspen or Charmaine, like that's different, then I expect those people, the mods, to take care of those people. And other than that, to have an opinion and it be different, absolutely no need for a boot. I'm just telling you guys because there's a lot of people watching right now. So I'm just trying to make people aware of how this channel works. Drama is everywhere, right? But a community of people who care about a missing boy, that's here. Absolutely. The hurt and the pain that I honestly feel as we cover these cases, again, is real and it's deep. Because as a mother, as a person, as a caring person, we put ourselves in their shoes of what they must be going through, what they must be feeling. So I always look at things from a third party perspective of what would I want people to do if this was my child? How would I want people to act? And Christopher Proudfoot, again, you need to tone down your attitude, dude. Seriously, because you're doing yourself no favors when you're speaking in such a brash tone like that. What got me is that he was very brash, and the next thing you know, he was kind of like, yeah, go ahead, ask me anything. I answer all my Facebook messages and stuff that people send me if they have a question. Well, no, you don't, because you've never answered mine of the 3 times I've messaged you, so no, you don't. But again, at the end of that live on the Smiley's World, and I'll say that again, the Smiley's World, which I dropped the link earlier. I'll put it in the description of this video after this live here as well, because appreciate anyone that's, hey, again, I'm just looking for the words of what they're saying. I want to know every little detail about that moment on Sunday, Saturday, right? Because that's the only way you can get the bigger picture of it. But at the end, he's just like, it's almost like, but you know what? Yes, just, what? I want to thank everyone for their comments, whether they're good or bad, just keep looking for Sebastian. Maybe you should have kind of had that attitude right from the get-go. And it's only a wonder, right, Aspen, why Robin Rogers has a distaste for him. I was looking at that interview. I went into it Charmaine had listened to it and she gave her opinion on it, but I hadn't watched it at that point. So I go into it with a fair view. Like I'm not judging him at first. I'm just listening to the interview. And by the time it's done, I decide what I'm feeling. And at first I was like, okay, I get it. You're one of those people that just tell it like it is. Okay. But after listening to the whole thing, to me, the bottom line is if you're going to go out into the public and you want the public's help to help find your son, you know, and you're trying to make these little deals, well, I'll go on JLR if only he apologizes to me and only if, you know, any dollar value earned during that stream, because I'm not going to come on somebody's live. And if I do, you know, I'm not going to come give you the clicks and the views while I'm, you know, gracious enough to come on your channel. Like, shut the front door. Sorry, Christopher, but shut the front door. People covering your case, regardless of any value. There should be nothing even to do with that whatsoever, right? If you go on a channel type of thing, you should be doing it because it's about Sebastian. You know, not talking about how if a channel is monetized or if they're getting, you know, super chats and stuff like that. But when people are covering your stepson's case, who gives a shit? They're covering the case. They're bringing awareness to the case, and he's making it about himself. You know, thinking he's making it about Sebastian when really, you know. So it's like you don't talk like that and then expect the public to latch onto you and go, well, they're there. You're such a good, kind-hearted soul, aren't you there, Christopher? Or you come off like you're an a-hole, you know, with your attitude, and then sit there and go, oh, but thank you. You know what? You know, I can take hard questions. No, if you could take hard questions, you know, you would be on some of that news media, bigger channels out there or bigger channels, you know, like no offense to the smaller channels like myself, right? And me and Aspen, like it's a smaller channel. It's growing. It will grow based on, you know, morals and decency and kindness and caring. It will be grown on that. But you could go on Nancy Grace, I'm sure. Yeah, you could go on JLR. You know, he's searching probably doing boots on the ground more than say Christopher and Katie are. Sorry, but probably true on that matter. Now, don't want to be too judgmental there. We're not walking a mile in their shoes, but to the public eye, does it look like they're sitting on their tufts? You know, handing out flyers. Here you go. We're just gonna stay at home. Oh, I'm just going to go back to work now. You know, you got this, Katie? No problem. Going to go back to work, support the family, you know. And Seth there is searching, you know, sweat, blood, and tears type of thing. Yeah. Hi, Shelby. That's a gift. There are people fighting tooth and nail to get the kind of awareness out there, and he makes stipulations on appearances. Absolutely. Aren't we so special? But I do have some questions for him, you know. But hey, you know what? Like I said, I'm sure Nancy Grace would love to have you on there. And then someone made a comment about that. Isn't the word for that man narcissist? Yeah, there's some narcissism in there. But why is it he's always speaking to female creators and not male? And he's like, I got no problem with male creators. Well, are females just that more, you know, I don't know what's the word. Are the females more proactive in reaching out, you know, and calling and being like, hey, I'm in your face. I mean, I was almost going to call him today on Messenger, but because I was getting ready for the live, it was one of those things. I was like, I'll still probably do it. I'm probably going to reach out and hit that freaking phone call on Messenger and be like, dude, you know, you seem to go on all these other channels. I've messaged you 3 times, you know, and yet, like I said, I haven't even sat there and said that you were guilty of anything besides, well, acting like an a-hole on that last live, especially. But anyways, it's just more of saying his presence is doing him in, and it's not doing any favors for people that want to feel sorry or empathy for him or Katie, because Katie's letting him do. Like, I have empathy, don't get me wrong, of course, but when when the mom is letting someone talk for them, and this is her child, I would encourage Katie to be more vocal on live streams when she's on them instead of sitting there like she's like, and you can only maybe hear a little bit from her. Maybe she's fine with having Christopher talk for her. I feel like that's like a dog on a leash. Like, here you go. You can, oh, let's just speak, Katie, type of thing. But no, like she can speak, but she speaks very little. And I get it. Like, I mean, I get his personality of like, I'm here to, keep my family safe from harm and dun da da da, Superman, type of thing. I'm the greatest hero of all. But no, you need to come off that little bit of a attitude high horse that you're got going on, because he keeps continuously making himself look bad. The more he opens his mouth, the more he's not doing himself any favors for the public and embracing him. They're embracing Seth. They're embracing Robin Rogers, possibly some more for Katie, but definitely not much for Christopher Proudfoot. Most people are just kind of, I think, taken back by his offensiveness. Oh, hey, I had a sub find a blanket there last week. Hey, I had a sub find a blanket. Oh, in the area? Hey, Rochelle. That's Rochelle, by the way, the Psychic Sleuth. If you haven't checked out her channel, you can. Rochelle's a great friend of this channel. She does a lot of course, reads on a lot of these cases. She's done some on Sebastian Rogers. I need to make Sleuth when she comes in. Where are you? Where are you? I need to. Is my thing? I don't think my thing's scrolling. 1 second. Let me refresh. Here, psychic. Let me spell that right. Just going to go quickly grab your link there for anyone that might be interested in going to check out Rochelle, the Psychic Sleuth channel. I'm going to drop that in chat right now for you guys all. Nice to see you, Rochelle. Hi, Half Pint. Half Pint, she was the one with the great theory for Riley Strain, in the sense of that he probably did walk down to try to get his card, perhaps, and then ended up falling into the water. And, that just seems more likely than him just falling over. It could be possible either way. But I thought that she really had a good thought there. And I was like, dang, why didn't I think of that? I was thinking of everything else. I was like, never dawned on me to think that he actually went down to possibly get his card. Again, prayers to that family. Half Point, I assume they're picking up in the area they left off in today. I just saw them say that they're starting the search tomorrow. Okay. Any word? Oh, thank you, Ben. You did that too. Is there any word on? Sorry, I gotta scroll down. Aspen, is there any word on the update from the earlier part of today? Do you know if anything was found? If there was nothing found, if it was a nothing burger, if it was a something burger? I'll choose to hope that it's nothing to do with Sebastian. Elf. I can believe I'm still on. Me and Aspen pulled a 13-hour one time. Typically, lately, a lot of these lives are going like 4 hours long. So for anyone coming in and stuff like that, we've shown the clip footage of JLR. Did you guys want me to play that part again? That part of when they kind of came across that spot, to the point of them finding, like, bringing the dog in. Did any of you guys want me to just put a 1 in the chat if you want me to play that part of the clip again? Because I will. Alf's on a roll. Yeah. Thank you again for the 2 super chats earlier, Elf, by the way. And thank you to Sidebar for the super chat as well. I see 4 1s so far. I mean, I don't mind playing it because then that means I can sit back there, go fill up my water and have some vape juice and just sit back for a few minutes. rest my voice. That parking lot lady was mean. She was rude. Yeah, she was rude. Again, you can put something across without it needing to be rude. Usually, if I feel like I've been rude to somebody, I'll apologize. Because I don't usually snap at people too often, and there's that. But I'm not perfect, so when I do, I have to go back and apologize if I feel like I was in the wrong, because because everyone has those moments where it's like, like when I remember one live not too long ago, I was getting frustrated. I think I was getting frustrated because I couldn't complete a sentence. It was like every time I was talking, I was getting talked over, and it was frustrating me, and I was like feeling a little snappy. I think I was trying to play something or something. I sent you a thing that Nick Barrett said about it. Okay. Well, let's go look at that for a second. Thanks, Aspen. Thanks, you guys. Uh, Coffin Daffer. What is that? Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Apparently, let's see what we can give you for an update on that. Maybe it might be fruitless to play that. Let's see here. Thanks, Aspen. Okay, according to Nick Perez, Channel 5, update, Sumner County Sheriff's Office not responding to scene either. I will continue to seek answers on what, if anything, was found. Suffice to say, if it was significant, official authorities would respond. I'll let you know if that changes. The search for Sebastian, my messenger is blowing up from people asking me what's happening at, somebody had a typo in an area. Anyways, okay. So could have been just a big nothing burger at the end of the day. But obviously, people they would go check something out, though, right? You'd want to at least know that they showed up to check it out, because there was the police vehicle there that was blocking that road on there. Of course, now I'm not convinced that CP is anything but a grizzly bear. Oh, no. You guys see my thumbnail, member? Okay. Yeah. He's the eye of the tiger. Yeah. We're going to have to, maybe there's something that we should be reading to the eye of the tiger song, Okay. I want to see what Kelly sent me. You know what? I'm going to go see what Kelly sent me. I'm going to play that footage for a second, regardless, if you guys, want me to, just so that you guys can watch it. Well, basically, I'm just making you guys watch it regardless, just so I can do a couple of things behind the scenes. Okay, all fair. So let's take that down. None your business. It's none your business. Thank you guys for your kindness, donations, and following, sharing. Again, for Sebastian Rogers. And we played a clip not too long ago for anyone that's coming in now. We played a clip from the Cajun Army who was talking about Riley Strain, and then he went on to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case, which we played. But anyways, I'm going to bring up that clip from, where did I put you, JLR? Are you there? Are you there? Wait, are you here? There you are. I found you. Okay, so let me just go from the 134 mark, guys, okay? And I'll be right back.
A lot of thorns too. So I got people scattered out all over the place, and they're just holding the line and waiting. Let's see what's going on. Let me see what's going on back here.
Thank you, Callie girl, for sending me that. I'll show it in a minute.
Blood.
Huh?
It is blood. It is some tape material. It is a deep like thing here. They no longer want us to step in that area, and they call law enforcement.
Law enforcement.
Oh,
no.
really? Is there this? Did you send me the tweet? Or maybe I'll just go to it myself in a minute. New tab.
All right, they're calling law enforcement, folks. That's what I'm told. I don't know what's going on here, folks, but they're calling law enforcement. Something's going on. Tell me what's going on. What do they see?
No, we just stepped on a big soft spot, like where stuff's been recently packed.
Really?
In a big spot.
Yikes. So they just stepped on a soft spot.
Really? That's. I'm just gonna play this out, and then I'll show you the different tweets.
You heard that, folks. Something's going on here.
Yes, sir. No problem. No problem. Yes, sir. We will. All right.
You're going to stay right there. The rest of us are going to keep moving forward, okay?
This is it's a fresh mound, but we don't know what's underneath it, of course, because there's no leaves on it until somebody checks it out and knows. And we don't know, so that's just weird and it's odd.
Yeah. Tape over there?
It's a
piece of tape?
Some kind of tape or something with blood.
With
and
blood.
insulation or something. It's been moved that way.
All right, folks.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Searchers are claiming they found maybe some tape, blood, maybe. Just precautionary.
7 days
Check
to
it out.
stand down.
I think we told everyone to kind of back off this area here and seeing what's up. I think what Ellie's gonna come here.
Like, who's close to the road? Nobody now.
Nobody?
That's correct, Karen.
What do you guys go find here? My team location is not working.
Fine. We need you to someone closest to the road. Find Brandon.
Which road?
I'll go.
We'll just watch out for the other dog, and then we'll go to those tweets, okay? Right. It can't be nothing if that's happening, Lanny. Absolutely. I'll show you one from Jennifer Hoffendacher as well in a moment.
Seth is not here, but down here in this particular location, he's here and on scene somewhere.
I think hey guys.
He's with the canines.
Over there.
There.
We got a dog.
We got a dog, folks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got a dog here.
Back towards him. Everybody this way.
All right, something's going on. They're bringing in the dog just to see.
You're gonna, you can show me the bloody. Yeah, show them his brush.
All right, they got the dog. Got the canine dog.
So yes, there was one dog there. That's what I seen when I was watching JLR live when he was first alive with this. And then, but there was a second dog, but it was the second dog wasn't the one that was there alerting. It was the first dog here. So there was no 6 dogs that we are aware of at this time. Whoops, sorry guys. Take live, Shelby. They received a tip is what brought him to the area in the first place. Like what brought them to search the Rockland area. Ben, is that you flirting with me again? I feel like
Waiting to see what's going on, folks. They got a dog back there.
Two, 2,463 people watching from Twitter. Thank you guys for joining us in this live from Twitter. Appreciate you. 143 in the It's a Crime and Shame YouTube channel. Please give the video a like and a share or a tweet out awareness to Sebastian Rogers' case. Appreciate that. Thank you guys. And of course, green hearts for Sebastian.
Got the canine dog out here.
And I'll show you the tweets in just a moment. Beautiful dog. Beautiful. My husband has had a dog that was just like that. His name is Bruno. And Bruno saved my husband's brother's life. Yeah. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Diana. Thank you to anyone that subscribed to the channel or just for being here. It's for Sebastian. Okay, so some sort of hit. Yes, Shelly. Yes. Who said K9? Cadaver. Did I say K9? Okay, so and then the doggy will go lie down or sit down. Well, at least she said, please quit saying it. Seeing the doggy goes and lays down there. Absolutely, Terry. Okay, so let's stop this right now. Okay, you guys. That's pretty much it for that. We've shown this earlier. This is JLR's footage, by the way. We'll come back. Oops, hi. We'll come back on here. And let's share screen again, guys. Thanks to everyone. Thank you, Ben, and everyone and Aspen and Kelly that's sending me information. It's really hard to try to do a live and then keep up with all the details that are going on. So that's what's great about teamwork, right? So let's go over to this window here. So let's look at JLR's post about that. So it says, I have been told this by multiple sources as well, that the Cajun Navy was told to stand down for 7 days to be exact. Okay, now let's go look now. Okay, so if that's true, there's something. Animals are animals, children especially. You got my heart right there. Not taking away from the elderly and the other ones, but children are innocent. They're gifts that should always be adorned. When we have them, it's up to us to try to raise them and bring them up, the best of our abilities. Right, Ruby Frankie from 8 Passengers? Right, Jody Hildebrandt? You guys see that footage out there that they released with the Ruby Frankie, 8 Passengers, and Jody Hildebrandt? Very disturbing. Very disturbed people who think that they have their ducks in a row. So far from the truth. Okay, so let's stop screen and we'll present the other one by Jennifer Coffindaffer. Okay, it was sickening. Absolutely. Yeah, there was the journal stuff and this kid watching the video of the child going to the home, and then the person wasn't home at first, and then watching, like the gentleman come out and, sit down beside, the child there, and then watching the mom of that husband or the wife of the husband giving him a banana and some, peanuts and stuff like that. And then the girls, anyways, just so disturbing. How do these people's brains work? I swear to God, Anyways, different planet. Jennifer Coffindaffer, she says, something is bothering me, and that is the search warrant that was obtained earlier on in the Sebastian Rogers investigation. I know Ali said routine, but no landfill search is routine. And anyone that knows Jennifer Coffindaffer, you guys should all know her by now. She's a retired FBI agent, but you guys see her pretty much with tons of the cases now. The news outlets use her all the time. She has her own podcast as well. But anyways, she says, and that the probable cause affidavit had to show probable cause to believe either indica, or how do you say that word? Indicia? I've never seen that word. Someone pronounce it for me in chat. Indicia of a crime, or I would say either indicative. I guess it's called indicia. Say indicative of a crime, or that a body would be that landfill for them to search. LE is being awfully quiet. What is in the probable cause affidavit? What is in the affidavit? What, okay, I would like to find that post that Charmaine had put in the chat where this one person is saying, kind of like, as if she has some sort of inside scoop or something, that basically saying something like, what we think we know and what will come to truth are two different things. That there's a reason, that they're not telling us things, or what. I wish I'm gonna have to go back and find that post. I know Charmaine put it in our group chat. Asking Connor, hint, hint. I saw Jen's tweet about that. Yeah. They aren't shitty kids, just shitty adults. Absolutely. I mean, I do believe some evil childs sometimes come out of the slope of that VJ. You know, I believe that there's certain people that just come out as like little freaking devils to me. But at the end of the day, there's so many children out there that I like. Again, I can't think of the whole big world out there because it's too heavy on the heart. But when I think of all these children like Harmony Montgomery, Gannon, Audrey, the cases lately, with Audrey, Madeline Soto, Elijah Vu, and these are just a small droplet of cases that we know about, let alone these children that are in these homes that we don't know about that are suffering. It's just so hard on the heart. When you love children and you care about children so much, as a decent, good parent, and to think that these children out there are being treated this way, it's beyond any sort of comprehension, let alone so heavy on the heart. And that's hence why for 20 something years, I stayed away from the news and stayed away from anything to do with, because true crime, like this wasn't a thing, right? Like I'm 55 years old almost here. And it's like back when I was 26, I go to work, read the newspaper. So, some mom threw her child over the bridge that lived, by the way, the Capilano that lived. That's the swinging bridge in Vancouver up in North Van. Literally threw the child over the bridge. Child lived. It was a miracle. How could somebody even do that? How could somebody go to a dumpster and put a living, breathing child in a dumpster? How can someone have a baby and go to the bathroom and discard of it, into the trash? How could people do stuff like that? Sorry, I don't have sympathy for those type of individuals. I don't care what mental health issue you have going on. I don't feel sorry for those individuals. Obviously, whatever in their life took them that path to do such a horrific thing. I'm always will be about the children. It's sickening. Thank you. Signs, indications, or distinguishing marks. Okay. Thank you. Indici. Yeah, I don't like that word. Still too hard. Indici. That's what it says. Indicia. Indicia. Yeah. It's funny how sometimes words you never see in your entire life, especially when you start watching Delphi and the documents. Oh my God. So over documents. Started increasing during C word lockdown when parents were panicked and stuck at home instead of school. Yeah. A lot of people went really weird. I'm not going to lie during that time. That word sucks. It does. What else? Let me just look at my Facebook for a second. Not my Facebook, but my Messenger. What was this? Oh, is this the one? I think it is Aspen Connor. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, that is the one. Perfect. Charmaine couldn't find it. Let me just see. But Aspen Connor, you are a true sleuth. Charmaine, she's just enjoying herself right now in Slave Lake in this large house. Okay, so let me put up that one and I'll show you which one that Charmaine had showed a while ago, or like last week, I think it was. Let's just see what it says. I have to remember for myself. Okay, so this is by Courtney Fuller. Just want to put this out there that in the universe, there's a lot of people outside of the law enforcement. There's a lot of stuff people outside of law enforcement doesn't know. Ellie wants to keep things sealed so nothing jeopardizes their investigation and bringing justice of Sebastian, or to Sebastian. The landfill search was meant to be confidential. Obviously, it got leaked to the press. It was never supposed to. They are working every single angle, theories that some people haven't even heard of or thought of, I should say. They found things that we cannot even imagine. We all want to know every detail. We all want to know every angle they are working, which we do. They can't say because they could jeopardize everything. Trust the process. The amount of people working on this case day to day is and night is unfathomable. The truth will come out and it may shock all of us. What do you guys think of them apples? So remember, I don't know who this person is. I don't know what their tie is in any way to Sebastian's case. But based upon what we just kind of seen with Jennifer Coffindaffer's tweet, and Cajun Army, if they're being told to stand down, you know, this sounds like it kind of falls in line about it. So what do you guys think about that tweet? Or sorry, I think it's a Facebook post. I don't know who that person is underneath there, but yeah. It's going to get worse. Society is made into where you can do whatever you want. And say, yeah, I agree with that statement, Robin, more than you know. Yeah, I agree with that statement. I'm tired of this mental health issue for everything. Everyone's claiming it. We all have issues, okay? We all have issues. Some of us have anxiety issues, this issue, that issue. We all have issues. But it's like it's being used for everything now, like seriously, to the point that it's to me sickening because everyone has issues, but then it's the matter of using the issue to place blame on that because that they had this going on, right? Because that's the easy card. Taking responsibilities for action is easier. There are people out there with severe, definitely issues going on, right? I get that, but it's like it's a card being used all the time for everything and anything. And it's like everything's just being pampered that way, and so that's why to me, it's one of those things. I remember we were reading an article and we had someone on, I think it was for like with regards to the Delphi case, and for the most part, right, some people try to get away with it, but for the most part, when they go through their examination and have to go through the test to see if there's these mental health issues going on, for the most part, not always, most of the psychiatrists or whatever can determine if they're full of shit or not. But I mean, pretty much you can go anywhere, like, hey, I'm handicapped, here you go, oh, here's a handicap thing, no problem, type of thing. And or here, I need pills for this, doctor, yeah, oh, you said you have no symptoms, no problem, here, let me just write you a prescription, let me just make some dollars. Yeah, every prescription I write, I make a few dollars there. We should focus and fund mental health on there. All right, you start that, Ivy. But yeah, I don't like it when I'm watching things that are always due. Oh, it's mental health reason. This is mental health reason. You guys, there's some stories out there. Remember that? You guys might not know this one. There was this mother who got her husband to go pick up food. And during that time, she took the lives of her 3 children downstairs with some sort of barbells. And then she whooped out the window herself. But she didn't die. She's paralyzed. And the thought of just someone doing that. So in her case, right, mental health issues, obviously something going on there. And so she's in bed, lying there paralyzed. Karma, sorry, you didn't die. And you took the lives of your 3 children and you're paralyzed. Oh, I don't know. Maybe God wants to make you suffer a little bit. I don't know. But anyways, crazy stuff like that, But it's just one of those things is that, like I said, there's people that have true mental health issues. And there's people that claim that they have a mental health issue. But everyone has mental health issues regardless. Just a matter of what level to me. accessing. True. And that's true, right? I mean, accessing it as well. Absolutely. But the thing is, I'm not going to get into that whole conversation of it because there's obviously people who fake it and obviously people who truly have it. I remember when, okay, I remember when the C word came out and that whole 2020 thing was happening. It was so funny how everyone, especially the youth, no offense, but especially the youth that I was working with or the people around me, instantly they all had autoimmune deficiency. They all had autoimmune something. I was the only person at that job who is older. I have diabetes, some health issues now I never used to have. Anyways, as the only person who stayed working at that job for free so I could help out the boss. All the rest of them flocked as soon as they could use that excuse for the government, but all of them self-diagnosed themselves. It was so amazing to watch how everyone was just diagnosing themselves and that they had to, oops, I got to leave work now. I mean, hey, boss is giving us an option here. I was the only person that stayed, and yet the young ones, boop, 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 boop. It's funny how people self-diagnose themselves with that, though, everything. Can you, so the doctor said you had it? No, but I just know I do. Hi, Gloria. Oh, Gloria, shoot. I need to go look at your email from yesterday, don't I? See? I got all these things on my brain. My mom's name was Gloria. She passed. Don't forget, you guys, too, as well. Whether or not you care about the Royals or not, Katie was, put out a post saying that she has cancer and that they're, working through that as the family, which kind of, I think I might have put that post, put that live private because I think is that the one I put private? All I know is that lady, April from the Metro Nashville Police Department, you suck. Because I literally called you and you told me that Riley wasn't having a press conference. I literally called you and you're in charge of that and you should have known. And then just as soon as I ended that live, Ictamel goes live with that 5-minute press conference. And I'm like, thank you, lady. I literally used my cell phone from Canada, spent that few bucks just for you to lie to me, April. I was pissed. Here I am on the whole live going, well, just so you know, the press conference at 1 didn't happen. They rescheduled till 5. Here, Cajun Army's putting it out. Called up myself. I was like, I'm just going to go to the horse's mouth and ask him. Thank you, April. On top of your job. Spot on. Anyways, Icmel went live and it was about a 5-minute thing. So I just used Icmel's live, said to Icmel and tweet, hey, buddy, just so you know, I used the first part of your live. Is that okay? He's like, you're good to go. Icmel's a good guy too. Yeah, bad April, right? Hello. My grandson has classic autism. He's a Rain Man. Oh, I remember Rain Man, that movie. I love him. I can't believe anyone would ever hurt someone with a disability. I can't believe anyone hurt people in general, like honestly. We call that thing the pestilence. Outward, visible, physical signs, suggesting the presence of something else, which is conceptual rather than physical. Thank you, guys. Oxford. Oh, that's quoting the Oxford Dictionary, by the way. Right, mental health issues, gaming versus mental health illness. Absolutely. What happened just got here. Okay, so let's kind of do a recap, I suppose, eh? Hold on, my husband's here. Hey, husband.
Hey.
Do you need me?
Well, I'm just going to go to IGA. Did you want anything specific?
I don't want anything specific. More some popsicles.
I think
Okay. Thank you. What are you getting from there?
I'm gonna make something.
Okay. Love you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Recap. That's what we were doing. Sorry. Um, so we started off by showing a video from JLR's live that he was doing when I was watching it earlier to show you guys about the search for Sebastian and Seth Rogers. He was in a different group with the canines. Sorry, am I saying that wrong? With the cadaver dogs. My bad, my bad, my bad. So someone said canines, so it sticks in my head. With the cadaver dogs. And they had the searchers that JLR was with had spotted a soft mound with some blood on some tape, perhaps, and they brought up a cadaver dog, and it, hit on that area. Okay, so that's pretty much what happened there. And then it was just a matter of them. They were calling and talking to the police, and to see what happened with that. Chronicles of Olivia reported that there was 6 cadaver dogs. Again, that will come to fruition. But as far as we know, we saw the one in the video with JLR. Apparently, like there was another dog, but there was only one dog that was up there that hit on that. My husband is not funny. Your husband's also named husband. Yeah. Actually, my husband, for anyone watching, I hate to be braggadocious, but I do kind of brag about this. So I'm pretty much 55 almost. I'm 54. I'll be 55 July 3rd. My husband will be 34 June 22nd. We're both cancers. We both have the same initials, SJA. His is SJA because obviously I took his last name, Austin. So my husband's name is actually Steve Austin. So he's not the $6 million man, but I wish he was. But, because I would buy my island, a little island somewhere. My ex-husband's name was Stephen, but spelled differently, with the PH instead of the V, like my husband now. You could kind of think he's like Stone Cold Steve Austin, SmackDown type of thing. Because so depending what year you're born, you'll think of either the wrestler or the $6 million man. Either way, he's my British gorgeous guy to me. I love him. He came from England like Pretty Woman. Coming for you, Cindy, right? Yeah, you go, girl, is right. So, I don't judge people on that stuff. I don't care if somebody wants to, do whatever. That's their thing. My thing is my thing. I don't ever, well, first of all, I don't like typically older guys. When I say older, I just don't typically like them older than me. I'm more of a youthful person by heart, by nature, hence my mom always calling my real name is Sonia. My nickname is Sunny or Sunshine, but my mom would always call me Sunny or Sunshine, but typically Sunny. My brother would call me Sunny. So hence where I use Sunny. So my husband knows me as Sunny. I have a twin sister. Her name is Tanya. We're the complete opposite of each other. The only thing that we could do, we're both left-handed and we would play sports and we're creative. Personality wise, absolutely different. Okay. She lives in this world of being freaking organized and like that. And she's not an outgoing person like I am. And basically, there's a dark cloud. Sorry, Tanya, if you're watching this, I doubt you are because you're too evil right now to me to talk to you. But anyways, she has a dark cloud kind of hanging over her head. I like to have the sun, hence the name Sunny. Right? It was just off my name, Sonia. Okay. So I don't know. That's just information that you probably didn't need to know, but I'm telling you it anyway. But anyways, I'm just a youthful person in nature. Always have been. I'm just kind of more of a YOLO person. I just speak from my heart. I stand up for things when I feel like they're wrong. I'm just a truthologist, really. Not that I've never told a lie in my entire life, but I prefer not to lie because then you have to cover a lie. I just call things like I say it, and somebody asks me a question about myself, chances are I'll probably tell you. I don't have much to hide and stuff like that. So I appreciate people that have that same, that have that same personality trait in a sense. Sonny, your husband is younger than me. And I'm 25, remember? Yeah, I was 20, he was 25 when I met him. We've been married for almost 9 years. On Weed Day, April 20th, that's when he actually flew out here from England. But anyways, this is what he said. Listen up, listen, guys, if anyone's listening, and chicks get jealous, okay? So my husband had said to me, So I was married for 17 years. I have one son. His name is Matthew. He sadly lives with his father, Mr. Vengeful, vindictive father up in Whitecourt, Alberta, up there. Anyways, because we got divorced back in 2013. So, anyways, so for about a year, I don't even no man was going to enter my life. Are you kidding? I've been with someone since I was 15 years old for 11 years, then 17 years, right? Tired of being abused, tired of being whatever. So this is the first time I kick off my shoes. I'm in my place and I'm like, woohoo, right? I've got a man telling me what to do, how to control me, blah, 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 and stuff like that. Anyways, shoot. I went off on that. When you go off on those side tangents and you forget what the freaking reason you were telling it is. Anyways, something about my husband now. Something about you guys. I'm so sorry. I do that. It's like when I'm tired, and then I'm talking, and then I veer off on a branch, and then I have to come back, and I usually find it. But now I forget what I was talking about. Something about my child and husband now. And anyways. You guys, I remember. Thank you. But anyways, so I'm on this game called RuneScape, and so in this chat, I have my little chat thing for this game RuneScape, and there's this Steve Austin in there, and I'm like $6 million man. I love Steve Austin, love Bionic Women, love all that stuff. Anyways, I was hanging out with this other guy whose name was Mike, who ended up being a douchebag, just disappeared, and then so I had asked Steve because he was from England. I was like, hey, but chance, have you seen this Mike? Whatever. He says, no, but if I do, I'll be sure to let you know. And I was like, oh, well, he's sweet. Anyways, whatever this was, it was magic. It was just falling like within pretty much a week. I could say that we just honestly just fell in love with each other. Like, honestly, I never let him know that. Like, meaning he said to me, I was just acting like I didn't give a shit. So I was just like, well, I'll see you when I get home from work. And he's like, on the third time talking to him, he's like, do you know what time that will be at? Because obviously he's in England. And I'm like, oh, somebody's falling for me, isn't he? Okay, that's okay because I'm falling for you, but I'm not gonna say that I think that you're a really great guy and all that stuff. So I jokingly said, well, you ever think about coming to Canada? Because I can tell you're a really good guy, great guy. And he's like, ready? He says, well, I never thought about it, but for you, I would, And then he said he didn't want anyone else to have me. Right? Okay. So I was like, get your ass over here. So again, it's about souls. My husband's an old soul. Okay. He might be 34 almost, but he's an old soul. I'm a young soul. Me and him are just perfectly good friends. We don't control each other. We don't tell each other what to do. Okay, he's getting a little bit of the Vancouver rage attitude, the driving shit. So I'm telling him, you know what, husband, you're turning into the ex-husband a little bit, because you're starting to get that whole Vancouver rage shit going on. Anyone that lives in a big city, you get road rage and stuff like that. Everyone's like this, get out of my way, coming through, like get out of my way. And I'm just like, geez, just calm down, people. Anyways, ex-husband had that happen to him. This husband's having it happen because he drives all over the place. So when you are in an area where something that should normally take you 10 minutes to get to takes you an hour to get there because of the traffic and stuff like that, you guys can relate that live in the bigger cities on that stuff. Anyways, so my husband, like I said, his name is Steve Austin. I think that was the full circle point of that, by the way, because of the husband comment. So I just say, husband, sometimes he's like, quit whining. And I'm like, no. I like to whine sometimes. I never used to be a whiner. The ex-husband was a whiner, right? That's honestly where I got some whining from. I'll be just like, husband, can you come here? But anyway, no, my husband's awesome. Can you give me a drink of water? But he does have the cancer stubbornness. Even like I'm stubborn, but I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. He not. He not. It's very rare and few and far in between when he'll come back and go, I'm sorry for being snappy at you. And I'm like, you shouldn't be, because I don't do that to you. Anyways, that's my story for that part. Sorry to side venture there, but on this channel we do that sometimes. Let me just see if there's anything else out there, you guys. I'm just fine. I'm like, you hold that stance. I love being married. I love being with the person. But you sound like Charmaine. Okay, let me just see if there's somebody's put anything else in my thing. We've been on a good. Oh, is that the same? Oh wait, someone just had an epiphany in a strange way. Wait, that's an old message. Those are orders issued. Just sorry, you guys. Just trying to check my thing, see if Aspen or anybody else has sent me anything. Oh, for those people that didn't see it, maybe we'll play that one again. Because I was giving you guys kind of like a synopsis about what kind of happened on the live. So it was a JLR about the dog thing. Then I played some of the footage that Katie and, well, it was mostly Chris, on the Smiley World show. I played some of that when they were talking about the front door, and a few pieces there with his clothing. I played that. Then we talked about Sebastian's father, Seth, for a few moments, and Chris Proudfoot. And then we went on to watch the that Ben sent me the news footage talking about Riley Strain at the start. And then towards the end, it was talking about Sebastian Rogers. And then basically I've been showing you some posts and some tweets, with regards to this very interesting stuff about the 7-day stand down. Apparently, we'll see what comes. So that's just apparently. That's just it's not say fact. It's what JLR says he's been hearing, that the Cajun Army has been asked to stand down for 7 days. Then you have Jennifer Coffendaffer putting out that tweet about the oddity of what's in the affidavit? Why are like, you don't just go check a landfill, right? So again, it doesn't matter what your feelings are with regards to if you believe that there's some, stepdad innuendos, stuff like that. That's fine. Think whatever you want, whether he's innocent or guilty or whatever your thoughts are with regards to his case. Bottom line is, we're here for Sebastian first and foremost. Do we want to know all the ins and outs about what happened that day? Absolutely. Well, of course we do, because the more information you have, the more you can put the puzzle together to make it make sense. Then you have this one here where, again, this person is talking about that the landfill search was meant to be confidential. Obviously, it got leaked to say that the truth will come out. It might shock us all. So I don't know if this person has inside knowledge or whoever. Anyways, you take everything like that with a grain of salt until it becomes fruition. So again, I'm not going to say something's factual if it's not factual. Wasn't that a weird fact about the garbage man? What was that, Elf, about the garbage man? Can you refresh me on that? Because I'm not sure. Yeah, Cajun Navy has been. So again, kudos to the Cajun Navy. Kudos, of course, to EquiSearch, and kudos to anyone that makes this world a better place just by being kind, caring, and giving, right? I do it lots of times in my life without thinking about it. I know a lot of you guys do too. Like I said, anyone that's in the true crime community must have some sort of caring heart about people, or maybe their story of something that happened in their family that hits close to home to them. I'm sure that there's a few bad apples, of course, that are out there, but I would like to think that people are here for the reason that brings their heart a little bit closer to why they're in the true crime community, and about pushing out stories, because it's us that can make a difference. We will make the biggest difference in a lot of ways. And as time keeps moving on, the police department is going to become more accepting of the true crime community, because as you guys have noticed on media and stuff like that, it's the true crime sleuths that are making it up onto News Nation. You had Iqmel, who was on News Nation and Court TV. You know, you have a lot of the different creators that are now making it up onto that instead of it just being about media. And I like that space. I like the space where the true crime, we have our space, they have their space, you know, but if everyone works together for the goal of helping and bringing awareness to others, you know, there's always going to be the shit disturbers out there or the shit talkers, you know, and stuff like that, or people who want to take away from something. It was on now. Oh, okay. You know, I still need to watch that episode on Nancy. Garbage Man said their trash can seemed heavier than usual. Oh, I see. I'm normally pretty up to date on my stuff, but there's been like, it's not my fault. You know, Seth Rogers is like 4 hours on a live, got 3 hours on a live. That shit takes a long time to listen to, right? And because you want to hear every droplet of what they're saying. So I know I need to catch up on Nancy Grace, and I only listened to part of it. So thank you for that. You know, so like I said, I'm just gonna, like always, I'll wait and see what the outcome is. But in the meantime, you're just trying to think of what makes sense. What makes sense to Seth Rogers. But let me go back to that. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this tab. Do I still have it up? Or did I put it down? Shoot. Let me go back to, oh no, here it is. Stop screen. Take this off. I'm just gonna, no offense to Riley Strain, but I'm gonna kind of go back to the Seth Rogers part of this Cajun army when he's talking. Sorry, my bad that I forget his name. But let's see. Okay.
You know, right now, we're grateful that we were able to find Riley for his family. But I guess on the whole, my overall description would be that I am just absolutely so honored and humbled and grateful to have been able to help Riley's family this way. Wonderful bunch of folks. We've adopted each other. We're all family now. But it certainly is disappointing. It shatters your heart. You know, I've lost a daughter myself several years ago, and it shatters your heart, especially when you can feel what that family is feeling. But you know, we keep on keeping on. That's what we do.
Poor mom, I'm wrapping things up on my end, but can I ask, how is the family doing?
As well as can be expected. You know, they had some folks over to where they were staying here after their presser last night. There was myself and Skip, the airboat pilot, and a bunch of their family and friends came over, and it was cathartic. You know, we were able to just kind of fellowship together, and there was some laughter and things like that. It's going to be a long road for them, very long road for them. Again, speaking from experience, but fortunately, they have a large family and they have an extensive support system, which is critical, obviously, in a situation like this. Mama was pretty tore up when she first got the news. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was able to be there with them when that happened. So, you know, when you hear a mama just wailing at the top of her lungs because she just lost her baby, it just crushes you. But I think they'll be fine. They are very, very strong in their Christian faith. And they know that they know where Riley is, and they know that they'll see him again someday in glory.
Play Sebastian in a second.
That's what I hung my hat on when I lost my daughter, and that's what they have to hang their hat on as well.
You guys aren't leaving the area, though. Is that right? Tell me a little bit.
This is what I'm talking about.
I mean, I personally am going to be leaving to head back home tomorrow morning, while I still have a home to head to. And we do have some assets on the ground here locally. There's a missing child case, Sebastian Rogers, which I'm sure pretty much everybody is aware of right now. I can say very, very little about that because it is an active situation right now, but we do have some assets on the ground there. Sebastian's father reached out to us and asked for help. And so we're going to try to help up there as much as we can. If there's more information that can come out later on, I certainly will let you all know, but that's kind of all I can speak to at this point.
Are you able to say like how many people, assets, or kind of what types of assets at least are out there?
No, sorry.
One more question that I asked kind of before, but what do you guys think you can bring to this investigation?
Well, once again, like I said, we're nobody special. We're just people helping people. We have a lot of different skill sets and a lot of different areas, and I think our biggest thing is our dedication. We don't have any ulterior motive or any agenda of our own. We're not out there for self-glorification. We're not out there to make money on any of this stuff. We're just out there to help people. And whether that's going to be something that we can add to the mix that somebody else can't, I can't really say. We just want to help whatever way we can. Mm-hmm.
So Sebastian's father contacting you, is that how the Cajun Navy got involved? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And have you spoken with the mother and stepfather?
I have not, no.
Let me ask you, you're wrapping up here. You've solved one missing persons or helped aid in that, and now you're leaving behind kind of another case. What would you like to see in the Sebastian Rogers case? And I guess going back to your point about the importance of not forgetting about these missing people.
Right. Well, obviously, we'd like to see, first and foremost, we'd like to see Sebastian found safe and sound. That's, I think everybody's hope, and that's always our hope, is to find, regardless of what the evidence and circumstances might point to the contrary, our hope, and we always hold on to that hope until we find out we can't anymore, that person will be found safe and sound, returned to their family. So that's always our hope.
And are you asking for more volunteers here with this on
the Sebastian case? Not at this time. No. If it comes to a point where we think we will need some additional volunteers, we certainly will reach out to media. We'll put it on social media. Usually, the best source of information for anything that we're involved in is our Facebook page. Yep.
Can you say anything about maybe what areas are being searched for Sebastian?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
Okay. How long will the Cajun Navy resources be in town for Sebastian, or can you?
I can't speak to that right now either. It's going to be largely dependent on the direction that the investigation takes.
Okay. Can't say what the search entailed today, or if you'll be searching tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I've said all I can.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be, rude to you, but I've said all I can at this point. Yes.
Anything else we should have asked, or anything else you'd like to add?
Well, and this is all I can say about it at this point. We are about to get involved in another missing person case. That's all I can tell you right now. I have not spoken with the family yet, and so unless and until I do, that's all I can say. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have some more information about that.
Is that your
Alrighty. So again, we played this earlier, the fuller thing of it. But there again, oops, sorry, I'm not even on camera. There, of course, we heard about Sebastian Rogers and that he'll be heading back home, but people are on the ground. I was just asking Teresa. I want to say Teresa because that's probably how it's pronounced. If she had heard anything about the 7-day stand down on Cajun Army. So we're not sure if that's fact at this point. The JLR put out a post saying that he has heard that they have been asked to stand down for 7 days. Then we also have Teresa saying that again, if anyone close and want to search tomorrow, there's a meeting at Rutter's at 8 a.m. They're walking from there to search the area because they don't want all of them cars parked along, and they're going to have. Teresa, just to ask you another question, if you happen to know. It's Teresa. Oh, it is Teresa. Okay. I wasn't sure because I hadn't seen it spelled that way before. It's definitely different. I have an Aunt Teresa, but it was T-H-E-R. Yeah. So, okay, Teresa. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I just didn't want to pronounce it wrong, and here I went pronouncing it wrong. But anyways, Teresa, did you by chance hear anything about the development of the dog, of course, indicating where that soft area was and the blood, perhaps on this supposed blood on this piece of tape? Thank you. Did you hear anything more about that? Because there was a post put out by Nick Perez that basically said, well, actually, what did it say again? Just to be exact. Oh my goodness, got too many screenshots open. Oh, too many screenshots. Gotta close some of these down, people. You guys, I probably got about 40 screenshots open. Sorry, just closing some of them down. Just so I can see the actual one. Let's see here. So he said, update, Sumner County Sheriff's Office not responding to scene either. I will continue to seek answers on what, if anything, was found. Suffice to say, if it was significant, officials, authorities would respond. I'll let you know if things change. That was put out there by Nick Perez of Channel 5 News. So today, when JLR was live, he was in with the search, helping look for Sebastian Rogers, in with this basically grid search. During that live stream, as they were walking, and apparently what was said, because I heard that on JLR's live, where that the person said it was because of a tip was why they're there. I think JLR asked like why this location, and then they said because of a tip. And so, anyways, so as they were searching, they came across this soft, this soft spot in the woods, the wooded area there, and also some what looked like perhaps blood on some tape. So they brought up a cadaver dog to sniff around. It barked at the spot in a sense, hit on it, and so they of course called in, to the police and stuff like that. So far, from what Nick Perez is saying, is that there seems to be maybe no significance to it. So maybe they've checked it out and themselves now, and there's nothing. Don't know. That's the post you've seen. That's all you heard. Yeah. So as for Cajun Army, again, that's who this gentleman is here. They were saying that they have people on the ground that are helping in Sebastian's search, but we'll see how that goes with the information with regards to what happened, if there was a nothing burger. As for the 7 days with the Cajun, again, that was a tweet that JLR posted out saying that that multiple people have said that Cajun Army has been asked to stand down. So that's not factually verified yet that I know of. And if it is, then like I said, we'll see. Ivy like tape on a diaper. They were whispering it. Wow. Again, right. Speculation, right? Am I allowed to say? Yeah, you're allowed to say creator's name in here, Teresa. We have no problem with that here. Yeah, Trev Time. We had Trev Time on our show last week there. Really nice person. Really nice guy. I listened to him a few times. Very soft-spoken, nice individual. Trev Time has some updates. He just went offline. If you want, can you give the gist of perhaps of what he said, Teresa? When they made Sebastian, where I know JLR said he thinks authorities may now know something we don't regarding why the Cajun Navy is being asked to stand down. I mean, when he was talking about it, when he was kind of mentioning Sebastian Rogers' case, he obviously, like, he did come across like there's stuff that, maybe we know that we're not allowed to talk, Didn't he kind of come across that way? Like it was almost like he was definitely holding back from something that he knew. Did you guys get that impression too when he was talking about it? He thinks authorities may know something. Oh, okay. Okay, about the search tomorrow. Okay, perfect. No tape on pull-ups. Always got to be a thinker in the group, eh? Yeah, I was gonna say probably no tape on pull-ups. To me, that would just be a. I mean, obviously, two people are kind of whispering, but I'm not. Yeah, one of these days I should probably get some depends for myself here. But I was kind of shocked when I heard that Sebastian, had a, that he was regressing. I wonder why he was regressing. You know. Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night. Thank you so much, Aspen Connor. Um, let's just play that last part when he talks. Let's just play that last part here.
We'll put it on social media. Usually the best that hope until we find out we can't anymore, that person will be found safe and sound, returned to their family. So that's always our hope.
And are you asking for more volunteers here with this in the same
On the Sebastian case? Not at this time. No. If it comes to a point where we think we will need some additional volunteers, we certainly will reach out to media. We'll put it on social media. Usually, the best source of information for anything that we're involved in is our Facebook page.
Yep. Can you say anything about maybe what areas are being searched for Sebastian?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
Okay. How long will the Cadaver resources be in town for Sebastian, or can you?
I can't speak to that right now either. It's going to be largely dependent on the direction that the investigation takes.
Okay. Can't say what the search entailed today, or if you'll be searching tomorrow.
I'm sorry. I've said all I can.
Fair enough.
I don't want to be, rude to you, but I've said all I can at this point. Yes.
Anything else we should have asked, or anything else you'd like to add?
Well, and this is all I can say about it at this point. We are about to get involved in another missing person case. That's all I can tell you right now. I have not spoken with the family yet, and so unless and until I do, that's all I can say. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have some more information about that.
Is that here locally?
I can't say.
Thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you. Once again, thank you to everybody.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Well, like I said, my own impression of just my own personal opinion, okay? Christopher Proudfoot comes off like he's very strict. I could see, and I'm just my assumption, I could see if Sebastian, did I say Christian? Sebastian, I could see if Christopher. Okay. I could see if Sebastian might be fearful of Christopher, according to Robin Rogers. That seems to be the case. And my impression is that he is very blunt, abrupt, bit of a narcissist. Just my personal speculation, okay, guys? Yeah, bit of a narcissist, but bit of full of himself somewhat. He thinks that he's like, the superhero, I suppose, that, like I said, great American superhero that has to, save his wife from talking and talk for her and protect the family, but he comes across to me like somebody that when they're talking, and like Charmaine said earlier, that there's this disconnect. Like you don't get this warm, fuzzy feeling. He did make a mention that he's not a person to really show his emotions. Oh, that be true. Because when he's talking about Sebastian, I'm not feeling this warm, fuzzy feeling from him at all. Seth Rogers, obviously the biological dad, you can hear the heartache, the pain in there. I mean, you could probably get more emotion out of a rock than Christopher Proudfoot when he's speaking. Again, the way he talked and talking about, and each to their own. But when you listen to him talk about the snake and why he got rid of the snake, because Sebastian, wasn't doing, he was as he was told. Like and then he tries to lighten it up by saying, but it's at my friend's place. The guy, we gave him all the 30 snakes. type of thing. So he can go visit the snake whenever he wants, and like when I tell him to clean his room, if it's not cleaned up to basically my expectations, and I'm going to come in there with a bag myself, and I'm going to put everything that's on the floor that you claim this room was clean, like caveman day thinking or what? Anyways, that type of parenting style, to me, I know that type of parenting style, and I don't like it because again, it comes off like a drill sergeant. Let I can see this child being fearful of Christopher Proudfoot, and then when you base that around what Robin Rogers has said as well, I can see where he comes off like an a-hole. He certainly came off like an a-hole in the Smiley World's interview. He was very abrasive at the start, especially. And then all of a sudden, he became a little bit more relaxed. Must be nice to sit at a job for 3 hours on a live stream, though, you know, um, or that he pretty much talks to his wife for hours on end while he's working. I'm sure his employer loves to know that stuff, by the way. Um, but anyways, uh, my impression of Christopher Proudfoot is not that I'm blaming him or accusing him of anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. That will be handled by Ellie if there's any involvement whatsoever with regards to Sebastian. But he's definitely not making himself look good at all. You know, I'd love for him to come up on this live, maybe even look at one of my messages, considering he says he answers people's messages. Just send him a message. Well, I've sent 3 now. And in the last, I even hit the friend request thing. So that I'm like wanting to talk to you. He's basically gone on small channels. People are accusing him of not wanting to answer the hard questions. He's like, no, bring him at me, type of thing. But he's very aggressive, and he can use the fact that people are saying stuff about him all he wants. But you know what? Again, if you're going to sit there and read all that stuff and just focus on the negativity of what people are saying and going, look at, they're bashing me and blah blah blah. So and then say, well, this is why I have an attitude. No, I'm pretty sure that in general you have this very strong personality. You can tell it by the way he was talking about how he handled, say, Sebastian when it came to disciplinary things, right? Like a drill sergeant almost. But anyways, yeah, so he's definitely doesn't give off these warm, fuzzy vibes like, yeah, me and Sebastian, I'm a stepdad, but, like, yeah, he's my best, he's a good little buddy. You know how some stepdads talk and they're just like, they're more tearful, or they're coming across like they care about, the stepchildren, he doesn't come across that way, really. He might care for Sebastian in his own way, but he doesn't project that outwardly to the public. It's kind of just like, here I am, I'm the spokesperson. My wife is going through a lot of pain, Katie, and so I'm just going to talk for her. And he seems very controlling, right? So he definitely is a controlling personality, and in your face type of person. So some of this little pouty face that he coming across on the thing. And I don't think that Katie is as passive as she is. I think she's more vocal. But again, I don't want to take away whatever emotions she's going through. Again, not accusing of involvement. For any parent, if they had no involvement, their pain is going to run deeper than deep. And as a parent myself, you guys, whoever you guys are with kids, that children, right, like Riley Strain, that your children, that you've reared up, geared up, put them off to college, and now they're gone. Sebastian's 15 years old, high functioning autistic. There's definitely tons of things that don't make sense to us. And there probably is tons of things that don't make sense to us just simply because they're not giving us that information that possibly that they're looking at, that might lead to figuring out where Sebastian Rogers is. Have you noticed Seth says he's Sebastian's only father now? Oh, did he say that? Did he, like, only because, like I said, I mean, the last one I remember Seth doing, which was a 4-hour live, but I know he's spoken on Nancy Grace as well. It's hard to keep up with these ones, like I said, because it's like you're trying to listen to 4 hours worth of stuff like that. Um, Let me just see what you guys are all saying here. I work for a guy like that, even with his mother, but he loved her with everything, just not one to show emotion. I mean, and people, right, are, but it's just that in the public, we want to see someone crying, we want to see emotion, we want to see that we're helping fight for finding of your child, because you're projecting this. It's just because it's kind of just by human nature, we just expect people to behave a certain way, and when we don't, we give them a stink eye because they're not projecting that emotion that we think that they are. But I've come to know, and grow, that not everyone thinks the same way we do or acts the same way we do. But there's still weirdness going on with this entire case. It's just weird. It's just odd. It's strange. But again, it's stuff that we obviously probably don't know. So he can say whatever he wants to the public. At the end of the day, if it's bullshit, it's going to be found out. You know, it's not like he's going to be fooling, TBI and the law enforcement and stuff like that. So if there's something going on behind the scenes with regards to Christopher Proudfoot or Katie, again, that will come out in time if there is. For now, we have no idea where Sebastian is. So we'll just keep the focus on trying to bring the awareness out there. Because if he is by chance out there and someone did happen to take him, which is, I guess, an option on the table, or if he did leave on his own accord, then we don't know how far and wide he is. So we need to bring attention to the case to get more searchers searching for Sebastian, helping out, putting up the notices and stuff like that in the different areas so that he becomes. It's too bad that they don't do the milk carton thing anymore. My dad threw away our stuff once. He was military. He was strict to an extent, but not abusive. Yeah, I didn't like that when he said he gave Sebastian the belt. I mean, my dad gave me the belt when I was a kid, and I didn't deserve it. And I was shitting my pants when my mom told me, "Wait till your dad gets home. He's going to give you the belt." Well, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't deserve it, but I didn't want to get smacked, that's for sure, with no belt. Um, Karen, I put them in a toy jail. Right, exactly, toy jail or something. Absolutely. My favorite thing to do for my son, I remember when Matthew was maybe 4 years old. Um, my ex-husband, he had a huge computer, and I remember we had the Thomas the Tank. So picture a CD rack, that has like 50 of them, and I had put the Thomas the train in there for Matthew in the computer so he could watch it, and he was crawling up beside me on the computer, and this is like he only watched it once. He went right to the Thomas the Tank, engine thing, CD, and picked it out. My son, my ex-husband, is like an IT man slash, like, he was a soils technician, but he's a person that can build a computer, IT tech and all that stuff. And so, of course, I always relied on him to show me things, but it's funny how people become impatient when somebody wants their help that way. Anyways, I learned a lot of the things myself because I wasn't really getting no help. But anyways, bottom line is that Matthew could do that. So my son's been a computer boy, ever since he was a child. And honestly, I was just amazed that he could pick that out being 3 years old on the thing. And I know Sebastian, they talk about him too, how much he loves Minecraft and gaming, and all those things. I can't remember what my original point was. It left, so I'm trying to pretend like I'm remembering, by the way. But anyways, but yeah, so he's like a gamer. Seth talks about him, how they would sit and game, and he'd be playing his game and that. Um, it's just what I'm saying is that it's just mind boggling. You know what would like what happened to Sebastian? Like it's like having a zero start of nothingness and going like really. So nothing is showing where he is. So hopefully they got something to go on. Um, and again, if there's involvement of any kind by the parents, not Seth, and I'm not including Seth in that because obviously Sebastian was with his mom that day, according to them that Christopher was away, and hadn't seen him since February 1st. So basically, it was saying that uh, Christopher Proudfoot hadn't seen him since February 1st, and that February 26th, he arrived back home at 1 in the afternoon. He said he couldn't leave right away because of his job. His job is a crane operator. Okay. So basically in the Vanderbilt hospital, he's that person that sits like 200 feet up in the air, right? That moves that freaking crane around and stuff like that. There was something weird there about the daughter. So he talks to his daughter, but there was something he wouldn't go into. I can't remember how old he said she was. She's in her teens for sure. But he did make mention there was something strange there, and I'm not sure what it was, but something about Sebastian and her can't be together or something like that. There was he didn't get into it, but there was something obviously strange there where Sebastian and his daughter weren't allowed to be together. I remember that. Sorry, I gotta scroll down. Yeah, he took the snake. Yeah, he took the snake, and got rid of it, and gave it to friends. It was Sebastian's snake, but he said that he wasn't taking care of it, so he took it away from him, and he gave it to his friend. And he goes, and I couldn't just keep one snake, I had to keep, or I had to give them all away. Okay. Anyways. How can you rob someone of their drama noodle? I don't even know that I understand what that sentence means. I'm seeing noodle. You're making me hungry. Husband's making something to eat, I suppose. I guess it's 8:19. I didn't realize it was getting so late. Well, I shouldn't say late, but I've been on this live for almost 5 hours now. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go back. I'm gonna go play that one earlier, you guys. I think is it this one? I think it's this one.
Check as well.
I'm gonna let you guys listen to the answers for this again of what Christopher Proudfoot and Katie had said as it's Smiley's World was asking. This is about the front door, and it's about the clothes as well. And then also towards the end, she asked him about the scratches on his arms, which he says happened after the fact of when he arrived, and it was from the dogs. So again, I'm curious. I'll say it afterwards again. Anyways, let me play that out.
The 11 times, or did they do forensics like luminol or anything like that?
No.
Asking.
No. I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room.
Yes, it was punishment. He was told that in order to have the snake, he had to, feed it, water it, all that stuff. And so basically his snake was taken away, and all 30 snakes were given to his friend as punishment. Yes.
And that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with him in the dining room, and I asked him flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Now, and then he goes, you know, despite TV and the movies, you know, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, you know, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so, but so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can go
Is
out
there
the
an
back.
exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, so, okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not
Or would
been
not have been locked.
hmm
So
because
the back door would not lock.
from the outside like the front, no. You'd have to had a key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house
I
to
know, I
y'all.
understand
Personally,
that.
that's a safety thing.
Yeah, I
But
understand that. Don't do that.
yeah, but what I can say is there's only two doors in the house that he could have gone out where he could have locked
From the
on his
outside.
own or from the outside. And the one he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it
Yeah.
would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes.
the screens intact and things like that.
Yeah. Nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have
Well,
landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
yeah. 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 All right. So let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard
That's fine.
questions, and I've been, all right. So, let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask, like, what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but, like, when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on, that day, like when he went out to eat.
His
And
tennis
let's go ahead.
his tennis shoes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
Which was
what,
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because
Yep.
when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
You guys, I'm just going to pause it there for one moment. And this is a reminder of that this is the home. The inside interior is why I'm showing this. This is the Linton's house when they were staging it to get it ready for selling. This is not the furniture from, of course, the Proudfoot's home here, or Sebastian's home. Okay, so it's more about listening, looking at the door, looking at the back door, looking at the bedrooms, which are right in front of you there, down that hallway. That's where the bedrooms are. On there. I'm not sure what the loft one is being used for, if it's used for their bedroom or not, either way. And I also want to give you a quick update. As I see JLR made a post here. Actually, maybe I'll just stop screen for a second. Where are we here? Well, actually, let's just play this out. But there's and now I'm getting all. Let's just stop this for a second. Stop screen. Present. I'll go to this quickly for you guys. Okay. So GLR says President of United Cajun Navy's response when asked about being asked to stand down in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Todd Terrell, Ashley Martin Webster. There's a rumor that Cajun Navy was asked to stand down for 7 days. It sounds untrue. Todd Terrell to Ashley Martin says, due to the nature of this case, we have no comment at the moment. And then, so then JLR says, so I guess that means yes. So just to give you that update for that, okay?
And I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this. But us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
just call them sweatpants, but
well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
nah, you're fine.
Okay. All right, let's ask theirs first, because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go.
You didn't give us your word, because if you did, you said you looked at all your messages on Facebook Messenger. So if someone wanted to message you, that you would, answer them back. But I still haven't seen you reply to my 3 messages in the last month. So I'm pretty sure that you didn't give your word to that, to be honest with you, Christopher. Just saying, calling a spade a spade.
For theirs, if I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8, the interview? It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. There are 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down, and they chase it around, and I don't stop, and I let them nibble, and I've been dumb enough, and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought.
1 second here. Okay, so that's pretty much where I ended it. I have the full 3 hours, but I just wanted you guys mostly to hear those 3 parts. Now, he goes on to say, well, yeah, but we didn't do an interview for like a week. So, this happened after. That's why it looks fresh. So, again, this is probably the most live stream in a sense that the Smiley's World did, where most of the questions were asked. Now, at the end of her live, she says she's going to ask a few more questions, and he's like, "Come on, yeah, bring them at me." Sonny, call Christopher Proudfoot right now. No, I'm not going to do that on a live stream like that. I'm not. Yeah, I don't do stuff like that. I have no problem hitting that phone call button to Messenger, see if he answers, and ask him. But I'm not. I don't. I'm not going to be. To me, that's kind of crossing my line. Thing is, yeah, like I don't mind doing something like that, but I don't. I wouldn't want to put somebody on the spot like that. I don't mind calling somebody up, and be, hey, dude, do you want to come up on the live, type of thing, or come join a live soon? Absolutely, I have no problem doing that, but not calling him while we're on the live. No, that just wouldn't feel right. Wouldn't be right to me anyway. So yeah, he said Morky. 2 Morkies, actually. So anyways, so where it ended off right there, he basically says, look, I've been home for a week. That just happened recently. Because she basically said, well, since you've been gone, but obviously that would make sense, right? It happens to my husband all the time playing with the cats. He's always like, fuck it. And I'm like, what? And he's like, that Montana scratched him. And Montana's not a scratchy cat, but when you're playing and then the animal's like, da-da-da-da-da. Anyways, but so she was going to supposedly ask him more questions, but she went off on this whole different trail towards the end there, and she didn't ask any, because he was like, yeah, come on, I give me some hard questions, give me some ones that haven't been asked before. And I'm just like, yeah, come on, ask some hard questions here. Yeah, never happened. She ended up going off on a different a spiel after that, and then it was like, like sorry for everything you're going through type of thing, and being have a good night. And I'm like, wait, but I was rewatching. It's not like I was watching the live as it happened. So I was just like, could you just get back to those questions that he wanted to ask that were hard questions, But in your head, you're kind of laughing at this. If you want to truly put something out to the public, and you want people's awareness, right? Go on the bigger YouTube channels. Go on smaller ones, but go on big ones as well. Like I said, get your ass in front of News Nation. You went on WSMR in like a setup, a stage one. The thing I like about obviously YouTube channels is that you're not trying to cut clips from it or pieces out of it at all. You're just there and listening to it, and it's live, and the words are coming out of their mouths, type of thing. So yeah, so let me ask you guys, from anything that you have heard with regards to this case, what is the one question? What is that one question yourself? There might be a few, but what question to you would you like to know the answer to the most if you were to have one question to ask? Yeah, Seth was on Nancy Grace. I haven't fully listened to that one. Again, I got a lot in my head. I need sticky notes. I'm getting too old. Just trying to see. Someone said Elf. Good question. Who didn't follow up to catch it. Sometimes we just don't hear. And sometimes we have Ellie who don't catch. Right. Well, absolutely. I would like to hope that they have Virginia for their processing of the case. Yeah. Men tend to play rough. Well, it just makes me laugh when my husband whines that he's got a scratch. When you sit there and you put your hand on their tummy and then they happen to go, how much Well, they've been asked that question. It's actually one of the questions that I said was stupid of the reporter to say that, because I'm like, well, why would you ask that? Let's get to some pertinent stuff here. Let's get to some, like, why do you believe that they went out the front door? Was his bed typically made or not made? Give me that question. That would be your question, though. Okay, so explain what I just said there. I'm just kidding. So that would be your question. Okay, and I want to see his reaction to the answers. The question of how much do you miss? Yeah, I mean that one was asked though, because I remember going, "What a stupid question." No offense, unruly. No offense. Cell phone data. Thank you, Alf. What is doing? Domestic violence. He denied DV. Yeah, according to him, according to Chris Defer, okay, he said that he grew up that you never put a hand on a female. He says he has no domestic violence in his life whatsoever. My question would be, did Sebastian know of any neighbors well enough to be comfortable meeting them outside for some reason? Right? Has anyone at the school or church, if they go, ever been concerned about Sebastian? Maybe the school turned him into CPS in January. Thank you, Sharon Parker. Yes, the cat don't like their stomachs touched. We all know that. On there, yeah. I mean, pondering my question, because I do have a few. Which one would I want to know the most? Jeez, which question would I want to know the most? I have a few. Like I want to know if his bed was made or unmade. Did he sleep in his clothes? I want to know exactly which bedroom is his. No, okay. My question is that during the time that Katie was on the phone with Christopher, where was she? Because if he went out the front door and locked it, or the back door, but he wouldn't use that, and he talked about two things, but obviously he made reference to, well, he definitely probably wouldn't go that second door because of the noise that it makes. He'd be referring to the screen door. Screen doors are. That's what I want to know. I want to know where Katie was, that if he was able to get out that front door, she would have seen him. That she should have seen him. If she was in that living room, kind of like what it's been made to look like, that would be my question. I want to know where she was while she was on that 2 hour and 15-minute phone call. And you guys, again, for everyone that's watching right now, totally appreciate the fact that there's 2,718 people from Twitter watching, and we've gone down in the YouTube channel a bit. If you guys could at least come over and hit that like button and share, that would be great, just to push out the story of Sebastian Rogers, of course, or tweet it. Well, I mean, it always helps the algorithm on YouTube, of course, or tweet it out, share the live, for others to see it. Again, always about bringing awareness. I couldn't help but really like the words that the Cajun Army guy was saying, right? It's like, we do this because we care about people, and that's exactly why I do anything in my life, is because I care about others, and I want to. I like to. I enjoy fixing things if I can. I like to put a smile on somebody's face if I can, or if a friend needs my ear, here you go, I'll listen. I've just always been that way. So my forte is I've been in customer service and hospitality for over 30 years. And it's because I enjoyed being a general manager of a hotel, so that we could give out free parties to people that necessarily couldn't afford it, or you just wanted to put a smile on a kid's face, that lived within that town of Lloydminster and stuff like that. like me and my husband would literally use our own money all the time. And we would go over to the dollar store and we'd buy like those little cardboard purses for Mother's Day. And we'd put a bunch of free things in there, like some of the hand lotion or playing cards or stuff like that, and we do the same thing for Father's Day, but obviously a little bit different. But like, trust me, guys, those were so cute. But we literally would use our own money. I remember when we put in $100 to our one of our front desk girls in her chicken nuggets. We were at McDonald's and we asked her if she wanted anything, and we put $100 in her chicken nuggets for her and stuff like that. Because you just, you buy somebody a coffee because they're behind you, right? At Timmy's or something. So all those things, I love that stuff. Like you guys haven't, I'd be so broke ass. Like, that's why it's like, if somebody gave me like $1 million, you don't know how many people I would help, because I'm always thinking about helping other people. And then I go, oh shit, probably should have saved some for myself at the end of it, Um, even when my mom passed away and we got each of us kids, there was, well, my mom 4, and then Bruce had 3, so 7 of us. We each got like $100,000 once the government got their money or whatever out of it. We each got $100,000. Gave each of Steve's brothers £1,000, but in £1,000 Canadian, that was probably about $2,000. Gave his mom like over 5,000. I gave my son probably about 20,000 altogether. And my husband bought a computer with it at the time and stuff like that. We just did a lot of things with it. Of course, I don't have any left. It's too busy giving it away. I bought myself some clothes. I remember that. Bought some furniture when we were Sky Rise in Calgary and stuff like that. So if you are like that personality as well and you love doing stuff for that particular reason, like I said, good on you. Because it honestly, without being cheesy, I enjoy that somebody can make an impact. And if people have done it to me, and I'm very appreciative of that when people do that for me. I don't like to accept things, but I've learned to say yes instead of always saying no, because I'm so willing to do it for others that sometimes you need the help back yourself at times, and it's so nice. And when people give it back, I just always feel embarrassed asking. I love giving. It's a hard time taking, but I do love seeing a smile on a kid's face because you gave them a free pool party with hot dogs and French fries, or you gave somebody a night stay or reduced somebody's rate because they couldn't afford it, and stuff like that. So if you're not that way, consider doing it more. Let me go down here, see what you guys are all saying. I rarely sleep in actual pajamas. Me too. I get you, Paula. Oh yeah, right. You're the one that has my evil's older sister's name. I sleep in yoga pants and a t-shirt. I don't think that's unusual, especially for a 15-year-old though, especially one that's say not 15 per se. I could see Sebastian wearing pajamas, but those might have been his pajamas putting on the Adidas pants. 1 second, husband's here. Just 1 sec, guys. Let me just go see what my husband wanted. Okay. Sorry about that. My husband's, like I said, cooking dinner, so I thought he'd come in here to say, "Oh, here's your dinner." Many times my dinner goes cold because I'm sitting on a live. Especially for a 15-year-old on a cold night. Yeah, that, like I said, that's a question I wanted to know as well. She must have been, because she says that it was only her and Sebastian bowling, but the rest of the activities prior, she implies the nieces with him. Right. That statement that she made, and she looks over to Christopher and she's like, and then we went to go pick up the niece, and then she looks over to him, but then she kind of keeps talking and then references Sebastian. But the way that she looked over at him, I'm not sure. Like it was odd. I'm not gonna lie, because you're using the word we and then you're looking over to Christopher, but that could have just simply been something as simple as it was maybe his niece, and that's why we went to go pick up niece, and then you know just by instinct she looked over to him because perhaps it was his niece. And then yeah, they talk about bowling and the Rex, right, exactly, about this niece that's with him. Yeah, that like there was a whole bunch of that story that we just found out recently, and then it was like, thank you. It was like pulling teeth. Thank you so much for stop glazing over the day. They again they talk about a flashlight in the first one, and then they don't bring it up later. And you guys notice that they talk about it in the first time on the Duchess, and then you don't really hear about the flashlight again. And then there was something else that they talked about, now I forget. And I'm like, well, why didn't you bring that up the next time you talked about it? And then everything just got more faint in details. And then next thing you know, boom, there's a big splash of details on the Chronicles of Olivia interview. That forgot to bring that one up. On the Chronicles of Olivia interview, where she's sitting down in their house, talking about it. And that's where they were talking about, the day. And just, it's like, here, thank you. Here's your teeth back. Thank you for finally, just trying to answer some of these questions. So I appreciate the Smiley World one because it even gives us more details about stuff that you would like to. Why are they so convinced he will? I know that's another thing as well, right? It sounds like they're just kind of convinced that he left, that he up and whoop, whoop. What about the fact that he possibly could have been taken? You heard noise. You didn't go check to see what that noise was. Maybe he was, taken at 10 o'clock, right? I mean, who knows? It really just depends what camera footage is out there. But we have to still go back to what the police were saying, that none of the videos that were submitted, and they probably salad worded it some way, I'm sure, that none of the videos had any evidentiary value to them, right? But I'd have to go back and look at their wording exactly, because you know how they can twist, something a little bit to make it sound one way, so you kind of take it a certain way. But when really it could have had something in there that was referencing, well, besides this video over here that we got, maybe be some they didn't hear anything like him screaming help or struggle. Could be. But they are very hell bent on just that he left. And it could be true. Like, I mean, right? And all of the plausible theories and stuff, there's a few of them could be true. It just seems all strange, all of it, from him leaving, like him leaving to nothing being found, like he was, like I said, a ninja and Houdini, whatever you want to call it. Poof, like I'm sure no mothership came down and beamed him up, eh, Scotty? I don't think that happened. That seems, more unlikely than likely. So it's either something happened inside of the home, something happened that he left the home, or somebody took him from the home, or he met up with somebody to leave the home. Is there anything I'm missing on that one? I'm pretty like they've gone into their house multiple times, right? They've checked. So is there a crawl space that's in there that they haven't checked? I don't know. I'm sure that they probably, I don't know. I don't know how intense their search was inside the home. They went back there like 10 times that we heard of. Was mentioning the noise a red herring? If it was concerning a noise, why not check on the son? Well, because she said, whatever you're doing in there, get your butt to bed, basically. And I can see that, sitting on the couch, kids making noise. Hey, what you doing in there? All right, get to bed. So I can't say knock her if she didn't get up and check on it. I probably would have, because I'm very overprotective as a mother. Not gonna lie. But each to their own, maybe like I said, she just naturally was sitting on the couch and was just, yelling towards his room that. I'm just, like I said, I want to know. My question is, where were you, Katie, at the time that you were talking with Seth? Because your front door is so visible on multiple ends to see that front door from the living room, let alone the back door, which is the secondary one, to me, that he was talking about with the lock, is because of it making noise. Well, let's just say he says the second one would make a lot of noise. Dun da da da. The screen door, that would make a lot of noise. And the front door is because that's the way he always went, they said. So if you're in the living room, then you would have seen him. You would have seen him. Okay, let's go to that part of the video. Actually, okay, there's obviously the front door. Oops, there. Sorry, I just gotta find my way. Right. Oh, hey, did I miss it? I gotta go back or forward? Sorry, you just gotta touch the mouse. Right there. Right there. Okay. Look at those two spacious openings to see the front door. So unless your couch somehow is facing the doors out back, right? Kind of seem odd if it was the case. And that somehow he could sneak by you and open that door while you're in the living room and not hear him lock it as well. That's how open that the bedroom is there for him to come out of. So unless we're totally wrong and Sebastian has the upper room, which I don't think so. Sebastian is my husband's. Sebastian is my. Oh, you're gonna. Sebastian is my husband's cousin's grandson, Katie's father. Elf. That would hurt my brain. So let me get this straight. I always get like kerfuffled up here. I'm not gonna lie. Sebastian is my husband's. Okay, your husband's cousin's grandson, Katie's father. Gotcha. Woo. That took a little bit of thinking on that one. Whenever somebody says my husband's cousins, brothers, sisters, whatever, I'm always like, okay. On there. So in saying that, like I said, I didn't realize that there's some closeness in to this case for you. Again, all we would like to see is that Sebastian is out there alive somewhere and that he did willingly leave and that he's okay, Mm-hmm. And sorry if I'm lagging behind. Okay, so he talks to his cousin daily. He lives in Virginia. Not sure when his cousin last saw Katie and Sebastian. Okay. Well, thank you for giving that. And I'm sorry, guys. His cousin is in his 50s, Sebastian's grandfather. Thank you. What does Ivy say? Alf, don't feel like you have to answer this, but do you know his feelings about Sebastian's disappearance? About the mom and stepdad? Okay. I guess they didn't set the alarm that night either, since I see EDT sign in front. Yeah, well, what was strange to me was that when someone asked him in an interview, there was a little bit of an oddity there because they asked him if he had any cameras in the house. I heard no. But then I also heard what I thought was, no, we had nothing to do with it. And I was like, eh? Huh? So when he said that they have cameras, then I was like, eh? Oh, what? Oh, so you do have cameras? So I don't know if he misheard that question wrong, even though it was a clear question. Because I thought it was an odd answer. It was like, no. And then all of a sudden he added something where it sounded like, no, they had nothing to do with it or something like that. I thought. And I played it a couple times and I was like, still hearing that. So I'm going to put it this way. I don't think Chris Proudfoot is stupid enough to say he didn't have cameras when he does have cameras. So it could have been that he jumped the gun on the question, misheard the question or something. I was just a bit confused by that. Mm-hmm. You know, until there's answers to this case, until there's answers to this case, it's okay to speculate on the different theories because there's only so much that could have happened. And again, Alf, I'm not sure if this is the first time you're watching this. I'm not concluding or have not concluded if anyone has had involvement in this case from the stepfather to Katie. Is there oddities or Seth, by that matter? Those answers will come in the form of whenever they find Sebastian and if there was any involvement. There's definitely only so many things that could happen. Now, I have stated from the beginning of following this case that I believed in Katie's and Chris's sincerity in their talking. Does Christopher come off like an a-hole? You know, in a sense, absolutely he does. Is he doing himself favors? No. Have they had oddities in the interviews? Yes, they have. Has that created a lot of speculation? Yes, it has. That part of it is strange when you're maybe not to them. Again, either they really suck at doing interviews because their oddities of what they've been doing have created this and Christopher's abrasive attitude more so, and the way he's talking. Sorry, I gotta take a drink. The way he seems to talk for Katie is coming off absolutely like someone that takes control, takes over, and stuff like that. Does the public see that? Absolutely. Are they going to question it? Absolutely. They're going to question everything in the true crime community. You know, I've learned from the Delphi case to not call somebody out when you don't know the answers. And here, I always felt that they were sincere in their interviews, meaning I was looking for them speaking. And there's a lot of things you guys can look at for sure. Everyone can look at with regards to what Christopher has said for him not being there. They're not going to, let me put it this way. Christopher, I would think, who's not a dumbass, you can tell. I would not think that someone is going to go on to the public and claim that they weren't home when there is evidence to claim that he is. I'm pretty sure he would be an absolute fool to do that, right? So there's only so many things that could have happened to Sebastian. You know, at the start, I felt like, okay, this was a kid that went off on a walkabout. They're going to find him in a couple of days. And, you know, story is going to end right there. Never did I think that this story was going to continue on as it has. The fact is that we only have so much information to go on. And we're all trying to conclude what could have happened to Sebastian. First and foremost, it has to be about Sebastian. We know, all of us know that, you know, but the speculation is going to happen and we know it will, you know, but when you go onto a platform and especially the one on Smiley's World and you become abrasive in your talking and you say you're abrasive, you know, but you want people's help. It's not a good look to have when you're wanting people's help. I'm not in their shoes. Most of us are not in their shoes. Maybe some people have been close to their shoes. I don't know. But for me, I'm just trying to figure out the details of each part. And so whenever they do an interview, we get more information was in the first one. We got less as it went on. Then we got more from Chronicles of Olivia. And then we got more from this Smiley World one of information. There's still more questions. Like I said, if Sebastian went out one of those doors and they make it seem when Chris is talking that Katie is in the living room, and they're talking from 9:45 to 12-ish area. So if he went out one of those two doors, how would Katie not see him? So maybe she was in the kitchen. Maybe she was walking around and doing other things. Maybe she was up. No, I don't think she was upstairs. So I would like to know that answer just for the sake of adding that piece to the puzzle, because she hears this noise an hour later. Is she on the couch? Is she in the kitchen when she hears this noise? That stuff I would like to know. It's baffling. Absolutely. At the end of the day, like I said, I'm not here to control what others think. I'm here to control how somebody acts in this chat. I'm not here to control how somebody thinks about this case. They want to believe that there's involvement from the, Chris or Katie or something like that. Then they have that power to do so. I just want to know where Sebastian Rogers is and what makes sense. And it doesn't make sense. Maybe to the police, maybe they are onto something that will come to fruition. I don't know. It's very complexing and confusing. All I know is that there's a child. We don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know if somebody has him, and and holding him hostage, or what I mean, or abducted him. We don't know anything. We just know that apparently between 12 and 6, this child just disappears, and people just want to try to figure out the answer. Even people that have really shitty ways of showing it on how they coverage it or show coverage. Their intention is that they want to help try to, bring Sebastian home safe and sound. It is baffling. It truly hurts my brain. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. No one has to agree with what I'm saying. I'm the content creator, and Aspen. And when we talk about things, again, we allow everyone to have their opinions. Whatever they are, it's their choice, as long as they keep it respectful, and not bashing others for their opinions and stuff like that. Since this happened, again, answer Elf. Thank you again for letting us know about this closer relationship to this case. And again, just answer whatever you feel like answering there. But again, Christopher Proudfoot or Katie, if you want to go on the live, I got some questions. Not about self-blaming at all, just questions. I would just like to know those certain details so that you can have that visual from start to finish. The more information, of course, people have to the public, obviously, the more understanding we have as well. And that was, like I said, the problem here is that we weren't hearing about the phone call until Christopher talked about it. Katie never mentioned it once. Everything was just briefly glazed over. We knew about the phone call because Christopher Proudfoot told us about the phone call, but yet he never mentioned again when Katie was talking about it. And definitely on that one video where they're holding hands, that was the least amount of information, right? So it's been like a roller coaster ride of information. And anyone that's following the case, if you're following all the different interviews, right, it's kind of like, here's the house, here's this bit of information. Then we have somewhat of a timeline. Chris was over here in Memphis. Katie came home at this time, in a sense, from, because like I said, we learned about going out for dinner, the bowling alley, picking up the niece. It's when people are, in a sense, open, but by the same token, when something like this has never happened to a family before, and the police are requesting things of you that we don't know what they're being requested of, it's hard. Because if the police said, like Seth Rogers had said in an interview, they were asked not to go to media, right? And we were all like, what the frick? 7 days? Like, how come you're not putting your face in front of the camera? But we don't know what was all asked to what you like, I don't talk about this because that's, part of the investigation, you know. And in that interview with Smiley's World, he's like, ugh, if I could just tell you guys everything I know, type of thing. But I can't because it's part of the investigation. It's like, no. Please go ahead. Tell us more, But that's from a inquiring minds want to know perspective. A fool or a narcissist. Hi Peggy. I hate to use speech to text because I am partially blind, so please excuse my grammar. Oh, I get it. I know that it can change it on you like that. Thank you so much. Sweetie Pie Low has a stream where she said, I know Sweetie Pie from the Susan Morphew case. Has a stream where she said she spoke to a neighbor, who had the video, and it showed that everything lined up to with what Katie has said. Was that in today's live, Prying Paula? So this is probably the neighbor that has the camera footage across from the home of this home. And again, for anyone watching, this is not the inside of their home. This is the inside foundation of the home that they live in. But the furniture in that is from a staging of when this home was being sold by the Lintons and not, the Proudfoots and stuff. Okay. So, because some people kind of like, whoa, like that home's nice and clean. But anyways, it's just about showing the interior. Oh, well, we had, I'm not sure if when you left here, actually, Mr. Electric, but we just had an update about the Cajun thing a little bit. So we heard that the Cajun army was told to stand down for 7 days. The Cajun army would not comment on that comment. So possibly they are having a search tomorrow at, what was it called, you guys? Runners, at 8 a.m. What was that again? That Teresa said. I don't believe that they are, or at least last I heard that they weren't involved in a sense. They'll come in, I think, when they're asked to do so. But I just remember, like, and I don't want to quote it, Elf, but I just remember when they were talking about the FBI, and it was like, no, like they were clearing it up. TBI, yeah, but FBI, no, they weren't leading the investigation or involved in it. Maybe they are. Rudders. Oh, thank you. None of your business. I knew it was Runners, Rudder. Thank you so much for that. I'll completely agree. Very baffling. So sorry that your family is having to go through this, praying for his safe return. Yeah, absolutely. They grew up together in Virginia, and his cousin lived with us some years ago for a while. Yeah. It's so weird, though, Elf? Like, meaning, when life throws curveballs and, regardless, about the little bit more distant relationship thing there, it's when something hits so close to home, you know? And in this case, obviously, it is hitting close to home. And then you find that, like I said, this family that you say no, or, the relationship that is from the, don't make me say it, husband's, whatever it was again. But it's when it hits close to home, and then you realize that, wait, this is part of the family here. What the heck? Elf, there's tons of speculation. But can I ask you, and I'm not sure if you've said it or not throughout the chat. Can I ask you, what do you think is the most plausible thing? Just the most plausible thing that your brain keeps going to? Why I said, yeah, exactly. Why 7 days? If it's true, okay. But I'm curious for you, and anyone else. Of course, I was putting stuff out there, even though I probably got to go soon because my husband's making dinner, and I prefer to eat it hot this time since I've been on a live for 5 hours and 39 minutes. Oh, 5 hours and 40. But Alf, just from you specifically, anyone else can put their answer in too. But what do you think? Like, if you think of the different scenarios, what do you think is the most plausible explanation for this, considering there can only be, like 4 or 5? If he wasn't a runner, then why would he run without shoes? Why wouldn't he take his money if he was leaving? Did he just go out and get lost, but nobody's seen him? We all know that stuff can happen, right? We all know that the whole freaking, perfect storm happening 7 days is after Easter. Oh, at Sunny, I sent you an email. Oh, are you sending me sweet love notes again? Is that what's going on here? Let's see here. Okay, I'll come back to that later, Mr. Electric. Oh, Caleb Harris. Yeah, somebody sent me that one. We will be covering that case as well. The Caleb one. And maybe that's the one that Cajun Army is going to go help out with. He didn't say which one, but I was watching a video last night of it, and I was like, yeah, we're going to cover that case as well. That one's weird in itself, about him showing back up at home. So thank you to, I'm not sure what the name is in here versus the name is in email, but thank you for sending that as well. Well, not in so if you think, and I'm just gonna, if you think, of course, that, and as well, like there's no reference to the parents having anything to do with it, right? Take them out of the equation, okay? Again, I've always believed that they were genuine in what they were saying, but yet I can understand why people are speculating to what they're witnessing versus, because of how he's kind of coming across. So if you take them out of it, then you're left with basically that he left on his own, he met up with somebody, or he was abducted. I don't think there's anything else beyond that. It is so confusing. That's why I want to know if Katie was in the living room. Because then, like there must have been something she was doing. I'm going to have to go back and listen to Smiley's World. I fell asleep during part of it. I listened to about a good hour and a half of it. And then I remember falling asleep because I was freaking exhausted. On their first interview, that's why it was what bothered me most. Generally, when somebody makes a conclusion statement about something that is unknown, it implies guilt, but not always. Miranda, again, apparently, rumor mill has it, in a sense, that the Cajun was asked to stand down for 7 days because they're... Oh, there's husband. Husband, you got my dinner?
Yep.
Oh, too bad, guys. Oh, what is this? You made
chicken quesadillas with tortilla chips with cheese and jalapenos on it. So you might have to pick them off.
Look at
That's a bit
you.
extra chicken. And
Yeah.
obviously sour cream sauce on it.
Oh, you look at you guys. Husband made. There. It should be like JLR, eh? Here's go. Yeah. Come on in. Let's eat together, shall we? Okay. I'm going to put this down 1 second. Good husband. He's good husband. Actually, you know what he has to do? You guys might gag if you hear this, the men, but the women will be jelly. So my husband will be, okay, maybe I won't say that part. It might make you all vomit. Oh, nah, I'll say it. Whatever. He's going to be clipping and repainting my toenails. Thank you. Thank you, husband. So, yes, it's that time. Every couple months, I'm like, husband, can you do my toes for me? Okay, it's not my fault. I got to get by my boobs, past the stomach to reach my toes. Ain't no way I'm putting my foot up on the toilet trying to do all that without heavy breathing going on. Not going to happen. Anyways, husband loves me. If I ask him to do my hair and dye it, he'll do that too. Yes, okay, I got a good one. But anyways, so cute his voice. But anyways, yes, so he will paint my toenails, and I don't usually do it. But like I was never someone to put nail polish on too much, hardly ever. But anyways, but the toenails when he does them, I'm like, oh, they kind of look cute when they're painted. So anyways, yeah, okay, fine. Spoil me, husband. He's a keeper. He is. Okay, so what was I talking about again? Oh wait, the dad Seth swayed me against him, leaving barefoot with no coat. Wait. He never walked outside barefoot due to the fire and yeah, and then Katie said something opposite of that in a sense that because obviously she's been listening to what Seth is saying. So the dad Seth swayed me against him leaving barefoot, no coat, no shoes. He never walked outside. I think do you say meant to say no shoes or no coat and no shoes? So Katie's like, she said something like, well, that's not necessarily true, like meaning he does go outside without shoes on. I can't remember exactly what she said verbatim, but it was almost to say no, he does go outside without his shoes on, type of thing. Not like say Seth made it sound is what she was saying, where it seemed like he would never go out without his shoes. I really don't know anything about Katie since her childhood. Right, absolutely. How long have they been? I heard that they've been together for like 6 or 7 years. I heard that they've been married for 2. I could be wrong. Um, don't quote me on any of that. I just remember someone saying that they were married for 2 years, and then I heard something where they were talking about being together for like 6 or 7 years. Again, don't quote me on that. Sometimes there's information that I care about, and other times it's like, it's not going to solve the case if I figure out how long they're married, Oh, well, if I'm correct, then thank you. On there. Okay. Let's see here. You said that right, correct. Well, you know what? Again, this channel just out here to put out the facts out there. Some speculation on there. But as for again the parents, I'll leave that to Ali. I'll leave that to if there's anything that will come about beyond that. Like I said, I personally learned my lesson in Delphi that unless you have facts to back up what you're saying, right? It's just a lot of speculation. But speculation can become very hurtful and detrimental. Now, with saying that, of course, Christopher Proudfoot still, I don't know if he necessarily understands the perception of the public to how he's being viewed. All I can say is perhaps you should soften up. I don't know if that's going to do a recovery on that because, of his abruptness, especially on the last one. But at the end of the day, a child is missing. A child needs to be found. Sebastian Rogers, all of us are here because of you, because we care about you, because we want to put your story out there, and we want you to be brought home safe and sound. So I would love to know that he did just leave and decided to go, run away without taking money, though. But who knows, I would like to think that perhaps somebody has him and he's being abducted and that he's still alive, you know. So we just don't know. We literally don't know because we don't have any of those answers. But anyways, so with that being said, you guys, I appreciate y'all for being here. You guys all know I could probably sit here for another 3 hours or so, unless the butt cheeks are a little sore, not gonna lie. I probably grew a hemorrhoid or two sitting here for this long. But anyways, I don't know. Just try. You know what? Good luck. Oh yeah, my new job that starts on Wednesday, by the way. So I don't know. Well, I'll see what happens exactly when we do lives. For the first while, it might seem okay to keep them at the time that they are, but we'll see how that goes. I mean, when I was working at my last job a year and a half ago, because I haven't worked at a year and a half. When I was working at my last job, I was like freaking going to work, you know, coming back doing lives, you know, each night and stuff like that. I've me and Rest, we don't necessarily like each other so much. Elf, I appreciate the super chats earlier. Prayers, of course, to those your family members for Sebastian's case here. Again, you know, all we can do is keep praying, putting awareness, and that's what's most important here. Appreciate you again giving us that little extra info about that. So thanks everyone that has joined the live, whether you're a subscriber or you've not subscribed. Please at least hit the like and the share, tweet it out. Again, put the information out there, put the factual stuff out there that we know of so far with the case, regarding the case. And some of it's just simply, you know, like I said, it's more a little bit speculation about the Cajun Army. We'll see if that becomes truthful or not. And thank you to the mods, you know. Anyways, just thanks everybody, okay? Good night, Paula. Prying Paula. Great stream, mods and chat. Glad to see some respectful. Yeah, love the respectful conversation, you guys. That's the way it should be, right? We're adults. We can act like adults in this space and world. We can say things without needing to be ignorant about it, unlike the lady in JLR's clip that spoke to him. Are the police being tight-lipped? I believe so. I don't know. I believe so. You know, I mean, it goes with any case. You know, they'll give us what they want us to have. And some of it comes through and by information through neighbors, like someone, who was it that was just talking about that? Sweetie Pie Low. Sweetie Pie Low, I know from the Suzanne Morphine case. We haven't really talked since then, but we just knew each other from the Suzanne Morphine case. So if there's footage there, maybe go check out her channel where she's talking about this neighbor. We know Trev Time as well has talked about a vehicle outside and about a neighbor that has camera footage that seen when they came home, you know. And if Sweetie Pie Low is saying that, you know, whatever Kitty has said is backed up by that, you know. Again, just use the information that's out there, but knowing that even the neighbor stuff is speculation unless you've like talked to them yourself, really. And you know, but anyways, I might reach out to Christopher Proudfoot tomorrow. Tonight's probably too late, obviously, but tomorrow I might reach out to him on Messenger and just be like, ring a dingy dingy. Come on, Christopher, you know you want to. Come on, Katie, come on. Anyways, thank you guys. God bless. You guys take care. You guys all have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to Charmaine and Aspen too, who were here earlier. Prayers for Sebastian. Actually, you know what? Let's just flood the chat with green hearts before we go. Can we do that? Okay, the name of Sweetie Pie Low's video about the neighbor is New Info Was There, third party handover. So you guys, yeah, definitely go check that out on Sweetie Pie Low. Again, thank you so much to JLR for his coverage and appreciation that he allows people to use his content to spread awareness. I used the audio part from some of the 3-hour conversation from It's Smiley World as well. I'll put those links in the description of this video. I'll after this video live ends and for that. And who else do I have to thank? Anybody else? Well, I used a little bit of Chronicle of Olivia's when she talked about the 6 cadaver dogs. Thank you to Aspen and Callie and Charmaine and anyone that Ben provided information that I could pull up for you guys to show you guys as well. But yeah, if we could just give some, let's just do that, eh? Let's give some green hearts. I gotta find it again. Green. There we go. Give Sebastian some green. Yes, I just pray honestly, you know, we keep covering these cases that are having very sad results. So let's just hope and pray that Sebastian did decide that he was going to take an adventure, or that he perhaps was abducted. It's better than thinking of the alternative, even though it's a very plausible alternative, of course. But anyways, with him at least, you know, there's some hope. There is some hope still. Anyways, God bless you guys. Take care. Good night, and we'll see you maybe tomorrow, for sure on Monday. All right, guys.